We are going live, sir.
Good morning, all. I, Dr. Isha Arora, Assistant Director, NABH, extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Chairman, NABH, Padam Bhushan, Dr. B.K. Rao, sir, respected CEO, NABH, Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar, sir, our seasoned faculty for the day, and our participants who have joined us online for NABH Virtual Certificate Course for Migration to the 5th Edition Hospital Accreditation Standards. I hope all of you are enjoying good health in these challenging times. NABH is an ever-evolving, ever-rising, dynamic organization that develops and upgrades the healthcare quality standards in correspondence with the changing requirements and widening scope of the healthcare industry. This has led to our journey from the 1st edition to the 5th edition of Hospital Accreditation Standards. The response to this course from the participants has been overwhelming. I think all the participants today shall regard themselves fortunate for getting the opportunity to upgrade their knowledge by acquainting themselves with the latest edition. They've got the opportunity by virtue of their being the early birds, which indicates their passion towards learning. I hope all the participants will benefit adequately from the course. I request CEO of NABH, Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar, sir, to formally welcome the trainers and the trainees. Atul, sir, please.
Thank you so much, Isha. Thank you so much, respected seniors and dear friends. It's my privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to do the 5th edition certificate course, Migrating to the 5th edition. I'm sure all of you have received this guidebook with you. Thank you so much for investing this in this wonderful document. And I can unhesitatingly say that this is the best, most objective, clearly implementable document standard, which has already received its ISQA certification also, which has been produced by the untiring efforts of the technical committee. I sincerely believe that all quality professionals, whether they're doctors, whether they are nursing officers, or they are at the frontline workers, they are the backbone of any healthcare facility. And we at NABH have taken a renewed pledge to reach out to all, to connect with all under a Quality Connect initiative. You're also aware that from 15th of August, all over standard, all in 21 programs. So you all are already aware from our website that NABH is today running 21 programs under the broad headings of accreditation, certification, and empanelment. All these programs, and we continue to add more and more programs to this basket with all your active support, and all these standards from today and going forward are going to be free. We expect a nominal charge on the guidebooks, which we are trying to bring down. And as Isha just mentioned, there has been an overwhelming response to learn from master trainers. And all the faculty, they bring with them years of experience. They are the master trainers, they are passionate about quality, they know NABH in and out, and they are going to train you. We are very fortunate today to learn from such esteemed faculty, each of them an expert in their own right. We plan and propose to continue this Quality Connect initiative and take it forward. So welcome you all once again, but this introduction will not be complete until I can just place a line on record that this entire initiative, the all forthcoming initiative, would not have been possible without the constant guidance and explicit support of our chairman, sir, Padma Bhushan, Dr. B.K. Rao. Despite his critical care duties, he's a legend in that field, but despite his duties, clinical work, and wearing PPEs and untiring efforts in the ICU of a reputed hospital, he finds time to guide and to promote and motivates us to reach out to people. So that's your constant guidance, sir. We are blessed to have you here today with us. And I'll request Isha to just introduce, because I mean, no introduction is complete. He's a legend in the field, but thank you so much for your constant guidance, for prodding us to reach out to people. Our website, our newsletter, all are under your guidance, your blessings. So thank you so much. All the participants, you can log on to our website, www.nabh.co, for a whole lot of resources. All our past webinars are there in a video mode. You can download free of charge our newsletters. We promise to bring you more and more content, better content. So please coming back to us. And all those who could not be accommodated in today's program, we promise to bring more programs on a monthly basis, fortnightly basis, and connect to you. So please do write into us with your suggestions. And I'm sure this program will be a landmark. I can see hundreds of participants eagerly waiting and waiting to connect. So over to you, Isha, for a brief introduction of Chairman Sir, and then over to the faculty. Congratulations once again, all of you, for joining in today. Thank you so much once again. Long live NABH. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Honorable Padam Bhushan Dr. B.K. Rao, sir, Chairman NABH, for inaugurating the course. It gives me pleasure to present the biodata of such a great personality like Dr. Rao, sir, who has immensely contributed to the healthcare world. Dr. Rao received his MBBS in 1975 and ND Anesthesiology in 1980 from Maulana Azad Medical College, University of Delhi. Dr. Rao started his career as a consultant anesthesiologist in Sir Gangaram Hospital in 1983, which is a 1,000-bedded leading multi-specialty tertiary care hospital in New Delhi. Dr. Rao is the chairman, Department of Critical Care and Emergency Medicine in Gangaram Hospital. Dr. Rao has been bestowed with many awards, including Distinguished Service Award by Delhi Medical Association and Distinguished Alumnus Award to 2015, Maulana Azad Medical College, for his distinguished services in medical field. The Honorable President of India awarded him Padam Bhushan, the third highest national civilian award in 2009. Dr. B.K. Rao, sir, is also the chairman of SHM National Council on Healthcare and Hospitals since 2007 and has been representing the organization in NABH board meetings since 2011. Currently, he is the chairman NABH, that is National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers, since January 2018. I welcome you, sir.
Isha, dear all participants, I believe that Dr. Rao sir is having some difficulty because of some technical issue. We'll request him to step in at any change over during any this thing. But I think we'll proceed, and we'll proceed with the first session, sir, with your permission, Dr. Kapoor, sir.
Yeah, please, let's start. Gurpreet, please give me rights to share the screen.
I'll request all our panelists to be switch off their webcams and their microphones, and it's a request that only the speaker, because of bandwidth issues, if only Dr. Kapoor sir can do that. Thank you so much for joining in. Please share all your questions in the chat box, and our moderators will be there to take it to the esteemed faculty.
So we begin with the first session of the course today, that is on key changes. And I'm glad to introduce Dr. Air Marshal Pavan Kapoor, sir. Dr. Pavan Kapoor is MBBS from AFMC Pune, MHA from AIMS, DNP Health and Hospital Administration. He has held the position of a former Director General Medical Services Air India Force, former President, Honorary Surgeon, and currently is the Vice Chairman, Russ Education, and Vice Chancellor, Lincoln American University. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Can you just let me share the screen again? Something went wrong. Let me share the screen again.
So we can see your screen, sir.
Yes. You can see my screen. Okay.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen.
To see my... Okay, I'll just click on. Now can you see it?
Yes, sir. We can see. It's opening, sir.
Okay. You can see it now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you make it full screen? Thank you. We can see well, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good morning, all the participants. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Dr. Atul, the CEO of NABH, and thank you, Dr. B.K. Rao, sir, for being those inspirational leaders that you have been in promoting the cause of quality and patient safety, in at least in India, and we are also seeking to do so abroad. I would like to tell all of you, all the participants, that the present edition, the 5th edition, which has now been approved by ISQA, have been very well received. And not only this, since I'm a ISQA assessor also, I would like to inform all the participants that some of my JCI colleagues who are co-assessors with me in ISQA, they have really appreciated this edition, and they are apprehensive that NABH is going international. So this is the compliment to the technical committee team, which has been responsible for bringing out certain key changes, and I will now briefly go through those key changes for the benefit of all of us. So at the end of the session, we would expect you to be familiar by why this change was brought about. So what was the basis of the change, what methodology and processes were followed in making the changes, and what are the essential key changes. So the basis of change, of course, was that every 4 years we have to upgrade our standards, because that is one of the essential requirement of International Society of Quality Assurance. And they also keep on revising their own principles and own standards for healthcare organizations. So we have to match up with those standards. So we have no option but to revise the standards every 4 years, if we want to remain of relevance in the international scenario. Secondly, of course, one of the most important reasons for change is that there has to be a continual quality improvement in the quality of standards that NABH puts forward for all the hospitals to follow and implement. So obviously there is some raising of the bar. Some of the issues that were not relevant, they have been removed. Those issues which are contemporary and which have become relevant, they have been introduced. All ambiguities which have come from the healthcare organizations, from the assessors, from the various technical accreditation committees, from various stakeholders, all those ambiguities, an attempt has been made to remove those ambiguities in this edition. And of course, to bring in more consistency in interpretation of the standards. So most of the assessors view these standards with the same eyesight and with the same understanding. So the brain and eye coordination remains same. That is why this standard has probably tried to introduce such type of consistency during interpretation. And of course, it addresses the needs of the stakeholders based upon our inputs provided by the healthcare organization and the assessors during various assessments, that what were the standard and objective elements that were difficult to interpret by them or by the healthcare organization, or those who were not able to, they were difficult to be implemented by those organizations. This was the basis for the change. The process adopted was that there was, of course, the background data was available with NABH. The brainstorming on the existing standards was done, and the changes were being, whatever the changes to be brought out, they were outlined among the technical committee members. Then an environment scan was done and literature search was done for the best practices being followed across the globe, whether those practices are relevant to us, whether we can adapt or adopt certain practices from other good practices, and whether they are implementable under our scenarios and in our prevailing conditions. Then we did a scan of all other international standards to remain contemporary with our fellow standards across the globe. And after doing all this, the first draft was prepared. After preparing the first draft, a feedback was requested from everyone, all the important stakeholders, all important consultants in their respective specialities, as well as it was put up on the website for obtaining the feedback from all the stakeholders. And the feedback related to the principle of Rumba. The Rumba principle is adopted by the International Society of Quality Assurance, that at the time of revision, all these standards and objective elements that you make, they should be relevant, they should be understandable, they should be measurable, they should contribute some benefit to the organization, and they should be achievable. So keeping these principles in mind, all these feedbacks were received by the committee, and the technical committee prepared a final draft incorporating everybody's viewpoints and ensuring that we remain current and contemporary with the standards which are present globally. But also, not only this, we also wanted to stay relevant, and we wanted to ensure that whatever is put into the final draft, that is achievable. When the final draft was put up, it was put up for comments. Mock assessments were done and desktop assessments were done. There were inputs they are sought from the various experts. And then it was decided to, once we received all these things, we decided whether it is in alignment with the 6 principles of SCOA. So SCOA has 6 principles which should be followed for development of any new set of standards. So this alignment had to be done. Finally, the standards were finalized, and this finalization was supported by many of you who are presently a participant. So thank you all very much for your constant support and for all the information that you provided, which made this standard possible. So thank you all of you for your outstanding contribution to the development and finalization of these standards, which is in front of you. Needless to say, this standard has got 10 chapters, which has been the hallmark of NABH. Right from its inception, there have been 10 chapters, out of which the first 5 chapters are patient-centric and the last 5 are organization-centric. The other main change that has been made in the chapter is that the chapter number 6 on continual quality improvement has been changed to patient safety and quality, since there is more emphasis being laid by SCOA on patient safety and quality. So we made this as a central, as a main chapter instead of continual quality improvement. Of course, patient safety and quality, it is given PSQ, but actually means patient safety and quality improvement. As before, every chapter has intent. Only this time the intent of each chapter was critically reviewed by the technical committee, and wherever necessary the intent was revised, because the basic purpose of the standards is that you might meet the objective elements, but you are required to meet overall intent of every chapter. A summary of chapter has been given and details have been provided wherever required. Also, this time a reference column has been added from where information has been obtained and which are the references where the healthcare organization and the assessors, they can refer to these references from these sources and try to imbibe the basic theme of the standard and objective elements from these references. This is all known to you, but this is just a sort of a revision and reinforcement and reiteration of the existing knowledge, that the standard continues to be defined as the structure and processes that are substantially in place in an organization to enhance the quality. So standard remains a statement. This statement is numbered serially, and for this a uniform system of numbering is followed at the cost of repetition from the previous standards. We all know that the first 3 letters reflect the name of the chapter, and the number following this reflects the order of the standard in the chapter. And the format for writing of the standard, there are 3 letters of the chapter. That is the first chapter, AAC. It is followed by a full stop. Okay, and then thereafter, whatever is the number of the standard, it is also written there after this full stop, and then another full stop is added. So if you have to say access, assessment and continuity of care, so in all these things, this is the chapter, this is 1, followed by a full stop, followed by the first standard of AAC, that the services have been displayed, defined and displayed. So this is the first standard. We all know that the standard is a statement, but to measure compliance with the standard requires certain elements. These elements are called objective elements, which are the measurable component of the standard. Acceptable compliance with these elements determines the overall compliance with the standard. And this is the one which is scored during assessments, and we'll come to scoring toward the end of the session tomorrow. So this will be the one which will be scored during assessments to determine the overall compliance against the standards. These objective elements are also numbered serially and a uniform system is followed for numbering. And format for writing is the same. That first you make the standard, the chapter is AAC, then the number corresponding to the objective element and ending in a full stop. So what you do is, after the standard AAC dot 1 dot echo, which means this represents AAC first standard and the E objective element, then a full stop. So when we make our reports, please follow this format, that AAC.1.E. This is the way to uniformly describe a objective element. Now interpretation has been enlarged. Wherever it was required to change, it has been changed. Wherever required to alter some words that were altered to make it more clear. This provides guidance to the organization what the organization needs to do. Wherever applicable, it also provides references and suggests a specific methodology that the organization needs to adhere to. I'll give you an example later on. And every objective element has interpretation. We have done away with self-explanatory. Even if it is self-explanatory, the objective element has been repeated, but it has got an interpretation. The language has been simplified and modified. In this language, we have made certain, rather this has been a part and hallmark of NABH standard, but in this time we have now clarified that wherever shall and should or will and would is written, that means it is a mandatory requirement. This has to be fulfilled by the healthcare organization. And where it is can or could, that becomes a desirable aspect, means it may not, it is good to have it, but if you have it, it is, if you don't have it, it does not mean that you do not fulfill the compliance to the standard. So desirable aspects are not to be listed as NCs or considered for scoring. This is just to remove that many of you have very good practices in healthcare organization, but it is not essential that every healthcare organization should follow the very good practice that you have in your healthcare organization. Therefore, all these practices come in can and could. Hence, this differentiation has been made so that we are sure that what this standard needs is the only part is shall and should or will and would, which is to be stored, which is to be scored, and which is to be documented. Desirable aspects, you can probably give an opportunity for improvement, but it is not to be counted as a non-compliance and not to be considered for score. Also, although we tried to avoid using adequate and appropriate as far as possible, but it is not feasible in our current scenario. We have used these adequate and appropriate, but this would mean that they should be evidence-based. I will give an example of this also. And whatever examples are given in the standard, in the guidebook, and whatever examples may be told to you today, they are only illustrative in nature. They are not mandatory for the healthcare organization to implement and not mandatory for the assessors to only focus on the example as the criteria for compliance with the given objective element. This is because NABH standards by and large are not prescriptive, and healthcare cannot be prescriptive. You and me know this. So organization has the liberty to decide what and how to implement to ensure that the requirement of the objective element is met. Now let me give you some language related examples. The COP2E deals with emergency services, and this is related to triage. Triage shall be done only by qualified or trained personnel, which means that triage has to be done. So if triage is not being done, it is a non-compliance. And written guidance based on evidences of which sound clinical practices should guide these activities, means there has to be something written down, something documented, which is based upon some sound clinical practices which should guide the setting of triage. And triage should be part of the routine day-to-day functioning of the emergency department, and it is not from the perspective of mass casualty management, that is managing a large number during disaster. It is on a day-to-day functioning of sorting out your emergency cases on various priorities. Okay, so this is mandatory. What is the criteria could be separate, means it is very clear. This could means can and could. It is not mandatory. It is desirable that you can have separate triage criteria for trauma and non-trauma patients and separate triage criteria for adults and children based upon their specific needs. But this is not mandatory. You can have one basic triage for everything. It will not be considered to be a non-compliance. So that is why shall and could have been separated and explained in this example. Then we come to appropriate. Now we have got again in emergency services, the organization manages medical legal cases according to statutory requirements. Here it says appropriate authorities. Appropriate authorities could be a constable, could be a sub-inspector, could be a dedicated person who's supposed to inform the police. So this means appropriate authorities is appropriate as based upon evidences. And appropriate does not mean that to give the document to some ward boy and tell them to go to the constable. Appropriate authority means it is somebody in the police to whom the documents are handed over, and they shall be in accordance with statutory requirements. Now, what are the statutory requirements are determined by the Criminal Procedure Code. In section 39, it lays down very clearly that the doctor concerned is supposed to inform the police on the arrival of a medical legal case. If you don't do this, then under Indian Penal Code 201, you can be punished. So this is the statutory requirement of this, and this statutory requirement gives you who is the appropriate authority. Here the appropriate authority is police. The organization shall also define as to what constitutes a medical legal case. So Supreme Court has given down what are the areas of medical legal cases. So they also have to be defined as per those guidelines. Then there is adequate access. This is again into ambulance services. There is adequate access and space for the ambulance, which means what is adequate? Adequate is very difficult to find. We cannot define a huge area. What is the area? So what is it should demarcate proper space for the ambulance. It is evidence based that the place should be appropriate for the ambulance to park itself. The demarcation should be done keeping in mind easy accessibility for receiving the patients and enabling the ambulances to exit quickly. So adequate means what? That the space should be there for the parking of the ambulance, space should be there for the ambulance to come in, and space should be there for the ambulance to go out and to reverse and load the patient. So adequate and prominent signage should exist. Adequate means there should be signages which should be at the level of how the ambulance is going to make an entry, where is the signage for the parking of the ambulance, and where is the exit of the ambulance. So all this means adequate signage should be there. This should be again evidence based. Now, plan is tested. It's a disaster management. COP4D. The plan is tested at least twice a year. At least means the minimum frequency. The healthcare organization can do more than twice a year, and plan can be tested. Can now means you can either use a tabletop exercise, or you can use a checklist, or you can use a mock drill. You can use any such means of checking your disaster plan. So this is what it is done. The plan is tested at least twice a year, and this is the meaning of can. Now see the interpretation. Here we are given, this is the interpretation for in PRE for communication. Now if you see here, the interpretation is so clear. The change of shift and change of unit handover by doctors. 1 minute, I have just lost my slide. Yeah.
Sir, any issue, sir? We can see, sir.
Yeah, you can see. I could not see. Sometimes I must have pressed the wrong this thing. Okay, I've come back. The
Yes.
change of shift, and this is a during shift change. What information should be provided? The interpretation is given very clearly here. And the interpretation says you should consider the patient's current condition, the recent changes in condition, ongoing treatment, and possible changes or complications. So this is what should be there in the information that is being shared. Now, whatever technique you use, like S-bar technique, it can provide. It is not a must. It can provide a standard framework for handover, read back, multidisciplinary rounds, teach back, involving patients and families in the process of care, other modalities. So see how beautifully the interpretation has now given the complete interpretation of communication, handover communication during shift change. So this is what it means that the interpretation is made user friendly. Now we have introduced certain core objective elements in this standard for the first time. They are those objective elements which have to be in place to ensure that the quality of care and patient safety is not compromised. These are depicted by C, and the QNABH, the symbol which you see on the top, that has become the O part of it. That is the core objective element. And they are primarily based upon WHO patient safety solutions. There are 102 core objective elements which are represented by the symbol of core. We'll give an example. This is wrong patient, wrong procedure, wrong site. You can know the surgical services. Again, transfusion of blood, pre-anesthesia assessment results in formulation of an anesthesia plan. These are all safe activities. So these have become all core standards. Then there are certain levels. There are commitment level standards, there are achievement level standards, and there are excellence levels objective elements. Now, commitment level objective elements are those objective elements which have to be met in the final assessment. These comprise of 102 core objective elements plus another 459 commitment other objective elements. So this is commitment is 561 total objective elements which must be complied with in your final assessment. At the achievement level, there are another 60 objective elements which come for surveillance, and another 30 additional objective elements which come in for excellence during re-accreditation assessment system. So now we know that you have to progress from final assessment to surveillance to re-accreditation by meeting some additional requirements. Here are some achievement level standards. Like for the nursing services, you implement nursing clinical practice guidelines which reflect current standards of clinical practice. You also have regarding transfusion services, reactions are identified and analyzed for preventive and corrective actions, and organizations shall implement a quality assurance program of blood transfusion services. So this relates to blood transfusion, the COP 8, G, and H. These are achievement levels. In excellence levels, this is related to acuity-based staffing, and this acuity-based staffing is linked to patient outcomes in terms of numbers and competence. So your nursing personnel, this will come into your last phase, that your nursing personnel are allocated to patient based upon the acuity of care required by the patient, and this is for improvement of outcomes, which includes incidence of pressure sores, falls, medication administration, VAPs, and all these. In all these outcomes, since these outcomes can affect patient safety and quality of care, the number and competence of nurses have to be checked. Rest in this is included about detail about NABH and its structure, what is the scope, to which all it is applicable, and what is the purpose of these standards, and overview of the NABH accreditation process right from the initial assessment till final assessment till the action taken by the accreditation committee and recommendation of accreditation. Entire process is given here. The process of scoring has been described. The criteria for accreditation decision and maintenance of the same has been described. The summary of changes are huge, almost about 10-12 pages are there of summary of changes. The abbreviations which are being used, the glossary, defining various terminologies, and an index for easy reference have been included in the standards. Documentation, the phrase written guidance has been used. The written guidance has now become a predicate instead of the subject. Earlier it was subject was documented policies and procedures guide. Now it is saying that the policies and procedures are implemented based upon a written guidance. So the written guidance become a predicate because more emphasis on implementation. A section has been, total section been devoted to documentation, and that has been demonstrated by an asterisk mark. All annexures have been delinked. There are 32 indicators, of which you will know all the details tomorrow in the last session. There are 12 clinical, 6 infection control, 8 managerial, and 6 safety indicators. And there is a detailed guidance on capturing of medication errors. So what has been done? The focus is on feasibility without compromising on patient safety and quality of care. Language has been modified to emphasize implementation. We have tried to reduce, if not eliminate, ambiguity. Language has been made simpler, user-friendly, and UK type of English language. Try to minimize those objective elements which should be scored only as all or none. And cross linkages are provided so that whatever is there's a reference in one chapter, the same linkage is provided by other chapters, the same reference is required to be seen. Okay, so each objective element is linked with other objective elements. So in a nutshell, there are 10 chapters, 100 standards from earlier 105, 651 objective elements, out of which 102 are core, 60 achievement, and 30 excellence. And you can see the journey of NABH. In the first edition, there were 10 chapters, 100 standards, and 505 objective elements. In the second edition, it remained 100, but there were objective elements were increased to 514. In the third edition, the chapters remained 10. They became 102 standards with 636 objective elements. In the fourth edition, we had 10 standards, 105 10 chapters, 105 standards, and 683 objective elements. And in this present form, it has got same 10. We have come back to the first edition with 100 standards, but 651 objective elements. You can see the transition from 505 to 683 was increasing. Now it has been brought down to 651. That means only those have been retained which are implementable, achievable, and those which were ambiguous, they have been either merged or they have been replaced. These are the various chapters. What you see in the blue is what were present in the previous edition, and what you see in black is what is present in the present edition. So a total of patient-centric chapter standards are 61 as compared to 66, 405 objective elements as compared to 431, and amongst this, in these first 5 patient-centric chapters, out of the 102 core, there are 56 core, 37 achievement, and 14 are excellence. Similarly, organization-centric chapters, you have total of standards have remained the same, that is 39, although there have been increase in HRM from 10 to 13, but this has been compensated by decrease of 2 standards in patient safety and quality improvement and 1 standard in responsibilities of management. Similarly, the objective elements have been reduced from 252 to 246. In this, there are 46 core, 23 achievement, and 16 are excellence. So this is where we come to the end of my presentation of this. I'm sorry, I probably exceeded my time by a few minutes. The changes, all changes will be covered during the subsequent discussions, and the question and answer will be in the end. Kindly restrict your questions to clarification of your doubts. Suggestions for improvement should be mailed to the secretariat, because these suggestions will now be part and parcel of the next revised standards. So you can give your suggestion for improvement. However, if you have anything, please restrict your questions only to clarify your doubts. If you have additional knowledge, please share it, but then don't embarrass the speaker or embarrass yourself by getting answers only for clarification of doubts which have already been clarified during the session. Okay, so thank you all very much. Jai Hind, God bless you all. And now I will request the next presentation, that is Dr. Vikas, to please start the first chapter on AAC. I have handed over the control to you, Dr. Vikas.
Thank you, Air Marshal Dr. Pavan Kapoor, sir, for the overview of methodology of revision and the key changes. Next, I request Dr. Vikas Manchanda, sir, Associate Professor, HOD Microbiology, Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi, to present the first chapter of the 5th edition Hospital Accreditation Standards, that is Access, Assessment and Continuity of Care, AAC.
Not able to get the display.
So may I request you to stop sharing your screen, please?
I have stopped sharing my screen. No?
No, we can still see, sir.
I handed over the, okay, 1 minute. I will hand over again. I've already handed over to Dr. Vikas, and I will, okay, I will close this. Why I'm not able to stop sharing the screen? Okay. Now my screen sharing stopped.
I have stopped it. I have stopped.
Okay, I've stopped it now. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the journey of the NABH standards with the new chapter or the new edition for that matter, which is the 5th edition of NABH. I will be dealing with the first chapter, that is the
Vikas,
access
your voice is
assessment.
not very clear. Sorry, Dr. Vikas.
Yeah, just hold on.
There are lots of static also.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, better. But maybe a little louder will also help.
Okay. So I'm putting off my video just to have the better bandwidth for the presentation. Why I'm not getting my presentation now?
See your screen actually. Luxury hotel and resorts.
I'm not able to see my screen.
You can just open your presentation. We can see your mailbox.
Okay. Okay. Is it
Yes,
visible
we
now?
can.
Yeah.
Yes, visible.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah. So we will be going through the journey of what modifications have been done till now.
Vikas, sorry, the voice, lots of static, please. There's some not, I
Is
mean,
it
less
visible?
clarity.
Is it audible now?
No, yeah, better. Maybe you can just hold the mic, please, if possible.
Yeah, I'm holding it near my mouth now. So let us go to the chapter 1, the access, assessment and continuity of care, which is acronym as AAC. So this is a comparison between the 4th edition and the 5th edition, where in 4th edition we had the 14 standards and 96 objective elements. So standards number has been retained to the 14, however objective elements have been reduced by 5 to 91. So I'm restricting myself to what new changes have been made in various objective elements and standards. So first coming to AAC1, which defines and displays the healthcare services it provides. So here we see the need of community has been added. So that means the organization has to modify the scope of services and should take care of the local needs of the community wherever that organization lies. However, that does not mean that it precludes the organization from starting the new services which are based on its judgment. So AAC-B is about the each defined healthcare service should have diagnostic and treatment services which are with suitable qualified personnel who provides outpatient, inpatient and emergency care. So the word healthcare has been inserted, the treatment services has been inserted here, and then the organization shall ensure that each defined healthcare service has suitably qualified medical personnel who is there. So that means if you are, for example, having the high-risk pregnancy, so you need to have one pediatrician who can take care of neonatology, that could be part of it. And another that the basic consultants if you have, so that if they are just doing their OPDs, that may not come under the scope of services. Because the scope of services should include the outpatient services, the IPD services, and the emergency services. So organizations shall ensure that each defined healthcare service has suitably qualified to the needs of the personnel which are there. Then the said service shall have outpatient services and inpatient services and consultants to cover the emergencies. Similarly, the infrastructure should also commensurate with the services and shall be guided by the regulatory requirements, guidance from the professional bodies, wherever these guidance are available. AAC 1C, which was there in ROM actually in the older edition, the scope of healthcare services of each department has to be defined. So it's not only the organization, but within the organization, the departmental level scope of services can be defined. So, for example, we have a dialysis unit. So they may have the hemodialysis is there, the fistula is there, biopsies they are doing, shunts are being done. So those all need to be part of the scope of services. So all departments may not have the complete scope. So whatever scope of services they are providing this, that should be part of it. The scope of services could be by inclusion or exclusion in relation to the services practiced in the department. So it will depend on what resources in terms of infrastructure and human resource and the qualified personnel we have that will define the scope of services within the same department. Next is AAC 1D, where the organizations define healthcare services are prominently displayed. So the display of these scope of services or the healthcare services which are being provided. Yeah, so that are being provided should be prominently displayed, and the display has to be permanent, although the electronic displays can be there. Dissemination of the information can be supplemented by brochures and standees, but alone brochures and standees are not enough. And the displays has to be bilingual in nature, one based on the local state where the patients are coming, so the local language, and one in the English that has to be there. Then the second standard of AAC is that regarding the registration and the admission process. So it has to be now the organization uses a written guidance for registering and admitting the patients. So organization shall prepare a document detailing the mechanisms of registration and admission of the patients, and which should also include the unidentified patient. So if an unknown patient comes from say a roadside accident or where the credentials are not known, how the organization is going to register that patient, that should also be part of the this particular document which is being prepared and the process which is being followed. The organization could consider mechanisms to verify the identity of the patient during registration. So this has been added just to ensure that there is a continuity of care. So one patient who is having the multiple visits get some unique number which has been covered in a next objective element. So that unique ID number has to continue with the same patient. So that there is a linkage between the care which is being provided at that particular hospital to one patient. And the written guidance should be there to address all kinds of patients which are there, be it outpatient, daycare patient, inpatients, or the emergency patient. The AAC2B is about a unique identification number which is generated at the end of the process. So no changes have been made, only the grammatical language changes are there. Then AAC2C is patients are acceptable only if organization can provide the required services. So again, here it has been emphasized that only the patients who are there for which services are there has to be included. However, in case of exigencies and emergencies for the services which are not provided by the hospital, how that will be taken care of needs to be included in this particular objective element. AC2D is about the written guidance, also addresses the managing patients during non-availability of beds. So that non-availability could be that all hospital beds are full and you are getting the patients, specifically during the pandemic and the outbreak time, how to going to address that. This non-availability could be based on the category of beds which are there, or in the particular department. If it is not there, how you are going to manage shifting bed from the other department, that needs to be taken addressed in this particular objective element. AAC 2E is about the access of healthcare services in the organization, which can be prioritized according to the clinical needs of the patient. So be it outpatient, inpatient, emergency or diagnostic services. So suppose there is a patient who has been there in OPD and has certain dizziness or some kind of emergency requirement which is there. How you are going to identify such patient in outpatient department and address those needs. Similarly, if you have some vulnerable patients, so do you have a mechanism in place where these vulnerable patients may not have to wait for long for their diagnostic test, so it can be faster. So this particular objective element is being marked as achievement type of objective element. So it will be more important for implementation and assessment point of view during the surveillance assessment and during the reaccreditation process. Then the next standard, the AAC3, is there is an appropriate mechanism of transfer in and transfer out of patient or the referral of patients. So again, it is the word which has been done is done appropriately. So here the how the appropriately term has to be used has already been discussed by Dr. Pawan Kapoor in the previous lecture which we have with him. The AC3B is about transfer out and referral of patients to another facility. So this transfer out or referral could be the permanent transfer after discharge, or it could be for some diagnostic activity only. So the transfer should be done in a safe manner, which includes pre-transfer stabilization where appropriate, choosing the appropriate mode or the vehicle for transport, equipment and monitoring required during the transfer. So in case the organization is unable to meet some of the stated requirements, the reasons for the same needs to be documented in the policy which they are preparing. Next standard objective element is AC3C, which include that during transfer or referral, accompanying staff are appropriate to the clinical condition of the patient. So it emphasizes more on how you are going to shift a patient typically who has certain special needs or patient is unstable. So the staff accompanying shall at least be trained in trauma or even the technologist or the emergency technology or nurse who is being sent is trained in the basic or advanced cardiopulmonary resuscitation where appropriate. So the staff must have undergone such training. So if they are accompanying the unstable patient, admitted patient who is being transferred out or being shifted for diagnostic purposes. AC3D is another commitment level objective element where the organization gives the summary of patient condition and the treatment given. So if they are transferring out, the organization should give the transfer summary mentioning the significant finding and treatment which are there. So that helps the other organization where the patient is being transferred to take care of the special needs. So if there is some specific medical advice for certain exigencies which happen during the transfer or at that place where the transfer has been done, that can also be taken care of in this particular transfer summary. Then the fourth standard in AAC is patient cared by the organization undergoes an established initial assessment. So it is the same objective element as previously, except that the daycare admissions which are there are also being added. So the organization shall have a standardized format for initial assessment of patients in OPD, daycare, inpatients and emergency area. So here what has been further suggested is by the guidance notes is that you can have uniform format for initial assessment across the organization. You can have a uniform format across the department. If there are variability in the department, for example, in a multi-speciality hospital, so the needs for initial assessment may be different. So at least within the same department, the initial assessment format needs to be uniform. So that is the emphasis which has been given in this particular objective element. So AAC 4B is the initial assessment is performed by the qualified personnel. So wherever initial assessment has to be done, it has to be very clearly defined who is going to perform. So when the nursing staff is going to perform, and when where the doctor is going to perform, and in what kind of unit, what qualifications are required for these personnel who are doing the initial assessment, that needs to be taken care of. So care givers perform initial assessment within their scope of practice, registration and applicable laws and regulations. So that has been added now. Next is AAC 4C, where the initial assessment is performed within the time frame based on the needs of the patient. So here the organization shall define and document the time frame within which the initial assessment has to be completed concerning the daycare, inpatient and emergency. So the time frame can be again uniform across the organization for all the patients, or it may vary from the type of patient, from daycare to inpatient to emergency, and same has to be implemented whatever has been defined by the organization. In the case of inpatients, the time frame shall be from the time the patient arrives at the ward until the initial assessment is completed. So here the time frame for the initial assessment has been further guided upon, and the maximum time within which the initial assessment has to be completed in inpatient has been suggested to be 24 hours as done previously as well. AAC 4D, that is initial assessment of the daycare patient. So daycare word has been added into this particular objective element. Rest of the element is the same. AAC 4E. So here this objective element deals with the documented care plan. So here it has now been qualified for the initial assessment, at least for the inpatients, which is there. The care plan shall be documented, and the elements of the care plan has also been emphasized that it should include at least provisional diagnosis or differential diagnosis, relevant diagnostic investigations when required, initial treatment suggested, and specific instructions if any. And the care plan needs to reflect the desired results of the treatment, care or services. Next objective element, the AAC 4F has no change, and then is the 4G, which is an excellence level objective element, that the care plan includes the identification of the special needs regarding care following discharge. So there are certain special group of patients like extreme of ages, restricted mobility, continuing care or rehab needs may be there. So that the organization is able to identify such patients and can advise accordingly during the discharge process. So that is the excellence level AAC 4G standard. Next standard is the AAC 5. Patients cared for by organization undergo regular reassessment. So this standard deals with the reassessment process which is within the organization. So 5A deals with the patients are reassessed at appropriate levels to determine their response to treatment and to plan further treatment or discharge. So here the treatment which is there has to be the option which has been added is apart from treating doctor or a doctor from a treating team. So from the same unit, the senior resident, if the qualified doctor is there, that person can also determine or do the reassessment for that particular patient. So caregivers perform reassessment within their scope of practice, registration and applicable laws and regulations. Right? So that needs to be taken care of. Who all are supposed to do the reassessment specifically in ICU setting or in say cardiac emergency which is there. So that needs to be as per registration, applicable laws and regulation. AC 5B deals with the outpatients are informed about next follow-up where appropriate. So it has been emphasized that the follow-up due date or period needs to be there in the OP sheets. So OP consultation sheets or the medical record should contain this particular information. AC 5C is regarding the inpatients during reassessment. The care plan is monitored, modified wherever necessary. So there has to be a sequential chain of events which generally happens when we are treating patient. So how the initial treatment plan has been modified based on the condition of the patient, that should be explicitly visible through the patient records. So the care plan shall be a dynamic and modified where necessary according to the patient condition by the treating doctor or a doctor member of the treating team. The change in the care plan is documented in the medical record. Different sections of the medical record such as progress notes, doctor notes and medication charts could show evidence of change in the care plan. So whatever care plan has been modified, the implementation of that should be reflected to rest of the orders and the charts. Next objective element is the commitment level AC5E element, where the emphasis has been put on the guidelines and implementation process to identify early warning signs of change or deterioration of clinical conditions. So the staff who is monitoring that particular patient, so they should be well aware of the early warning signs and they should be able to inform the treating team, the doctors, about these warning signs as and when they appear. Further, it's not only the treating team but also the patient or patient family needs to be informed about the early warning signs. That has been emphasized under this particular objective element. Next standard, the sixth standard, is regarding the lab services. So in ASC 6A, there is no major change except it has been explicitly qualified now that the lab services needs to commensurate with the services which are being provided in that particular organization. Example here which has been given is that suppose the hospital caters to the cardiac emergencies and cardiac care. So cardiac enzymes should be available round the clock in that particular laboratory. So, so that the emphasis now is that the patient care is not disrupted due to lack of laboratory services or possibility of lab services. 6B standard objective element is about emphasis being laid down that the lab process has to be such that it prevents cross-contamination. So that particular line has been added. In 6C, which deals with the infrastructure part of the laboratory services, so human resource has been added here. So that has to be adequate and as per the scope of services. So that human resource word is added, and it has been emphasized here that reports should not get delayed due to lack of adequate human resource, including the personnel who authorize the reports. So if you have the emergency lab which is running, there has to be an authorization given to the competent people as per law to authorize and release those reports during the emergency hours. 6D is about who all can write who all can supervise and sign those reports. So the qualified and trained personnel perform and supervise the investigations and report the results. So statutory requirements regarding authorized signatory shall have to be adhered to. 6E is regarding how the samples are being collected, stored, transported, and final disposal takes off. So starting from the requisition of test to the final disposal of specimen, the written guidance is required. The organization also has to document how and when the requisition of that particular test has to be done. So although there is a separate objective element to look into that there is no wasteful usage or misusage of resources is done for unnecessary lab tests. So that has to be taken care of. This particular objective elements also addresses how long one can keep the sample after being tested. So there has to be enough time to be for which it has to be stored appropriately if there is any retest which is there warranted by the lab or by the treating physician. 6F has no change, only grammatical errors have been corrected and it addresses with the defined turnaround time of various tests which is there. 6G is regarding the critical results, and here the explanation has been improved grammatically. So the critical results are intimated to the person concerned at the earliest. So here it has now been defined that that particular critical report must be communicated to the concerned person to the maximum of 1 hour duration. So that is has now been given under the guidance notes. Critical results of outsourced investigations are also included in this. So the organization has to also address, even if they have outsourced a certain set of investigation, they have to ensure that the critical results are appropriately being informed to the treating team. Lab in charge identifies suitable person to report critical results. The critical result shall be communicated to the person concerned from the treating team, be it treating doctor or member of the team or the ward nurse at the earliest, but not later than 1 hour of completion of test or report being ready. The intimation includes the name of the patient, so what minimum record one should keep has also been there in the guidance notes. So the intimation includes the name of the patient, unique patient ID, date and time of the sample collection, test name, result, measure unit, and reference range, and operator identity of who has communicated the value, the identity of the recipient, readback, and date and time of acknowledgement. So all components of good communication has been now part of this particular guidance note. The intimation shall be documented, and that in case we are using electronic health system, the system generated critical result reporting can supplement the physical reporting of critical result, but the onus lies on the organization to ensure that whatever critical result has been generated, action has been taken care of promptly, and that has been recorded somewhere. The rest of the standards 6H, I, and J have no major changes as far as lab is concerned. 7th is regarding lab quality assurance program. So lab quality assurance program is implemented. So that has been put in here, and it has also been shown, it has also been written that there has to be a feedback mechanism which has to be in place from various stakeholders to evaluate lab services at least once in a year. So minimum frequency is also now being added for laboratory feedback from the other stakeholders. 7th B is regarding the verification and validation methods. So explanation of verification and validation has been improvised here. So it also addresses the test which is already validated and is there in the commercial market, and how the lot to lot variation, if it happens, how one should go about testing and verifying that the new lot which they are inducting into the system is working as good as the previous batch. Similarly, the validation of in-house methods also has been briefly touched upon under the guidance notes. Next objective element is that the program ensures the quality of test results. So ensuring the quality of test results include performing internal quality controls to ensure precision and repeatability. It also includes inter-lab comparisons like external quality assurance, or proficiency testing. So ISO 15189 2012 can be used as a good reference. So this particular objective element addresses the quality of the test results. Next objective element is the program include periodic calibration and maintenance of the equipment. So here it has now been modified that the frequency of calibration and maintenance shall be guided by the equipment manufacturer or professional body's recommendations. So blanket or blindly 6 month or yearly or some other frequency for calibration can be avoided now. 7th E has no change and is self-explanatory. 7F is regarding the clinico-pathological meeting. So what is more important is that there has to be minimum schedule of these clinico-pathological meeting. So predefined interval for core rating of histopathology report needs to be there. Next standard, the 8th standard is about the lab safety program. So that it is now explicitly there that lab safety program is implemented. The safety of the workforce as well as equipment both needs to be addressed under this lab safety program. The manual has to be there, lab safety manual has to be there, which was there also earlier, but it should now have the component like material safety data sheet as a part of that particular manual. AC 8B has no change, so it's about the aligning the lab safety program to the organization safety program. AC 8C deals with the lab personnel training. So here all the lab staff undergoes training regarding safe practices in the laboratory as well as in the relevant MSDS. The training needs identification must be made commensurate with the job description of the staff. So here the emphasis is that whosoever is dealing with the hazardous chemical in particular facility, at least those chemicals they should be well versed with. And if there is a shifting duty with the other areas, so that also they need to know of. AC 8D deals with the lab personnel are provided with appropriate safety measures. So this deals with that they have the access to the personal protective equipment, dressing materials, disinfectants, and fire extinguisher and every such safety devices, and they are trained to use such devices. That is part of this particular objective elements. Here it is also that they need to adhere to the standard precautions and all lab staff must be appropriately immunized based on the area where they are working on. AC 9 standard is on the imaging services. AC 9A is about the scope and legal requirements, so no changes there. 9B is as per the scope of the HCO, so that also required, there is no change in that. AC 9C is about the infrastructure requirements of the imaging. So here the human resource component has been added apart from the equipment. AC 9D again is the same, so no changes there. AC 9E is patients are transported in safe and timely manner to and from the imaging services. So here, because that is one of the most common type of transportation which happens to and from the hospital. So this the guidance notes have been modified to include that the organization shall ensure the safety precautions that need to be adhered to for transporting or while transporting these patients. The system should be in place to ensure that the conduct of imaging test is not delayed due to transportation and to and from the imaging services. So it also deals with how the organization has to address how the transfer of unstable patient will take place. So at one end, you need to take care of how the unstable patient has to be transported safely. At the other hand, you have to ensure that all results are or the testing is done in a timely manner to avoid undue delay and in the imaging and the services thereupon, treatment services thereupon. AC9F here it is about the imaging results are available within the time frame. So here the defined time frames would be different for different types of tests. So we can have the different turnaround times based on the nature of the test, modality of the technique which is utilized for doing that particular test, criticality of that test, and the urgency of the test which is required by the treating doctor. AC9G also deals with the critical results. So here what is more important is that the organization shall define and document the critical result which requires immediate attention for patient management as it was done for the lab services. However, organization should be able to identify certain specific cases where this critical results can be there as per scope of services. For example, the ectopic pregnancy, if it is being identified during the routine ultrasound or through certain complication, immediately the concerned OBG personnel, the doctor needs to be informed. The critical result must be obtained for each modality of imaging. So it has to be there for the separate modalities which are there, and it can be also needs to be addressed because radiologists may not be available round the clock. So how the criticality or the critical result intimation will be addressed during the emergency hours, that also needs to be addressed. The critical result shall be communicated to the person from the treating team or doctors or member of the treating team or nurse at the earliest. So the same way as it was done for the laboratory services, that has to be done within a defined time frame to a designated individual, and the documentation of the same should be kept in the records. And similarly, this document which is being generated for the laboratory services or imaging services regarding the intimation of critical results, that needs to be monitored and so that the improvement can be in subsequent period of time. So AC9H, the word hospital has been changed to the organization. 9J has no change, I has no change, and then we move to AC 10A, the quality assurance program of imaging services. Again, the word implemented has been inserted here in the objective element. The quality assurance program should be comprehensive program addressing equipment, protocols, surveillance, and safety, and should also meet the statutory requirements which are there. Then B deals with the quality assurance programs include tests of imaging equipment. So quality assurance program should have the components which have been put under the guidance note, that some examples have been given. So the testing of imaging equipment include congruence of optical and radiation field, focal spot size, field homogeneity, output consistency, leakage rate, and so on. So depending on the modality which has for which the quality assurance program has is being implemented. So based on the equipment, the parameters needs to be defined and implemented for the monitoring purpose. Safety equipment shall undergo testing as stated in 11E. So that is the cross reference which is there, as was also highlighted by Dr. Kapoor in his previous talk, that suitable cross references to the related objective elements is provided there. AC 10C deals with the quality assurance program which includes the reviewing of the imaging protocols. The review of the imaging protocols ensure optimum image quality with minimum possible dosage of patients. The imaging protocol should be in accordance with the guidelines given by professional bodies or accredited literature and where guidelines. So here it means that uh, the the testing which has to be performed in terms of image quality, the output has to be monitored and should be part of the quality assurance program. Then D deals with the suitability of choosing the suitability of the imaging modality for particular patient. So investigation orders are screened before performing of the imaging or intervention procedure to ensure that an appropriate investigation for clinical condition is there. So that is based on the best practice guidelines and patient safety. Otherwise, alternate investigations are offered in consultation with the treating doctor. So there has to be some mechanism wherein person who is initiating the imaging investigation or procedure has a kind of screening is there. It is being checked that the prescription for that particular imaging modality commensurate with the clinical condition or not. For example, if the patient has been diagnosed or suspected to have a breast abscess because of fever and there is a breast lump, so here mammography may not be an appropriate modality for investigation. So such screening program for suitability of imaging investigation needs to be in place according to this particular objective element. So the organization could maintain a record to capture instances wherein the requested imaging test was modified after consultation. It could perform internal audit to effectiveness of system and discuss the same in a clinico-radiological meetings. So that this particular objective element is under the achievement category. So it is more important for surveillance as well as during reaccreditation program of that particular organization. Next objective element AAC 10E is again an achievement level objective element which addresses with the internal and external peer review of imaging results. So it provide guidance regarding how the peer review can be performed and to what quantum of images or the procedures needs the peer review. So it is clearly mentioned that however a minimum it is left to the organization that quantum may be defined. However, minimum of 1% of output of those procedures need to be peer reviewed. And it is further emphasized that it has to be done through a blinding technique. So that means suppose there are 2 or 3 radiologists in the same department. So one person is reporting a certain set of imaging procedures. So the other person who is competent enough in that particular same procedure can again re-report them and record them without knowing the results of the first 2. So it's like a peer review process, and then they can have certain subcategories where they can have like a major deviation, minor deviation. So that is to be addressed upon. Then there is a scoring scale which can be used, like which is available as a RAD tier, which can be there. So discrepancy meetings within the radiological department can be there. So that needs to be addressed upon. AAC 10F deals with the program addresses the clinico-radiological meeting as it was done for the clinico-pathological meeting. So again, there has to be a minimum frequency which needs to be defined where these meetings can be held and the output and improvement can be recorded. AC 10G has been, there is a guidelines from professional bodies have been added to the calibration and maintenance of the equipment as done for the laboratory part of it. AC 10H is about the corrective and preventive action of the program. There is no change in that particular thing. Next is AC 11 standard, where there is a safety program for imaging services. So here the first objective element is AC1, that the radiation safety program is implemented. So word implemented has been inserted here. The program shall be in consonance with the guidelines as laid down by AERB. So the implementation should be based on the as low as reasonably achievable ALERA principles, where we need to be very, very sure that what level and how much exposure is to be given, radiological exposure can be there. So the practice of having daily checks X-ray for all patients on ventilator in CT or ventilation in ICU is not the probably appropriate policy. So what needs to be emphasized is the minimum radiation. So specifically, all patients who are admitted with pneumonia in pediatric are being subjected to chest X-ray. So again, it is not required as per guidelines. So this particular objective element emphasizes that rational use of radiological exposure or minimum exposure has to be there. So this is followed by AC 11B, which has no change, that the program is aligned with the organization safety program. AC 11C is there. Patients are appropriately screened for safety risk before imaging. So again, it's like the pregnancy, if the patient is pregnant, so that history has to be there and they are to be provided with the protected devices. Patient being subjected to MRI should be screened for magnetic substances. So that screening just should not be verbal, but it should be documented. So that the help from the checklist kind of tools can be taken to ensure that the screening is appropriate and complete. AC 11D, there is about the usage of the appropriate radiation safety and monitoring devices. So we are here talking of thermoluminescent dosimeter or TLD batches. So it is again emphasizing that the staff directly working with radiation sources shall possess and use these TLD batches. AC 11E deals with that these TLD batches should be properly monitored and the records should be documented, and the reissuance of TLD batches has to be done as per the laid down guidelines. 11F deals with the imaging and ancillary personnel training. Here, the inclusiveness of all kinds of staff who are working in imaging department have been included. 11G is that again, its imaging signage is prominently displayed in all appropriate locations. The word is inserted. 12th standard is about continuity and multidisciplinary nature of patient care. So the AC12A objective element, it states that during all phase of care, there is a qualified individual identified as responsible for patient care. So for all patient cared by the organization, there is a qualified doctor as per law is responsible for the care. Although a team may provide care, the hospital record should identify a doctor as being responsible for patient care. AC12B is about the coordination of care which for all. So patient care is coordinated in all care settings within the organization. So the word patient care has been qualified here. AC12C is information about patient care and response to treatment is shared among medical, nursing and other care staff. So it's like improve communication between the team to improve patient care. So information sharing could be done through entries either in case sheets or through electronic medical records. The patient's records is available to the authorized care providers to facilitate exchange of information. So that's more important if we have the cross-specialty referral for the same patient. Other modalities of sharing of information are team meetings and grand rounds. 12D, AAC 12D deals with the standardized handover communication during each staff shift, between shifts, and during transfer between the units. So change of shift and change of unit handover by doctors, nurses, and other staff involved in direct patient care should be standardized and documented. Information shared should consist of patient's current condition, recent changes in condition, ongoing treatment, and possible changes or complications. So this is all, this particular objective element is all about the handover, and this has already been again explained by Dr. Pavan Kapoor in previous talk about the SPAR and how the enhanced communication or proper way of communication can take place. So guidance has helped to improve the communication and handover process during the care delivery. AC 12E is about the patient transfer within the organization. So the word safely has been inserted with the transported. So patient is transported safely from one unit to another within the organization. 12F is regarding the referral of patient to other department specialties following a written guidance. So how the referral has to be performed from one department to another, that has to be through certain written guidance that is emphasized under this particular objective element. So the referral note should mention the reason for the referral, and all referrals shall be seen within the defined time frame. The time frame which is there can be different based on the urgency of the referral. The organization has written guidance for referrals of patient to other department or specialties. So that need to be there, and there need to be a mechanism that once the referral is done, it is being taken care of within a defined time frame. 12G deals with the predictability of the service delivery. So how much time does it take for a discharge process to happen? How much time is the waiting time, say in OPD or for laboratory services or radiological services? That needs to be addressed. So that the organization ensures predictable service delivery by adhering to defined timelines and informs the patient, family, or caregivers whenever there is a change in schedule. So further, the organization should also inform the caregiver to ensure that the effectiveness of care is not compromised. So whatever is the predictable service delivery model which has been implemented, the patients or the other stakeholders needs to be well informed, and there has to be monitoring mechanism to ensure that if there is any deviation from that particular timeline is there, how it can be, those deviations can be minimized. So this particular objective element was under achievement. Now 12H, the AAC 12H is the objective element as a excellence objective element. So here the organization has a mechanism in place to monitor whether an adequate clinical intervention has taken place in response to a critical value alert. So response to the clinical value which has been given by the laboratory and the imaging services, how promptly the orders have been issued and the action has been taken, that needs to be monitored. It was there earlier, but now it has been made as a separate objective element. So next standard is about the discharge process. So wordings are modified in the standard itself as a word and established has been inserted. 13A element has not been changed. This deals with the patient discharge process is planned in consultation with the patient and family. 13B element has been again modified to include the coordination process. More emphasis has been given to the coordination among the various departments and agencies which are involved within the particular organization. And if there is a medical legal case, how promptly they are being informed upon, or the whatever policy is there in the organization has been adhered to. 13C deals with the written guidance governs the discharge process. So the documentation of discharge process is now being emphasized, so that that particular process, whichever is been defined by the organization, is being trained. The training happens on it, and the adherence can be made much easier. The written guidance could address the reasons of leaving against the medical advice. So emphasis on the documentation in terms of the patients who are leaving the organization against medical advice, or the reasons, so that the reasons can be documented and minimized for betterment of the patient care. So that has been included under this particular objective element. 13D, the objective element and interpretation has been modified. So a discharge summary is given to all patients leaving the organization, including patients leaving against medical advice. The wording has been modified. Objective element 13E, it's a new objective element at the achievement level, that the organization adheres to the planned discharge. So there is at least the activity of discharge process starts within 24 hours. So the patient is prepared, the organization, the stakeholders are prepared for the working on the discharge process. So unplanned discharge processes needs to be minimized. That's the intent of this particular objective element. The AAC 13F objective element, it is under excellence, which says that the organization conforms to the defined time frame of discharge and make continual improvement. So written guidance governs the discharge of the patient leaving against a medical advice. The treating doctor should explain the consequences of this action to patient attendant. The written guidance could be addressed, could address the reasons of leaving against the medical advice. So that should be part of the excellence, under excellence of this particular objective element. 14A is again a part of the 14th standard is about the content of discharge summary. So here the word which has been inserted is that the discharge process can be signed by treating doctor or doctor from a member of treating team. So that is there. 14B is the name of the treating doctor has to be inserted within the discharge summary, which is there. 14C is the same objective element, although interpretation has been bit modified here. In terms of the discharge summary, shall have the above details which are now part of the objective element. So same is with the 14D and 14F. The discharge summary incorporates instructions about when and how to obtain urgent care. So here the discharge summary should contain the advice. So that language has been modified on when to obtain or when to seek urgent care. This information shall be specific to the patient diagnosis, because the post-discharge complication can vary from disease to disease, and patient condition and age group, patient diagnosis and clinical condition at the time of discharge. So for example, development of fever, bleeding, discharge at the operative site is totally different from a patient who has been discharged after medical management. So there have been 4 deletions which have happened under AAC. In fact, 1G and 2G which have been deleted are now implied under HRM. 4F has moved to COP, and 10C deleted as clinical radiological meetings have been introduced. So technically speaking, there is a rearrangement of the intent of various objective elements which is there. So just to warm up and summarize, there were 14 standards with 91 objective elements, out of which 5 are the core objective elements, 11 are the achievement level objective elements, and 5 are excellence level objective elements. So core objective elements are 2B, 4A, 5A, 9A, and 12D. I conclude with this particular slide at this moment. Shall we take questions or shift to the next speaker?
Thank you, Dr. Vikas. We have lots of questions, but I think we can take them a little later, right?
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow in the end, when all of us will join in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas Manchanda, sir, for the insights into AAC chapter. Next, I invite Dr. Vimal Kumar Govindan, sir, Professor of Surgery, PSG Hospital, Coimbatore, to take us through the changes which have been included in the second chapter, that is the care of patients, in our latest 5th edition of Hospital Accreditation Standards.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible. Right. So let's get started straight away. Let me introduce myself. I'm Vimal Kumar from PSG Hospitals and PSG Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. It's a medical college hospital, and I'm basically a surgeon. Right. I have been given the task of discussing the second chapter, care of patients. When I got this, I realized that I'm having the biggest share of the pie, considering that 20 of the 100 chapters, 20 of the 100 standards are there in this chapter, and more than 140 objective elements out of the 650 odd are in this chapter. So I knew I had my work cut out, so I did a lot of reading. Right. Now let's see what happened between 4th and 5th edition. 4th edition had 22 chapters and 151 objective elements. The 5th edition has been reduced a little bit with 20 chapters and 142 objective elements. Essentially, what has happened is the chapter number 10 in 4th edition, that's the standard number 10 in the 4th edition on vulnerable patients, and the standard on restraints, that's number 17, have been combined in the 5th edition, and we have done away with the standard on research activities, which will be covered mainly in ROM and PRE.
So are you sharing your screen, please?
Yes, I am.
No, we cannot see that. Yes, now we can, sir. Now we can.
You can. Okay.
Now it
Right.
is visible.
Right. So that's the summary of changes between 4th and 5th edition. Right. So let's move on to the first.
Can you restart the, I mean, briefly, just the few slides, because I think this is the first slide we can see.
Right. Okay. So let's. So this is the. I was saying that we have a lot of standards and objective elements to cover in this chapter, and went on to the difference between the 4th and the 5th edition. Spoke about the standard number 10 and 17 being combined and doing away with the standard on research in the 5th edition. So we have right now 142 objective elements and 20 standards. So these are the changes. We start with the first standard. Uniform care is uniform care to patients is provided in all areas of the organization and is guided by written guidance. Now that's the change in this particular standard and the applicable laws and regulations. So the first objective element is this: uniform care is provided following written guidance, and the interpretation here is that it covers all the areas of the organization. And COP 1B, which is at the core level, it has a uniform process for identification of patients, and at a minimum uses 2 identifiers, one of which has to be the unique hospital ID. The other is the name, could be the name or whatever, but generally hospitals have the practice of using a name tag with both the name and the unique hospital ID. COP 1C is at commitment level, where both the objective element and the interpretation have been modified slightly. Care shall be provided in consonance with applicable laws and regulations. Now, what are these laws and regulations? Basically, Clinical Establishment Act, PCP, NDT, MTP, and some of the examples are like providing first aid in an emergency, taking consent before surgery, police intimation in an MLC. So these are covered by the applicable laws and regulations. And COP 1D, which is at achievement level, the organization adapts evidence-based and clinical practice guidelines and or clinical protocols to guide uniform patient care. Okay, and I will explain what clinical practice guidelines are after the next objective element. And the next objective element is at excellence level. It says clinical care pathways are developed consistently, follow across all settings of the care, and reviewed periodically. Now, what are the differences between clinical practice guidelines and clinical pathways? The guidelines are based upon evidence, extensive analysis, and a discussion among the experts in the field to establish best practices. Now, pathways are basically the operational tools for executing these guidelines, and also the practices based upon local practice. It creates a consistent workflow for care delivery, and it's usually shaped by interdisciplinary teams. So that's the difference between clinical pathways and clinical guidelines. COP 1F, care delivery is uniform for a given clinical condition when similar care is provided in more than one setting. So it means that a patient with a similar clinical condition, wherever he is admitted, the special ward or in the general ward, will receive the same care, apart from the facilities provided might be different, but the care provided by the healthcare delivery team would be similar. And that applies to outpatients and other categories of the wards as well. And care delivery shall be applicable irrespective of the setting and category of the ward, whether the patient is paying or non-paying, and or is supported from a government or private insurance scheme or not. For example, the decision to offer any form of intervention or medication, frequency of consultant visit, nature of support care, decision to discharge, that is not influenced by the class or category of the patient, but it is decided by the clinical needs of the patient. So this outpatient area. COP 1G is at excellence level. Multidisciplinary and multi-speciality care, where appropriate, is planned based on best clinical practices, clinical practice guidelines, and delivered in a uniform manner across the organization. So this is a new objective element. And COP 1H is at the commitment level, where both the objective element and the interpretation have been modified. This is actually what was there in the 4th edition in IMS chapter, IMS 1D. Now that has been imported into COP 1. Telemedicine is provided safely and securely based on written guidance. Now the written guidance has to be in consonance with prevailing laws and guidelines. There has in fact been a recent guideline issued by the Ministry of Health basically from the Medical Council of India on telemedicine practice guidelines. I think it was issued in March this year after the problems we had with the pandemic. Now, the written guidance should include protection of the patient's identity and confidentiality. Limitations of information and communication technologies should be explicitly addressed and should have a mechanism for data storage and retrieval. The organization should have an MOU for its telemedicine services if it is using an outside service. Right. So that was about the first standard. We'll now move on to the second standard. Emergency. This is on emergency services, and the standard has been worded slightly differently. Emergency services are provided in accordance with written guidance, applicable laws, and regulations. Okay, so COP2A is at commitment level. There has been a change in both the objective element and interpretation. There shall be an identified area in the organization which is easily accessible to receive and manage emergency patients with adequate and appropriate resources. Now, that is the addition. The identified area should have signage and directions in an understandable manner leading to the emergency area. Now, this has been added in the interpretation. And here there is some clarity on what the resources are. Emergency services should have the adequate and appropriate equipment and human resources to receive and initiate care of emergency patients. So what are the equipment? Basic resuscitation equipment, equipment for monitoring vital parameters, appropriate consumables, and life-saving and emergency care drugs. These should be available at all times. And the personnel operating the emergency area, both the doctors and the nurses, should be privileged to work in this area and have access to ongoing training. COP2B is a new objective element at achievement level. It deals with it deals with overcrowding in the emergency department. Prevention of patient overcrowding is planned, and crowd management measures are implemented. COP2C is a core objective element. Emergency care is provided in consonance with statutory requirements and in accordance with written guidance. Now, the written guidance should include guidelines, care, as well as management of specific conditions such as poisoning, the common conditions that you will come across in emergency medicine department. You should have guidelines which will specify how these conditions are managed. It should address provision of care. Then in emergency, if in case the emergency services are out of the scope of the organization, or the organization does not have facilities for appropriate emergency care of a given clinical condition, at a minimum, such patients shall be provided with first aid before transferring them to another center. So in case the hospital does not have an emergency medicine department, it should at a minimum provide first aid before transferring these patients to another center. And processes should be in place to ensure patient safety. COP2D, again at commitment level, the organization manages medical legal cases in accordance with statutory requirements. The care provided, especially the documentation and intimation to appropriate authorities, shall be in accordance with statutory requirements. Now, this is the change in the interpretation. COP2E at commitment level, initiation of appropriate care is guided by a system of triage. Now, triage shall be done by somebody who's qualified to do. There should be a written guidance based on evidence and sound clinical practices, which will tell us how the triage should be done. And the other change is that the triage has to be done routinely and not from the perspective of managing a large number of patients during a disaster. So triage has to be a routine practice in emergency medicine department. And the criteria could be different for adults and children, and for trauma and non-trauma patients. And if several patients are waiting to be triaged, a visual triage assessment may be conducted. So these are the changes in the interpretation. COP2F is at commitment level. Patients waiting in the emergency area are reassessed appropriate for changes in status. Now, a patient who is waiting may worsen or improve, and one has to monitor for early identification of any changes and for initiating modification of care. COP2G is at commitment level. This has been slightly modified. Admission and discharge to home or transfer to another organization is documented. In the last edition, what was written was self-explanatory. Now this has been written quite in detail in this edition. Okay, now the organization shall maintain documentation if a patient who came to emergency was sent home after providing initial care. Now this applies to patients who are sent home from the emergency department. If they are admitted, then this doesn't apply at all. After providing initial care, was admitted in an emergency for a short stay and then discharged or transferred to another organization. The staff should have a clear understanding of the scope of activities of the organization and the procedure of referral and transfer to another appropriate center, and where patients who cannot be cared for in-house after administering the due first aid and emergency care. So this deals with the patients who will be discharged from emergency care, and the documentation has to be done appropriately. COP2H is at commitment level. The change here is that apart from discharge, you could also have a transfer note, and the transfer note or the discharge note should contain salient clinical findings, investigations done, treatment given, and the condition of discharge and transfer. Okay, so this is COP2H. And COP2I is at achievement level. This is with regard to quality assurance program. This was there in the previous edition as well. The written guidance for quality assurance could be developed individually, or it could be part of the organization's overall quality improvement program. So it is not necessary to have a separate quality assurance program documented for emergency medicine department. It could be as part of the organization's overall quality improvement program. Now, what does this quality assurance program contain? It should contain all aspects of the functioning of the department. The data on key performance indicators should be collected, like including care outcomes as part of its quality improvement program. An example of care outcome measure is return to the emergency department for the same complaint. And these indicators should be reviewed. They should be root cause analysis and corrective and preventive action documented for any variation. And these collected data is for the sustenance of the quality assurance program. COP2J has been changed both in the objective element and interpretation. It is at commitment level. The organization has systems in place for management of patients found dead on arrival and patients who die within a few minutes of arrival. Now, that has been the change to add some clarity. And there should be a written guidance for managing situations. That's another change. And the written guidance should conform to the local relevant laws. The written guidance, in case of a patient found dead on arrival or brought in dead to the emergency department, should address the following: maintaining the documentation, the decision regarding the issue of medical certificate of cause of death. In case of death of a patient within a few minutes after arrival or after a failed attempt at resuscitation, the written guidance should address these. A was already there. The decision on whether to perform a post-mortem, the temporary storage of the body in appropriate conditions, and issue of medical certificate of cause of death and handing over the body. So these are some of the changes in this objective element. Okay. So with that, we have finished emergency, and now we shall move on to the standard pertaining to ambulance services. Ambulance services ensure safe patient transportation with appropriate care. COP3A is at commitment level. It's a new objective element. The organization has access to ambulance services commensurate with the scope of services provided by it. Commensurate to its scope of services, the organization may provide in-house or use outsourced ambulance service for safe patient transport with appropriate care. Now, this should be based on National Ambulance Code AS 125. Briefly about this National Ambulance Code, this has become mandatory for all ambulances manufactured on or after April 1st, 2018, and it classifies the ambulances into 4 types. Type B is the patient transport vehicle, and Type C is the basic life support ambulance, and Type D is advanced life support ambulance. COP 3B, it's a commitment level. That was the old COP 3A. Some minor changes in the objective element. It deals with adequate access and space for the ambulances. The changes in the interpretation are that the demarcation shall be done, and adequate and prominent signage should exist to guide the ambulance drivers to the ambulance entry and route to the emergency department. And it's preferable to the ambulance that the organization has an ambulance parking bay. COP3C is at commitment level. The ambulance is fit for purpose and is appropriately equipped. The vehicle used as an ambulance shall adhere to the statutory requirement. Registration as an ambulance under the Motor Vehicle Act, valid fitness certificate, pollution control certificate, and insurance of the vehicle. Now, it is expected that any ambulance shall have basic life support equipment for both adult and pediatric patients. Based on the organization's scope, additional equipment, example, monitoring and resuscitating equipment, may be available in the ambulance. Now, this is again as per the National Ambulance Code. It specifies the equipment and the design of the ambulance. COP3D, some minor changes in the objective element. Ambulance is operated by trained personnel. The ambulance should be operated by a driver with a valid license. And apart from the driver, the technician, nurse, and/or the doctor may be there depending upon the situation and the scope of the ambulance. Personnel in the ambulance shall have training in basic life support and be trained in basic cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It's mandatory that the staff in the ambulance should be trained in basic cardiopulmonary resuscitation. COP3E at commitment level again, the ambulance is checked daily. The check shall indicate the functioning status of the ambulance, like lights, siren, beacon lights, etc. Also, the ambulance shall undergo servicing as per the set schedule. And the important thing is the ambulance should have adequate fuel at all times. COP3F at commitment level, equipment is checked daily using a checklist. The checks shall indicate the functioning status of the equipment based on a documented checklist. So there has to be evidence of checking of the equipment. COP3G, a mechanism is in place to ensure that emergency medications are available in the ambulance. Emergency medications are available in the ambulance during patient transport. Based on a checklist, a daily check is done to ensure availability, and the expiry dates of emergency medications are documented. After the return from every trip, medications used should be topped up, and the same should be verified and documented. The usual practice is that the emergency medications are kept either in the emergency department or somewhere close by, and the when the ambulance is in use, this bag is taken into the ambulance. COP3I is an objective element at achievement level. This deals with communication with the patient and patient's the communication with the ambulance services when the patient is being transported to the hospital. From the time of first communication with the patient and patient's attended, a file is created to record appropriate information. Now, supposing you get information from another hospital that a patient is being shifted, or if a patient is being brought from home, a file has to be created to record appropriate information. And when a patient is being shifted from another hospital, attempts are made to find out what the treatment has been given for the patient at the referring organization. Now, this information is used by the ambulance personnel of the receiving organization to be better prepared to assess, initiate emergency care and interventions during transit and transport the patient safely. Now, during transit, the organization, the information will help the doctor to suggest interventions for the patient if it is required. And the other changes are that the doctor of the receiving organization to communicate with the doctor within the ambulance for making appropriate suggestions, but the doctor within the ambulance will be responsible for the care and interventions during transit, and he makes the ultimate decision. COP3H, there's been no change. The ambulance has a proper communication system. It's the same as. Okay, now COP4, organization plans and implements mechanisms for the care of patients during community emergencies, epidemics, and disasters. COP4A, some changes in the objective element and the interpretation. The organization identifies potential community emergencies, epidemics, and community emergencies, epidemics, and other disasters likely to cause a sudden rush of victims. And some examples are earthquake, flood, a major accident, an outbreak of disease or epidemics. Now, these shall be identified based on the geographical location and the community served by the organization. For example, an organization in an industrial town should identify the industrial hazard that may occur in its vicinity. COP4B, the organization manages community emergencies, epidemics, and other disasters as per a documented plan. Now, what is this the disaster plan? This has been explained in the 4th edition, and the changes are that it should include adequacy of medical supplies, equipment, materials, and trained personnel, establishment of a command nucleus, mock drills, etc. during the event, and the emergency room could follow a triage policy according to the National Disaster Management Authority guidelines. Now, it should also include aspects like activating and deactivating the plan, receive, identify, and triage casualties, defined areas for reception and treatment for casualties, transportation aids, communication aids, manage visitors and control the movement of individuals and vehicles, relocate and discharge admitted patients wherever needed. The plan should conform to the relevant local laws and national plans and disaster management. And again, the reference is NDMA guidelines. COP4C, provision is made for availability of medical supplies, equipment, and materials during such emergencies. The interpretation has been modified. The number of resources, that is medical consumables, equipment, etc., to be commensurate with the expected workload. And COP4D, the plan is tested twice a year. Okay, testing twice a year is only the minimum frequency, and this may be increased. In case the organization has different plans for different disasters, each of the plans shall be tested at least twice a year. The plan can be tested using a tabletop exercise. I'll explain in the next slide what a tabletop exercise is, or a mock drill. At a minimum, at least one mock drill should be held once in 12 months. This shall test awareness. In the case of a mock drill, simulated patients, not real patients, should be used. And after every tabletop exercise or a mock drill, there should be a debriefing. The variations should be discussed, and the corrective preventive actions should be implemented. Now, what is a tabletop exercise? These are discussion-based sessions where the members meet, something like a classroom, and scenarios are given. The members will discuss their roles during that particular emergency and what their responses would be, and the whole thing has to be guided by a facilitator, at the end of which, again, like a mock drill, the variations are discussed and the plan is put in place. What is important is that you are allowed to do a tabletop drill, but then at least one exercise during the year should be a mock drill. Okay, so that was the standard on disaster management. So we'll now move on to the standard on cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation services are provided uniformly across the organization. And COP5A is at commitment level. Resuscitation services are available to patients at all times. And what is the interpretation? The organization shall document the procedure for cardiopulmonary resuscitation for adults across all areas. This shall be in consonance with the various guidelines, and it has to be implemented in all areas of the organization. The protocols should be displayed in areas such as the emergency department, ICU, OT, and the wards where cardiopulmonary resuscitation might take place. COP5B is at commitment level. During cardiopulmonary resuscitation, assigned roles and responsibilities are complied with. Now, this is a new objective element. The team members, the various team members, should have a clear understanding as to what their roles and responsibilities are during a cardiopulmonary resuscitation, so that they can function effectively as a team. COP5C, this is a new objective element at commitment level. Equipment and medications for use during cardiopulmonary resuscitation are available in various areas of the organization. At a minimum, emergency medications and equipment should be available in all patient care areas, including the blood bank, radiology, OPD, rehab, endoscopy, and in areas where any procedures are performed. So the bare minimum that's required is emergency medications and equipment for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. A defibrillator should be easily accessible to ensure that there is no delay in CPR. So the defibrillator should be somewhere nearby, if not at the site itself. And it is preferable that the emergency medication should be standardized across the organization. This was addressed in MOM in the last edition. It's mentioned clearly over here that the minimum emergency medication should be standardized across the organization. And COP5B, the interpretation has been slightly modified. It talks about the human resources and recording during the event, and it has to be done in the right sequence, the time at which the code was initiated, the time at which the various personnel arrived, etc. COP5E is at commitment level. A multidisciplinary committee does a post-event analysis of cardiopulmonary resuscitations. And COP5F, again, it was the old COP5E at commitment level. The interpretation has been slightly modified. The findings of the post-event analysis are communicated to the personnel participating in the CPR. So there has to be a feedback to the personnel who had conducted the CPR if there was any variation from the protocol. And any lapses should be discussed with a view to improve the outcomes in future. So that's the change in the interpretation. COP6 is a standard on nursing care. Nursing care is provided to patients in the organization in consonance with clinical protocols. And nursing care is provided in accordance with written guidance. That's COP6A. Slight modification in the objective element and interpretation. The written guidance could be in the form of a nursing manual or SOPs incorporating the various basic nursing practices and procedures. Examples of these are monitoring vital parameters, administration of medications, basic hygiene needs of the patients, etc. COP6B is a new objective element at achievement level. The organization develops and implements the clinical practice guidelines reflecting current standards of practice. The care of patients shall be guided based on best clinical practices, and clinical care guidelines and pathways shall be reviewed annually at the minimum and revised as appropriate. So the nursing clinical care pathways should be reviewed annually and revised if required. Example, prevention of fall, pressure ulcers in an inpatient, and deep vein thrombosis risk assessment and prevention. COP6C is at commitment level. Assignment of patient care is done as per good clinical and nursing practice guidelines. Now the assignment shall be based on the patient's clinical requirements, the competence of the nursing staff, and shall align with the guidelines laid down by the regulatory and professional bodies in this regard. Now we do have a nursing advisory on what the assignment of nurses should be. 6D is at excellence level. The organization implements equity-based staffing to improve patient outcomes. Now what is equity-based staffing? The organization assignment shall be based on the patient's clinical requirements and the competence of the nursing staff, and shall align with the guidelines laid down by the regulatory and professional bodies in this regard. Now, equity is a measurement of the intensity of nursing care that's required for a patient and the complexity. So therefore, the assignment of nurses should be based on nursing equity and not merely on the number of patients for them to work. COP6E is a core objective element. The interpretation has been slightly modified. Nursing care is aligned and integrated with overall patient care. Care shall be provided as per the nursing care, which is individualized as per the clinical needs of the patient. Wherever a patient care plan has been developed, the nursing care plan should be aligned with the same. Uniformity and continuity of care should be practiced. And what are the components of nursing care plan? Assessment, plan of care, implementation of care, evaluation, modification of plan of care as required. Now these have been clarified in this edition. 6F is at commitment level. The interpretation has been modified a little bit. The documentation includes all nursing related activities and not just monitoring of vitals and documentation of medication administration. The nursing progress shall be documented in a timely manner for the individual patient. COP6G is at commitment level. Nurses are provided with appropriate equipment for providing safe and efficient nursing care. There shall be an adequate number of stigma manometers, thermometers, etc., and other basic equipment gadgets necessary for functioning in the designated area. Now, for example, the BP cuffs in the pediatric area should be of the appropriate size, which can be used on children. So this has been clarified. This was probably implied in the previous edition, but this has been made very clear in this edition. Now, COP6H is at commitment level. Nurses are empowered to make patient care decisions within their scope of practice. Now, this is the objective element with regard to nursing empowerment. The organization should define what decisions come under the scope of nursing practice, and nurses should be aware of the same and be able to make appropriate nursing related decisions in a timely manner. So there has to be a culture in the organization for nursing empowerment. It should define what comes under nursing empowerment. The nurses should be trained on that and be able to make appropriate nursing related decisions. So that is nursing empowerment. Okay, so with that, we have finished the standard on nursing care. And the next standard is on clinical procedures. Clinical procedures are performed in a safe manner. And 7A is a new objective element at commitment level. Procedures are performed based on the clinical needs of the patient. Now, the decision to perform a procedure should be in consonance with standard treatment guidelines. A qualified medical practitioner decides if the procedure is indicated. When multiple procedure options exist, the decision should be based on which option is likely to provide the best yield or outcome, and also taking into consideration the patient's wishes and safety. So the organization could conduct a clinical audit of various procedures to achieve the best possible outcomes. So basically, the doctor has to decide if the procedure is indicated, and if the procedure is indicated, which of the options is likely to be the best for the patient, taking into consideration what the outcome would be, what the patient's wishes are, and above all, patient safety. COP7B is at commitment level with some modification of the objective element and interpretation. Performance of various clinical procedures is based on written guidance. Now, the written guidance is a broad guideline applicable to all procedures. Now, what are these procedures? Diagnostic, therapeutic, and supportive procedures. And it shall incorporate all the details as to what the indications for the procedure are, who will do the procedure, the pre-procedure instructions, and how the procedure is conducted, and the post-procedure instructions and care where applicable. And it's preferable that a brief assessment is done prior to performing the procedure, which has to be, of course, documented. COP7C is the old COP7B at commitment level. The personnel performing or assisting should be privileged for the same. And 7D is a core objective element with some modification of the objective element and the interpretation. Care is taken to prevent adverse events like wrong patient, wrong procedure, and wrong site. The organization shall use a documented checklist to prevent adverse events like a wrong patient, wrong procedure, and wrong site. This checklist could be based on the WHO Safe Surgery Saves Lives checklist or a modification. And at least 2 identifiers should be used to identify the patient, out of which one shall be the unique identification number, the UHID. And the organization should also have a process to identify the site of the procedure where appropriate. So the responsibility for ensuring the correct site, including the site where applicable, the patient, procedure, etc., rests with all the team members. However, the person performing the procedure carries the ultimate responsibility. Now, in case the procedure is being performed by a person in training, the supervising clinician carries the ultimate responsibility. And how do we identify the site? All attempts to identify the correct site should be according to the laid down guidance, although it may not be possible or appropriate to complete all the checks. Any exceptions to the full protocol should be documented in the medical record, and patient and relatives should be involved in ensuring correct patient, correct procedure, and correct site wherever possible. COP7E is regarding the consent. The consent has to be taken by the person performing the procedure or a doctor from the treating team. Now, this is the change. And in case the procedure is being done by a person in training, It shall specify the same and shall be supervised by the treating doctor. More of it will be discussed when we discuss the standard on surgical procedures. COP 7F, the procedure is done adhering to standard precautions. Now, what are the standard precautions? Hand hygiene, appropriate use of protective, personal protective equipment, cleaning and disinfection of equipment, needle stick and sharps injury prevention, etc. And appropriate preparation of body parts and the use of disinfected or sterilized instruments is ensured. So these would be the standard precautions for doing the clinical procedure. Now 7G, there's been a modification of the interpretation. The extent and duration of monitoring may be tailored to the need based on the complexity of the procedure and the comorbidities of the patient. So the organization can define the time period depending upon the complexity of the procedure and the condition of the patient. A patient who has severe comorbidities will probably need to be monitored for a longer period. Similarly, a patient undergoing a complex procedure will have to be monitored for a longer period. So the extent and duration can be tailored and can be defined by the organization. And 7H is the same as in the last edition. There's been no change. Procedures are documented accurately in the patient's record. So everything that's been done has to be documented. So that was the standard on clinical procedures. We'll now move on to the next standard on transfusion, blood transfusion. Transfusion services are provided as per the services of the organization safely. And the first objective element is at commitment level. It's a new one. Scope of transfusion services is commensurate with the services provided by the organization. So the organization should have blood and blood components available from either an in-house or an outsourced registered blood bank. In case the organization uses an outsourced blood bank service, it should have an MOU and ensure that patient care does not suffer for want of blood and blood components. And it should also ensure that the blood shall be transported from the external blood bank safely and properly. A good reference guide is the NABH standards for blood banks that spells out clearly as to how this could be done. COP 8B is at core level. There's been a modification of objective element and interpretation. Transfusion of blood and blood components should be done safely. It's managed with a written guidance, and where appropriate, the rate of transfusion, safe storage, etc. should be there in the written guidance. COP 8C is at commitment level. Blood and blood components are used rationally. There is rational usage of blood and blood components. It should be governed by written guidance, which will address the indications for the use of blood and blood components, and it should be based on the standard practice guidelines, sound clinical practices brought out by national and international professional organizations. COP 8D is regarding the informed consent for transfusion of blood and blood components. Now, the change here is that the consent should also be for anticipated blood transfusion, not just for the transfusion that you are actually going to do. In case you are planning to take a patient for surgery and you are anticipating blood transfusion, which you might or might not, the consent has to be taken. In case of repeated transfusion, is the same as in the last edition. The hospital can define the validity of the consent period, the period of the consent. The consent should include risks. Now, what are those risks? Including those of the transfusion-related infections, in spite of the best possible screening to ensure infection-free blood and blood components. So this is the small addition to the interpretation. COP 8F is at commitment level. Blood and blood components are available for emergency situations within a defined time frame, and the organization shall define and document as to what the time frame is. It should develop procedures to ensure the availability of blood and blood components. It should define the time frame, as I said, in the emergency situation. And use in the emergency includes both for actual and anticipated need. The objective element is applicable even if the hospital does not have an in-house blood bank facility. COP 8G is at achievement level. The organization shall participate in the hemovigilance program of India. Now, this is a program to ensure safe transfusion practices. This is the new objective element at COP 8H. The organization shall implement a quality assurance program. So, like we discussed, the quality assurance program of the emergency department, it can be either individual or can be part of the organization's overall quality improvement program, and it should involve all aspects of the functioning of the blood bank. Should collect data on key performance indicators as part of its QIP. An example of process measure is wastage of blood and blood products, and an example of outcome measure is transfusion reactions. The collected data should be collated, analyzed, and used for further improvements, and the improvement should be monitored for sustenance. An informed consent with regard to the fact that it should include patient and family education and donation is the same as which was there in the 4th edition. So there's been no change in this particular objective element. So that is the standard on blood bank. We'll now move on to the standard on intensive care unit and high dependency units. So organization provides care in intensive care and high dependency units in a systematic manner. 9A is at commitment level. Care of patients in intensive care and high dependency units is provided based on written guidance. The written guidance should be based on standard treatment guidelines, sound clinical practices. At a minimum, this should address all the objective elements of this standard, and where appropriate, the organization can adapt care bundles. The defined admission and discharge criteria for intensive care and high dependency units are implemented. This is COP 9B at commitment level. Should develop criteria for admission, transfer in, discharge, transfer out of patients to ICU and high dependency unit based on physiological parameters and or diagnostic parameters, and adhere to the same. The organization should have a mechanism for against medical advice discharge from these units, and a good starting point could be the various international and national critical care guidelines, and the staff should be trained to apply these criteria. 9C, statutory requirements wherever applicable should be adhered to. The organization is expected to follow standard treatment guidelines. Staff working in ICU and HDU shall be competent based on qualification and or training. A good reference guide is the Indian Nursing Council recommendations for staff nurses. COP 9D is a new objective element at excellence level. The organization endeavors to upgrade its infrastructure to meet national and international guidelines. So whatever the national and international guidelines state about the infrastructure, the organization has to make an attempt to meet those expectations. Now, this is an objective element at achievement level regarding the quality assurance program. The written quality assurance program could be developed individually, or it could be part of the organization's overall quality improvement program. And like we saw in the blood bank and emergency department, various indicators should be captured. There should be a root cause analysis and cap of the variations. The program should be in consonance with standard treatment guidelines. It should monitor care outcomes, risk-adjusted standardized mortality rate, infection rates, readmission rates, etc. And all these could be obtained from international and national guidelines on critical care and quality assurance. COP 9H is at commitment level. The organization has a mechanism to counsel patient and or family periodically. Counseling has to be done by the doctor of the treating team at periodic intervals, and the bare minimum is once a day. and also when there is a significant change in the condition of the patient. A significant events since the last counseling session, expected outcomes and queries related to the changing condition of the patient should be addressed during this counseling process. There are no changes to COP 9E and COP 9F. So that was the standard on ICU. So we'll now move on to the standard on obstetric care. Organization provides safe obstetric care. Obstetric services are organized and provided. This should be based on a written guidance, which again is based on standard treatment guidelines or sound clinical practices. And what are the changes in interpretation? An explanation has been added that antenatal, perinatal, and postnatal guidelines should be there, and the organization shall define and state in its written guidance whether care for high-risk obstetric cases is provided or not. So this should be explicit in the written guidance for obstetric care. And the organization shall define as to what constitutes a high-risk obstetric care based on in consonance with clinical practices, and the care of the newborns is in accordance with COP 11B, which we will discuss. The organization identifies and provides care to high-risk obstetric cases, and where needed refers them to another appropriate center. So let me just go to the interpretation straight away. Antenatal examination should guide the identification of high-risk cases. High-risk cases have more frequent antenatal checkups, and in case care of high-risk cases is not in the scope of the organization's services, there should be a proactive referral to the appropriate organization. And if the organization is caring for high-risk obstetric cases, it should have trained workforce and facilities to take care of such mothers and neonates. So there has to be an NICU, and the staff in both doctors and nurses should be trained. So COP 10C is the old COP 11C, slight modification in the interpretation. This is regarding the competency of the doctors and the nursing staff. The competency shall be based on qualification and or experience and or training. So it's not necessary that a qualification has, apart from the qualification, you could also include experience and training as far as high-risk obstetric care is concerned. Now, antenatal COP 10D, antenatal services are provided. Written guidance governs antenatal services. Written guidance shall at a minimum include assessment, immunization, diet counseling, and frequency of visits, and an antenatal card has to be issued for such patients. COP 10F deals with perinatal and postnatal monitoring. The change in the interpretation is that at a minimum, this shall include monitoring of fetal heart rate during labor, progression of labor, and postnatal monitoring for postpartum hemorrhage. So this has been included in the interpretation. And COP 10G is at commitment level. It shall have, this is regarding the staff, including competent pediatrician, neonatologist, and nurses based on qualification and training. There's been no change as far as COP 10E is concerned. This is regarding maternal nutritional assessment. Okay, so that is about obstetric care. COP 11 is with regard to pediatric services. 11A, pediatric services are organized and provided. It should be based on standard treatment guidelines. There should be a written guidance to govern the organization and safe delivery of safe pediatric care. It should define the scope of pediatric services. Now, the scope can include various subspecialties and special clinics like well baby clinics, different levels of NICUs, pediatric intensive care unit, etc. COP 11B, neonatal care is in consonance with national and international guidelines and or international guidelines. Written guidance based on standard treatment guidelines govern the delivery of neonatal care. These should be in consonance with guidelines laid down by the national and international bodies. And the hospital shall actively promote breastfeeding practice, which was there in the previous edition as well. 11C, some modification in the interpretation. Doctors and nursing staff shall have age-specific competency. This competency shall be based on qualification and or experience and or training. Age-specific competency basically means your communication skills to deal with, say, toddlers, children, and adolescents. It will vary as you deal with toddlers, children, or adolescents. So you must have the necessary communication skills and soft skills. COP 11E is the old COP 12F. Some modification in the interpretation. The growth, developmental, and immunization assessment is performed using appropriate tools. Preferably, these tools are validated and documented. The growth charts and immunization records are maintained and updated as applicable. 11F, organization has measures in place to prevent child and neonate abduction and abuse. Written guidance shall direct the organization regarding child abduction prevention and abuse. The defined process shall be tested at predefined intervals, unlike the cardiopulmonary resuscitation and mass casualty mock drills. You could have a tabletop exercise, and staff are trained in prevention and rapid response. Staff is aware of how to handle and escalate child abuse if there are any instances of child abuse. So the plan has to be tested either through a tabletop exercise or a mock drill. 11G, the interpretation has been modified. The education, that is the family members' education on nutrition, immunization, and safe parenting. The education should be in the language that the patient understands. So if there is some material in English, it should also be in the local language. This could be done using education material. The education on nutrition should address the importance of breastfeeding, weaning, and various aspects of malnutrition that includes protein, energy malnutrition, and childhood obesity. No change as far as COP 11D is concerned. So that was the standard on pediatric care. We'll now move on to the standard on procedural sedation. What used to be called moderate sedation is now worded as procedural sedation in this edition. COP 12A, some modification. Procedural sedation is administered in a consistent manner, which basically means that there has to be a written guidance, which again is based on standard treatment guidelines. It should include identification of procedures where this is required, the mechanism for writing the orders, the pre-procedure assessment, monitoring during and after the procedure, and the discharge and transfer out criteria after the procedure from the area where the procedure was done. So COP 12B, some minor modification. The informed consent shall be taken by the person administering the sedation or a doctor member of the team administering the sedation. 12D, again, there has been a modification. The person responsible for monitoring the patient should be trained in the detection of abnormalities of the patient, of the monitoring parameters, and also be able to recognize apnea and airway obstruction. So the person who's monitoring should be appropriately trained. And the monitoring parameters should be documented. COP 12F, the extent and duration of monitoring may be tailored to the need based on the complexity of the procedure and the comorbidities of the patient, like we had in clinical procedures. So the duration of monitoring can vary according to the complexity of the procedure and the comorbidities of the patient. You could use a checklist to see the level of the sedation, whether it's mild, moderate, or. And COP 12G, criteria shall be developed and documented by the organization in consonance with physiological parameters and sound clinical practices. The same is documented. COP12H deals with the equipment and workforce. So there's been some clarity on what the equipment should be. The room where procedural sedation is administered shall have equipment for emergency resuscitation, suction, advanced airway equipment, positive pressure ventilation, and supplemental oxygen in working order. And as far as the workforce is concerned, a person who's trained to resuscitate shall be available in the organization so that he can rush to the area as and when needed. He need not be present within the room itself, but he should be available within the premises and he should be able to rush to that area as quickly as possible. There's no change as far as COP12C is concerned. So that is about procedural sedation. COP13 deals with anesthesia services. Anesthesia services are provided in a consistent and safe manner. Again, what is meant by consistent manner? There should be a written guidance based on standard treatment guidelines, and it should be across the organization. COP13B, some change in the modification. This is regarding pre-anesthesia assessment. It can be done even before the patient is admitted for elective procedure. In fact, it could be done up to 30 days in advance, not necessarily the day before the surgery. So pre-anesthesia assessment could be done up to 30 days in advance. And 13C deals with pre-induction assessment. This is performed and documented. The pre-induction assessment shall be done by an anesthesiologist. This is done just prior to shifting the patient to the theater, and any changes should be documented separately. In case of an emergency, the pre-anesthesia assessment and the pre-induction assessment could be done simultaneously, but the documentation has to be done separately. COP13D is with regard to the informed consent. The informed consent has to be separate from the surgery consent, and again it has to be taken by the anesthesiologist or a member of his team who is administering the anesthesia. COP13E, some change in the interpretation. The parameters stated in the objective element should be monitored. That is the parameters with regard to monitoring during the procedure. That should be documented in the case record, and the anesthesiologist should be present throughout the procedure. COP13H, the documentation should have the name of the anesthesiologist, the procedure, and should have the date and time and signature, and the author of the entry should be identified. 13J, this is with regard to intraoperative adverse anesthesia events. These are events which are happening after the administration of anesthesia. This is at achievement level. Intraoperative adverse anesthesia events are documented and monitored to take corrective and preventive action. The various intraoperative adverse events will have to be first defined, and there should be a mechanism to monitor every case that's undergoing anesthesia, whether these intraoperative adverse events have taken place or not. For example, cardiac arrest, failure of anesthesia gas, a slip of the endotracheal tube, air embolism. You could develop your own list of intraoperative adverse anesthesia events. No changes as far as COP13F, 13G, and 13I are concerned. So that was about anesthesia. We'll now move on to surgery. Surgical services are provided in a consistent and safe manner. So what do we mean by consistent and safe manner? Written guidance should be there based on standard treatment guidelines, and that should govern the provision of surgical services. COP14B, some modification in the objective element and interpretation. Such surgical patients have a preoperative assessment, documented preoperative diagnosis that should be documented, and preoperative instructions before the surgery. So there should be evidence of the preoperative diagnosis and preoperative instructions on the case record. Patients undergoing surgery are assessed preoperatively A preoperative diagnosis is made and preoperative instructions documented. The relevant preoperative instructions are provided to all concerned, including patient and family. This shall apply to all elective cases and wherever possible to emergency cases also. And it shall be done by the operating surgeon or a doctor member of the operating team. Okay, now COP 14C is with regard to the informed consent. A lot of it will be covered when PRE chapter is taken, but let's just go through a little bit that's there in the interpretation. Informed consent has to be obtained by the surgeon before the procedure. Please note that before has been highlighted over here. The consent shall be taken by the operating surgeon or a doctor member of the operating team in case a new and or an additional procedure that was not planned or for which an explicit consent had not been taken before the surgery, a fresh consent needs to be taken. An additional procedure may be performed without consent only if it is necessary to save the life or preserve the health of the patient. So if there is a change in the procedure, preserve the health of the patient. Otherwise, a fresh consent has to be taken, and the procedure has to be done after the consent has been taken. COP 14D, care is taken to prevent adverse events like wrong site, wrong patient, and wrong surgery. There should be a written guidance which will for preventing adverse events like wrong site, wrong patient, wrong surgery. The organization should be able to demonstrate methods to prevent these events. The commonest is the WHO Safe Surgery Checklist. And this is regarding marking the surgical site. The mark should be visible in the procedural field when draping is complete. So after the draping is complete, the mark should be visible. So if there is a patient undergoing mastectomy, the mark should be visible after the patient has been draped on the breast. At a minimum, procedures that involve laterality, that is not midline procedures, and multiple structures must be marked. So if in case the site marking has not been done for whatever reason, that should be justified and that should be documented. COP 14E, an operative note is documented before transferring the patient from recovery. So the operation notes has to be filled in before the patient is shifted out of recovery, either by the surgeon or by the doctor member of the team. If it is documented by somebody other than the chief operating surgeon, that should be countersigned by the chief surgeon. And at a minimum, it should include the surgery performed, name of the surgeons, name of the anesthesiologist, salient steps of the procedure, and the key intraoperative findings. COP 14F is regarding postoperative care, and it should address as required advice on IV fluids, medication, care of the wound, nursing care, and observe. Plan should be documented by the operating surgeon and or member of the operating team. So there should be clear post-operative care instructions. 14H, the objective element and the interpretation have been modified slightly. Appropriate equipment, instruments, and supplies are available in the operating theater. It should have facilities for pre-op holding, changing rooms. Instruments shall be in a working condition, should have a mechanism to verify the same, and what is required in the theater could be obtained through a feedback from the surgeons and anesthesiologists as per their requirement. The appropriate instruments could be supplied. And 14I is with regard to quality assurance program. Like the other quality assurance program, it can be either a separate one or it could be part of the organization's overall quality improvement program. The organization shall monitor care-related patient-related nerve injuries, perioperative events, including surgical site infections, deep venous thrombosis, etc. This is at achievement level. Quality assurance program also include aspects like preoperative preparation, antibiotic prophylaxis, adherence to set procedures to prevent adverse events. Okay, COP 14J is at achievement level. Surveillance activities shall include the daily monitoring of humidity, pressure differential and temperature. This has to be done daily, and 6 monthly monitoring of the integrity of the filters. Also the efficacy of OT cleaning, and for air conditioning, one may refer to the guidelines issued by NABH. There is no change as far as COP 14G is concerned. So that was about surgical services. COP 15 is with regard to organ transplant. The organ transplant program is carried out safely. It shall be in consonance with legal requirements and shall be conducted ethically, and shall adhere to the requirements of the Transplantation of Human Organs Act. Now this has been made explicit in the interpretation, and this is a core objective element. Organization also ensures that the relevant medical professionals have been permitted by the appropriate authorities to participate in the organ transplant program. It shall have a designated transplant coordinator, and the organization shall ensure that the requisite reports are submitted to the appropriate authorities as per the defined time frames. There are certain reports that have to be submitted once the hospital has been recognized for organ transplant, and these have to be submitted to the authorities as per the defined time frames. COP 15B, some change in the objective element and interpretation. Care of the patient, transplant patients, is guided by clinical practice guidelines. Now, written guidance, there should be written guidance based on standard treatment guidelines. Sound clinical practices govern the care of transplant patients, which include indication for transplant, recipient fitness, donor fitness, education and consent process, organ recovery, and ensuring organ compatibility. Now, it is preferable that care paths are developed to manage such patients. And dietitian, rehab services, psychologist, and or medical social worker and infection control specialist should be in place, and also ensures availability of other resources such as consumables, pharmaceutical supplies, and other diagnostic requirements specifically required for transplant. So these are the changes in the interpretation. Not much change in COP 15C, and no change in COP 15D with regard to creating awareness of organ donation, even if the hospital is not taking part in an organ transplant program. So that was the standard on organ transplant. COP 16 is basically a combination of what was the standard on vulnerable patients, COP 10, and the standard on restraints, COP 17, in the 4th edition. The organization identifies and manages vulnerable patients. So the change in the interpretation is that written guidance for identification and management of vulnerable patients is developed in consonance with statutory requirements and other guidelines. Now it should include who a vulnerable patient is. That's been described over here. And the guidance shall state who is responsible for identifying these patients. There should be risk management strategies for these patients, and patients should be monitored at least twice a day. The guidance should also include how informed consent is obtained from a vulnerable patient and from the family or legal representative of a patient incapable of making an independent decision. More of it will be discussed when PRE 4D is discussed, and care is organized and delivered in accordance with the written guidance. COP 16B, some change in the interpretation of the providing a safe and secure environment for vulnerable patients. For example, fall prevention measures, ramps with railings for differently abled, grab bars in patient washrooms, and care of differently abled patients. So all these should be provided. COP 16C is at, now there are 3 objective elements at core level. The first one is the organization identifies and manages patients who are at risk of fall. The organization identifies and manages who are at risk of developing and worsening of pressure ulcers. Organization identifies and manages patients who are at risk of developing deep vein thrombosis. So there are validated tools for identifying these patients. There should be a written guidance as to how these patients are identified. There should be a written guidance on how these patients are managed. So all these will probably appear in the nursing manual. COP 16F, the organization identifies and manages patients who need restraints. Now the entire standard on restraints, what used to be COP 17 has been condensed into one objective element, that's COP 16F. So the interpretation is pretty exhaustive. Restraints include physical and chemical constraints, restraints. Written guidance is used to identify patients who need restraints and provide care to them. The written guidance shall incorporate the suggested situations where restraints could be used. It shall also specify as to who can authorize the use of its restraints, the frequency of monitoring these patients, and validity of restraint orders. The need for restraints is regularly reassessed, and the least invasive restraint is selected if required. The rationale for using restraints is explained to the patient, to the family, and consent is obtained where appropriate, as directed by statutory requirements. Now, these patients are monitored more frequently. When restraints are used, the following shall be documented in the medical record: the reason for using restraints and the time frame during which restraints were used. So all these will have to appear in the medical record. So that was the standard on care of patients at higher risk of morbidity and mortality, mainly vulnerable and patients with restraint. So COP 17 is the old COP 18 regarding pain management. 17A, some minor modifications. Patients in pain are effectively managed, and that should be based on a written guidance. 17B, patients are screened for pain. Patients entering the hospital shall be screened for pain. So that means every patient who has to be screened for pain, even in the outpatient department. Pain shall be considered as the fifth vital sign, and screening could be done by just incorporating a yes or no question for pain. It can be as simple as that. And patients with pain undergo detailed assessment and periodic reassessment. The interpretation is the same as what it was in the old in the fourth edition, but some sentences have been rearranged. 17D, pain alleviation measures or medications are initiated and titrated according to the patient's need and response. So based on the assessment, medications are duly titrated. In case the hospital does not have facilities for further pain management, it could refer such patients to centers specializing in pain management. So the patient, if the hospital is not able to take care of the patient's pain management requirements, then the patient should be referred to another organization where such facilities exist. So that was the standard on pain management. COP 18 is with regard to rehabilitation services. Rehabilitation services are provided to the patient in a safe, collaborative, and consistent manner. The scope of the rehabilitation services at a minimum should be commensurate to the services provided by the organization. Let me explain what this is meant. Now, in case the organization is providing neurological services, it should have a neuro rehab service. In case the organization does not have facility for advanced rehabilitation, it should refer its patient to a center with a relevant facility. But the organization should ensure the availability of basic rehabilitation services, and it should be commensurate with its scope of the services. Rehabilitation services are provided in a consistent manner. This is a new objective element at commitment level. Care providers collaboratively plan rehabilitation services. Care providers include treating doctor, rehab therapist, and other. There are adequate space and equipment in the rehabilitation area. Space and equipment shall be as per the scope of rehabilitation services. This could be based on guidance from the professional bodies and documented literature. And COP 18E, not much change in the interpretation. The assessments can be done using relevant functional assessment scales, and this shall be done by a qualified individual. So the person has to be qualified, the person who is documenting the functional assessment and reassessment. Care is provided adhering to infection control and safety practices. Staff providing rehabilitation must adhere to infection control practices and safety guidelines defined by the organization. For example, safe practices include if a patient is if hot wax is being used on the patient, then no burns should be there on the patient. And a new objective element at excellence level, care pathways are developed, implemented, and reviewed periodically. So that was the standard on rehabilitation services. The next is on nutritional therapy. Nutritional therapy is provided to patients consistently and collaboratively. Patients are screened for nutritional risk. Now, nutritional screening can be done by the caregiver, either the nurse or the doctor. Besides clinical assessment, nutritional screening could be done using a validated tool. And there are various validated tools such as NRS Malnutrition Screening Tool 2002, Mini Nutritional Assessment Short Form, Malnutrition Universal Screening Tool, and Simple 2-Part tool. Whatever the tool is, it has to be a validated tool. The 19B deals with nutritional assessment, is done for patients at risk during nutritional screening. A dietitian shall do a nutritional assessment. That is what the interpretation says. A dietitian shall do a nutritional assessment for all patients found at risk during nutritional screening. It is preferable that nutritional assessment is done using a validated tool. The assessment shall include at a minimum planning, preparation, and distribution of diet to the patient. The therapeutic diet is planned and provided collaboratively. The nutritional assessment should result in the formulation of a therapeutic diet. The dietitian shall ensure that this is planned in consultation with the treating doctor. After taking into consideration the patient's food allergies, food habits, likes and dislikes, and the process ensures that the patient receives food as per the diet order. Now, this is the important bit that has been added. 19D is an extension of what I just said. Patients receive food according to the written order on the for the diet. Patients receive food according to their clinical needs. Written order could be either normal or therapeutic diet. Order shall be written in a uniform location in the medical record. Normal diet is provided to patients who are found to be at no risk during nutritional screening. In case of a therapeutic diet, dietitian shall prepare this in the form of a diet sheet and patients shall receive food accordingly. Examples of therapeutic diets include diabetic diet, high protein diet, parental nutrition, etc. And when family provides food, they are educated on the patient's diet limitations. The dietitian or the nurse shall ensure that education is done during planning, and when family provides food, the dietitian shall monitor compliance to the prescribed diet. This is to ensure the diet is given as per the order. Right, so we come to the last standard, which is on end-of-life care. The modification, I think, is the hyphen between end and off and life. End-of-life care is provided in a compassionate and considerate manner. End-of-life care is provided in a consistent manner, so that means there has to be a written guidance for end-of-life care, and that has to be based on good practices and also in accordance with the law of the land. A multi-professional approach is used to provide end-of-life care. This should include all the healthcare personnel who are involved in the care of this patient, doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, pharmacists, whoever, and should preferably be headed by somebody who's trained in palliative medicine, but then that's not a must. COP 20C, end-of-life care is in consonance with legal requirements. Decisions like do not resuscitate, do not intubate, allow natural death, etc. shall be only as per the statutory laws and within the guidelines framed by the legal system. And 20D, end-of-life care, is also addresses the unique needs of the patient and family, if there are any needs such as spiritual needs, etc., etc. And no change as far as 20E is concerned. So with that, we have finished standard 20 and the chapter on COP. These are the deletions. Most of the objective elements which were there in fourth edition regarding staff training have been moved to HRM chapter. Some of the objective elements have been merged. Some have been moved to ROM, and COP 10 and COP 17 have been merged to COP 16. Some objective elements are implied in the other objective elements. So all these objective elements have been deleted. So to wrap up, 20 standards, 142 objective elements, of which 13 are core objective elements, 112 at commitment level, 12 at achievement level, and 5 at excellence level. And these are the core objective elements. Right, thank you. I'm not sure if you're permitted to ask questions now.
Thank you so much, sir. This has been a fantastic presentation and really love the chimps and the cartoons. You made it so lively. And we are getting tons of questions actually. But I think we have, I mean, the overall we started a little late, so we are into the lunch time. So what we can do is try to take some of the questions at the end of the day, if possible, or tomorrow. And we promise all the participants that all questions will be answered by the respective faculty or a group, and then we will try to inbox to each participant. I think that will be better, but there are many good questions which have come up during this session, sir, and there are some really wonderful things. So, Isha, are you there? Isha or Kashipa?
Yes, sir.
Any questions right
thank
now?
you so much, Govindan sir. I think, sir, we'll take it up in the end itself.
Okay.
So we break for lunch, and we request all the participants to join back sharp at 2 o'clock. Then we'll be taking up our next chapter on MOM. Thank you so much.
Right. So those who don't need to log out can just remain logged in for this break, or try joining a little before 2. Otherwise, we'll not be able to start at 2.
Ma'am, from your end, mic is not connected. Next is your turn after lunch, ma'am. But from my admin panel, it is.
I'll do it
Okay,
after
yes,
lunch.
yes. Yes, ma'am. Now it is audible. Yes, yes. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, bye.
Yes.
Dr. Vimal, wonderful session.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Your session is next. I'm looking forward to that.
I know. And I was fully listening. Today I made the point that I will attend all those things.
Oh, right, right. And how are you?
Fine, fine, my dear. Very busy. Very busy means very busy.
I see. Right. Okay, so I'll see you in the afternoon.
I
Yes.
സ്ക്രീൻ ഷെയറിംഗ് കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടോ? ആരോ ഓൺലൈനിൽ ഉണ്ടോ? ഈശ ഇല്ലേ ഡോക്ടർ ഈശ
ഉണ്ടോ?
ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചത്
ഓഫാക്കി ഓണാക്കി. ഹലോ ഈഷ, ഈഷ, ഈഷ.
Ma'am, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, now I can.
Okay, but can you see my can you see my screen also?
Yes, yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, 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 okay. Just to check.
Am I audible? Am
Yes,
I audible?
beta. Yes, yes, beta. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. And am I visible? No.
No, you
Is
are
my
not visible.
No, my camera is having some issues. Otherwise.
You are not visible, but you are audible.
Okay, okay.
Okay, beta.
Oh, now they are not. Okay. So when you are you with me, Maggie? Hello. Okay. See on the right side you have that. See right now you can see Madam Gracie, isn't it? Okay. So this one.
Hello, ma'am. Can we hear? You have to unmute.
Yes. I can hear.
Okay, okay. Acha, yeah, you are actually sharing the presentation from your laptop, or they are sharing?
No, I am sharing from my side.
You are sharing from your side, na? So basically, they are showing the icon of the sharing. I mean, from the system, you are getting the place to share, or what? I don't know.
I don't know. If you ask me, I'm not that computer savvy like you. You know me.
I know that, but okay, but I'm not being able to find out that sharing part. That's why I'm thinking.
Okay, my secretary now, she did this, but now you can see my screen now.
I can see your screen very well.
So it is done by my secretary. So I don't know. It means there is something.
Secretary is nearby. Secretary is nearby.
No, she is just gone for lunch. I'll call her.
Okay.
Just wait for 5 minutes, sir.
Otherwise, you can just tell her to give me a call, or maybe send me SMS. I'll just come to know.
Sure.
I think it is
Good
there.
afternoon. Am I audible? I'm again cross-checking.
Yes. Who is this? Who is this?
Kashipa.
Oh, okay. Okay. See how to share the screen from here, because I have never worked with this particular system. Zoom is very easy, but I have never worked on this platform. How is to do the?
Kashipa, खाना खाइए क्या?
Basically, खा लिया मैम अभी. I'm trying to figure out. My camera is also not working somehow. I don't know what's wrong. I'll just log in again, huh?
നീ അവർ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാം. ഈ പുള്ളിക്ക് ഒന്ന് അറിയണമെന്ന് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
मैंने अनम्यूट, अब आवाज आ रही है?
മ്യൂട്ട് ഓൺ ആണല്ലേ? അങ്ങനെയല്ല മാം, മ്യൂട്ട് അല്ലല്ലോ.
Gracie madam, all set?
Yes, yes, yes. Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
And my screen is also visible?
Your screen is visible. If that is your screen. Okay. So I am now just switching off my web camera. After you is Dr. Marge.
Dr. Marge, and then Shankar.
After that, Dr. Shankar.
Shankar.
Okay. I can't see myself on the screen, but I see everybody else on the screen, so it's okay. Can you see me?
No, sir, because mine now the whole screen I have opened the full screen, so I can't see anybody.
You can't see me. Okay, you can't see anything. Dr. Vimal, can you see me?
I can see you, sir. I can see you.
I can't see. I can see you. I can see everybody except myself, so it's all right. Others can see.
Sir, now I can see. Now I have changed it and I can see.
Okay.
We all can see you.
Only I can't see myself, so it's okay. I don't need to see myself.
So why you want to see, sir? When we see, that's more than enough, no?
Yeah. Maybe good session so far.
I know.
Very well presented. So let's move forward with you. Has Isha come? We are all on time. Faculty is always on time.
Audience also. Audience, how many? We don't know.
Audience 681 are attending right now.
There was some 836.
They will come up post lunch. They take longer time to come. All the blood supply circulation to the gastrointestinal tract makes them deprived of good metabolites in the brain, because circulation the brain gets deprived. I'm sure at 4 o'clock they'll all be wide awake.
Maybe have a small siesta, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Vimal, have you had your lunch?
I did.
No, because you
I
surgeons
just grabbed
never
it.
have on time, no?
So surgeons will never have lunch on time. If they have
Surgeons
lunch
never have on time.
something
That's what.
wrong.
I don't have much of a lunch, just a few bites.
No, whatever is there. To me, because I'm a diabetic, means whatever is there, I'll have my lunch.
One must have lunch. Dinner you can have light.
Yes.
But lunch should not be skipped.
No, but sir, working lunch, always it is light only, no?
Yes.
You see, if it is at home on Sunday, then it's okay. Otherwise, it's always light only.
Dr. Isha, have you arrived? I think we are now
Yes, sir, we are there.
700 approximately.
Vimal sir, from the screen, how you are actually sharing your presentation? I mean, because I have not worked with this platform before.
Sir, you will be given that
worry,
option as soon as
you'll get that option.
So before your before your this thing.
That's all right. Then it's all right.
Admin will be there.
Okay.
Isha, shall we start?
Madam, it's 2 o'clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think we
Dr.
can begin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please start, ma'am. Any introduction, Isha?
Well,
can we please? Madam has added.
yes.
No.
So welcome back everyone to the post-lunch session. I hope you all are enjoying the session that we've worked so hard to put together. And not wasting much time, just a brief thing. The next session will cover 3 chapters, MOM, PRE and HIC. And for MOM, a very senior faculty who does not need much of an introduction, Madam Gracie Mathai will be taking the session for us. Ma'am is a CEO of Baby Memorial Hospital, Kerala, and she will be deliberating on the detailing aspect and the changes that have been incorporated in the 5th edition from the 4th edition. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, the screen is not moving. 1 minute, Isha. Everything set ready. Now the screen is not moving.
Ma'am, just press escape button.
Escape button.
Yes. And now again starts your slideshow, ma'am. Then it will work, I think.
Oh, I know. So many experts are there.
No, we can see the screen, ma'am.
I know.
Yes. Yes. Now it is moving.
It's moving.
Yes.
Over to you, ma'am.
So
Thank
without
you.
Without wasting much time, now let us start. After hearing from 2 eminent speakers on AAC as well as COP, and the best introduction from our Guru, Dr. Kapoor, we'll go to the 3rd standard, that is management of medication. Now, in summary, 4th edition, we had 13 standards and 76 objective elements. In the present one, we have 11 and 68 objective elements. This 11, it means the narcotic, psychotropic, chemotherapeutic and radioactive all together, put it into one. Thus it become one. Otherwise, all other chapters are same. And then you can see the how much standard is there, as well as how much objective elements is there in each standard is also visible, that you may go through later. We'll straightway go to the business. The MOM 1, pharmacy services and usage of medication is done safely. Now, pharmacy services and medication usage are implemented following a written guidance. One minute. Following a written guidance. Now, what are these written guidance? It should address the issue related to the formulary, procurement, storage, prescription, dispensing, administration, monitoring, and use of medications. Now, all the procedures can be clubbed together, and then we can document it as a medication management manual. Earlier, we used to document as pharmacy manual. Now, the standard as very clearly tells us that we have to name this manual as medication management manual. Now, MOM, oh, it's not moving. Okay. Excuse me, my slide is not moving. I'm just coming to MOM 1B, a multidisciplinary committee guide the formation and implementation of pharmacy services and the medication usage. All of you are aware that in the 4th edition also we have seen that there is a Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee. So this committee should have defined roles and responsibility. Earlier, this was not mentioned, like the committee should have defined roles and responsibilities, but the 5th edition emphasized on defining the roles and responsibilities of this committee, maybe individual basis or maybe as a whole, the committee roles and responsibilities, that also we can look into. And wherever this should be based on the legislation as well as the applicable regulations, like that pharmacy license need to be obtained, like narcotic license need to be obtained. So based on that only we can go ahead. Now some responsibilities like developing medication management process, developing and revising the organization's formulary, and evaluating medication use and the patient safety incident involving medication. So when we develop this pharmacy committee or when we review the formulary, we should see that last time what were the medication related safety incident has occurred. So that also we have to keep it in mind. This committee should have representative from major clinical department, administration, and shall also include pharmacist as well as a clinical pharmacologist. But this time it is added that it should also have representative from nurses as well as from the quality department. It was not mandatory last time, but this was mentioned this time. Now, the objective of this committee, its composition, frequency of meeting, quorum required, and minutes of meeting shall be documented. And at a minimum, this committee shall meet once in 3 months. Coming to MOM 1C, it's a new objective elements on excellence level. There is a mechanism in place to facilitate the multidisciplinary committee to monitor literature review and best practice information on medication management and use this information to update medication management processes. It means we cannot just go and then start the formulary or review the formulary. Before reviewing the formulary, we must spend some time in the review of the literature so that we will never be failing in our effort. Now, information on rational use, medication error, medication management, the adverse drug reaction, patient safety, especially in the context of high-risk medication, all these things we have to look into when we look into the literature review. Now, MOM 1D, there is a procedure to obtain medication when the pharmacy is closed. Actually, that is not there in the slide. Why? Because there is no changes is there. That's why that is not there. But that 1D very clearly say that we must have a protocol when the pharmacy is being closed. But it is preferable that if we can keep our pharmacy for 24 hours purpose. Now, MOM 1E, it is another new objective element on commitment level. The organization has a mechanism to inform relevant staff of key changes in pharmacy services and medication usage to ensure uninterrupted and safe care. Again, it very clearly say that whenever there is a changes in the pharmacy services or there can be a chance there the service can be interrupted due to whatever reason, we have to inform to the stakeholders. That is very important. Now, a process to communicate with the stakeholders like doctors as well as the nurses on time. Then if there is a recall of any drug, we should see that within 24 hours, it should be informed to the stakeholders, and any serious adverse reaction associated with that medication usage also should be informed to the stakeholders. And pharmacy in charge has to dedicate one particular person to do this type of work. This is what our standard this time tells us, that who will be informing all these things to the stakeholders. The pharmacy in charge, or he or she should designate one particular person who will be responsible for all these type of communication. So that we have to see that all organization will do that way. Whatever communication what we have done, and that has to be documented. Coming to MOM 2, there is only some wordings modification. The organization develop, updates, and implements a hospital formulary. Now, in that MOM 2A is a core objective element. A list of medications appropriate for the patient and as per the scope of the management clinical services is developed collaboratively by the multidisciplinary committee. So that is what we have to look into. This multidisciplinary committee shall prepare the organization formulary. The formulary shall include medications necessary to meet the organization's mission, patient needs, and the scope of services. The formulary also could be prepared to keep in mind the national list of essential medicine. Those also we can look into that. At a minimum, the formulary should include the name of the molecule, formulation, and strength. The organization should endeavor to limit the number of drug concentrations of a particular drug in the formulary. We should not have, we can limit to 2 or 3 molecules. That is what they say. And implants and devices also come under the drugs. When we review, we should see that the harmful potential of some medication which we have observed last time, or interaction with other medication what we have seen during last time, or the likelihood of patient safety incident, we should see all those things are also added when we are changing this formulary. Now, MOM 2B, the committee may review and update all medications or only certain medication categories. It means, again, the standard is giving us little small leverage that may not that you have to review all the medicine, but you may go into some specialty wise, or maybe instead of that 1 year review, maybe quarterly we can have on some specialty basis, and then we can review. At the end of the year, we can see that everything has been reviewed, or annual review is being taken place. Now, non-formulary drugs which were procured in the previous year regularly may be included in the revised list, because there are chances that many non-formulary drugs we have taken in the previous year. So those things also can be added into it if you feel so like that. But when we are reviewing, we should see the aspect of patient safety, including adverse drug reaction, changing disease pattern, changing resistant pattern, and the cost could be taken into consideration during the review. MOM 2C, that current is being highlighted. The current formulary is available for the clinicians. Earlier it was not like that. So we know that when we go for an assessment also, we have seen many times the obsolete formulary is being available to the clinician. Rather, it may not be obsolete, the current one might have given, but they are not aware the current one is given, or they may not be able to show us that the current one. So here, that's why it is current is being highlighted, that the current formulary should be available to the physicians. The current formulary shall be made available to all treating doctors of the organization. The organization need to ensure clinicians have access to current version of the formulary. Formulary could be made available in either physical or in the electronic format. MOM 2D is a new objective elements. The clinicians adhere to the current formulary. Now, earlier we have seen we should make available the current formulary to the physician. Now, the next one is that when the clinician also, when they practice, they should see that they will look into the, or they practice the current formulary. Now, we have to then monitor the frequency of prescriptions being rejected, local purchase done because it contained non-formulary drugs. An additional work, the management, what they have to do that. We have said that the clinicians has to use the current formulary, but where or which all cases the clinicians are not using the current formulary, the organization should do an audit. They should see that this will not continue for a long period. Now, MOM 2E, the organization adhere to the procedure for the acquisition of formulary medications. Now, it's very simple and clear, and earlier also it was there, so it may not need any explanation. MOM 2F, the organization adhere to the procedure to obtain medications not listed in the formulary. Even this was also earlier, but still few things have been highlighted over here. The local purchase or hotline purchase, which takes care of the immediate requirement, are examples of this procedure to obtain when medication listed are not available in the formulary, and how we are purchasing these particular type of things. And whenever there is a local purchase of medication that is not listed in the formulary, The organization has a process of evaluation, authorization, ratification, and to decide on its subsequent inclusion in the formulary if necessary, maybe the next pharmacy committee meeting or next review time that we may have to think about. Now, MOM 3, the standard tells that medications are stored appropriately and are available where required. The MOM 3A, the first objective elements, it's a core objective element. Medications are stored in a clean, safe, and secure environment and incorporating the manufacturer's recommendations. So that is very essential how we store these medications. Now, the storage place has to be clean, safe, and secure. We should adhere to the storage requirement of the drug as specified by the manufacturer, whether it is temperature, humidity, anything concerned. We should see that in the absence of manufacturer's instruction, the organization can develop and implement a storage requirement by their own way. And the storage requirements should apply all areas where medications are stored, including the ward, and medications shall be protected from loss or theft. That also we have to look into. We should see that we should limit the access to medication storage areas to general public or to everybody. Only it should be open to only authorized team member. How can we do this? Maybe by locking the medication cart or never leaving them unattended or storing medications in an area that is continuously staffed. Now, it is preferable that the medication storage area is organized. Organization of the medication storage area is very important in order to retrieve any medication at the time of emergency. Otherwise, in a hurry, we may go and take some medicine and maybe some look-alike or sound-alike medication or some dose different medications, and that can lead into medication error. So we should look into all those things. Overall cleanliness of the storage area shall be maintained. That is very important. Now, beyond expiry date drugs before disposal shall be stored separately and away from the drugs which are intended for use. That is very important because many times what happens, each hospital will have a rule of what will be the expiry drugs pattern, what they are going to keep. On an average, I found it across many organizations that it is of 3 months expiry period they will be looking into. So if we may identify those particular type of medications and we may locate and keep it somewhere else. But what the standard tells that once you have sorted out these medication, these beyond expiry drugs medications, you should see that that is never kept along with others. It should be kept in a separate area that we have to look into. Now again, we have to look into vaccine preparations also, because vaccine also should be kept in the refrigerator as stated by the manufacturer, and the temperature monitoring system of the room, of the cold storage as well as the refrigerator, these two need to be looked into. And in case where the area is always closed, it should be done on all working days. We should look into. Now coming into MOM 3B, sound inventory control practices guide the storage of medications throughout the organization. Now we are aware about the inventory, but still I would like to say a few words. Inventory control practice like ABC, VED, FSN, first expiry, first out, all these things need to be looked into. And medication can be stored in an alphabetical order, also depend upon the criteria follows by certain organization, they can do that. Some people may keep it on a generic name basis. Organization also has a mechanism for handling medications which are not part of the regular inventory, especially physician sample medications. That we may have to practice, or that we may have to develop a protocol how you are going to handle the physician sample medications. Now, because this particular 5th edition standard very clearly say that we must develop some protocol for managing the physician sample medications. Now, MOM 3C, it is a core objective element. It is not mentioned over here because it's almost the same, and it's a the organization defined a list of high-risk medication because it was same like earlier. That's why it is not mentioned over here. The standard is not detailed mentioned over here. But again, we should know that high-risk or high-alert medications carry a heightened risk of adverse outcomes and catastrophic harm whenever there is an error. So, high-risk or high-alert medication include low therapeutic window, controlled substances, psychotherapeutic medications, look-alike and sound-alike medications, concentrated electrolytes. All these things are high-alert medications, and we should see that while storing, we take special precautions for these type of medications. MOM3D, it's a new objective element on achievement level. High-risk medications are stored in areas of the organization where it is clinically necessary. It means where it is not necessary, there we may not store it. Only where the area where you require, like maybe your ICU, your operation theater, or specialized area where it is essential, we may have to store only those areas. That is what our standard tells us. Now, clinical need shall determine the availability of these drugs in such area, and narcotics shall be guided by regulations when we keep the narcotics based on the regulation. And in all such cases, safeguards shall be in place to prevent the inadvertent administration. Now, MOM3E, high-risk medication including look-alike, sound-alike medications and different concentration of same medication are stored physically apart from each other. This is one of the area where every one of us in our organization as well as outside the organization, when we go for assessment also, we see that the medication with a different concentration, and they are look-alike medication, but different concentrations are kept together, and there is always chance of medication error because you may take a higher concentration or lower concentration in a hurry to administer to a particular patient, so that we may have to special care need to be taken over there. Now, like many drugs in ampules, vials, tablets, maybe look alike and sound alike, then there are identified periodically, and LASA list shall be made available in non-unit where drugs are stored. So we should see that look alike and sound alike drugs list should be made available in all the areas. Now, there is one more important in these things, like when the manufacturer changes the cover of those medications, then we may have to change this look-alike into a normal. So that also we should take it in our mind that when we prepare or when we look into look-alike and sound-alike drugs, or when we prepare and when we submit to the different wards, we should see that we will look all these things. Now, the different concentration of the same drug always should be identified and kept separate. Now, the list shall be developed from the hospital formulary. List will have to be revised at regular intervals depending on the changes in the formulary and changes in the packaging of the look-alike drugs. A very good practice is that to store the two identified look-alike, sound-alike drugs, different concentration of same drugs, far apart physically as possible, say the opposite end of the pharmacy. In addition to pharmacy, these storage practices should be followed in all patient care areas also. It should be equal, uniform at all places. Coming into MOM 3F, the list of emergency medication is defined and is stored uniformly across the organization. We are aware that in the earlier also, across the hospital, the emergency medications or crash cart medication should be arranged in a similar way, so that when there will be a code blue, the code blue team, if they are not carrying the emergency drugs and if they are using the drugs from that department, there won't be any chaos over there. So that's why we say that list of emergency medication shall be prepared in consonant with the sound clinical practice and documented. List of drugs shall be uniform across the organization. However, the quantity can differ. Crash cart would help the organization to store this medication in a standardized manner. The rows and the drawers have to be defined for the medications, and no other drug shall be stored with emergency medication. That is very important thing. MOM 3G is an objective element just modified. Emergency medications are available all the time and are replenished promptly when used. It is very clear. MOM 4 focus on prescription. Medications are prescribed safely and rationally. Coming to MOM 4A, there is some interpretation changes in the new standard. Medication prescription is in consonant with the good practice guidelines for the rational prescription of medication. It should address both outpatient as well as inpatient prescription. The organization shall ensure that the clinicians are trained or sensitized on the rational prescription of medication. This is very important, that we should sensitize our clinicians on the rational use of the medications. Especially the WHO says that rational use of medication require that patient receive medication appropriate to their clinical need in doses that meet their own individual requirement for an adequate period of time and at the lowest cost to them and to their community. Now, MOM 4B, the interpretation, there is modification. The organization adhered to the determined minimum requirement of prescription. Again, one of the problem all of us face in our organization is, again, this is the question. Though we say that minimum requirement of the prescription has to be XYZ, but many times we can see that all these are being not complied in the organization. The prescription generated within the organization, whether it is IPD, OPD or emergency, shall adhere to national, international guidelines and regulatory bodies. At a minimum, the prescription shall have the name of the patient, unique hospital number, name of the drug, generic composition is mandatory except in case of combination of vitamins as well as minerals, the strength, dosage, instruction, duration and total quantity of medicine, and of course the name, signature and the registration number of the prescribing doctor. So this is what is the required one. Error-prone abbreviation shall not be used. For that, a good reference is the Institution for Safe Medication Practice guidelines, what we can use. All prescriptions shall be written in capital letters. It should be written in capital letters. Prescription errors or illegible prescriptions will be initialed after single strike through and rewritten. Again, the reference is the Drug and Cosmetic Act and Code of Medical Ethics we may have to look into. Coming into MOM 4C, the objective element, drugs, allergies and previous adverse reactions are ascertained before prescribing. This is already there in earlier, but still the drug allergy and previous adverse drug reaction shall be ascertained during the initial consultation or at any point in time during the care. Good practice is that document drug allergies prominently in the medical record, both in OP as well as IP. So it's a very good practice, so that as soon as you open the case sheet of the person, you will see that this particular person is allergic to XYZ. So we can avoid writing those prescriptions. MOM 4D, it's a new objective elements at excellence level. The organization has a mechanism to assist the clinician in prescribing appropriate medications. Now, this is very important. How can we assist the clinician in prescribing appropriate medications? See, we can have a system-wise measurement, like by which as soon as on an HIS, the consultant start of ordering a particular medicine, he or she will immediately be alerted between the food to drug interaction, drug to drug interaction, or therapeutic duplication. All these things will be alerted, or a dose adjustment. I would like to stress upon one of the organization, when I went for an assessment, what I found that organization, every pharmacy prescription is going through the clinical pharmacist, so that these things have been cleared at that particular level. So it will be better if you can do this particular type of things. So we can give the surgeon, clinician, the help of the clinical pharmacist, so that this can be avoided. Coming into MOM 4E, implementation of verbal orders ensure safe medication management practice. Too much is being talked about medical verbal order. The organization shall ensure safe medication management practice through written guidance and implementation of the same. The written guidance shall mention who can give verbal order, when can it be given, and how these orders will be authenticated. Verbal orders should be limited to urgent situation where immediate written or electronic communication is not practiced. Now, the usage also should be limited. The organization should have approved list of formulary drugs which can be ordered verbally. This is in the new standard requirement. We must have an approved list of formulary drugs which can be given verbal order. Now, to the extent possible, it shall ensure that the procedure incorporate good practices like repeat back or read back, and even while repeating and reading back, telling very clearly the spelling of the drugs or the decimals, or instead of telling 15, 1, 5, 50, 15 or 5, 0, 50, these type of things are also is been clear. And verbal order shall be countersigned by the doctor who ordered it within 24 hours of ordering. MOM 4F, slight changes in the modification in the interpretation. It could preferably be done by a clinical pharmacologist or clinical pharmacist. In case there is no clinical pharmacologist or clinical pharmacist, it shall be done by the multidisciplinary committee. Now, this is specifically related to the medication audit, prescription audit. So, when we audit, we may have to look into the legibility, use of capital in written order, appropriateness of the drug, dose, frequency and route of administration, presence of therapeutic duplication, possibility of drug interaction and measures taken to avoid the same, possibility of food drug interaction and measures taken to avoid the same, and all those things we have to look into. MOM 4G, there is an interpretation modified. Earlier it was written as a self-explanatory. Corrective and preventive action is taken based on the audit where appropriate. It means it is preferable that after the audit, the corrective and preventive actions are taken based on the root cause analysis so that this will not repeat again. MOMH, it's a core objective element. Reconciliation of medications occur at transition points of patient care. Now, purpose of medication reconciliation is to ensure that the list of medication that the patient is to receive is complete and up to date with past clinical condition and the present care plan. The prescribed medication shall be checked for accuracy at the transition points such as the time of admission, transfer of patient from one ward setting to another or one department to another department, at the time of discharge. All these things we should look into. It is preferable that medication reconciliation also occur after cross consultation. Medication reconciliation should be documented. Now, there is a system for effective communication during handover regarding the reconciliation of the medication. It's very important. Whenever we transfer a patient from one department to another or one area to another, or at the time of discharge, we should see that a proper communication as well as a proper handover is being done. Now, MOM 5, medication orders are written in a uniform manner. MOM 5A, the interpretation is being modified. The organization ensure that only authorized personnel write the orders. Now, medication orders shall be written by a doctor who at a minimum hold an MBBS qualification. You know why this standard or why this clarification is being brought? Because in Maharashtra as well as in Gujarat, there are BMS and BAMS doctors are there, and they are also writing the medication order. That's why this is specifically mentioned in case there is any other category of staff authorized apart from the MBBS doctor authorized to write the medication orders, the same shall be backed by a legislation or government order that we may have to looked into. And the medication order card in the IP shall have the orders written by a doctor, even if it is a case of transcribing orders of the treating consultant from an OP to the admission note. We should see that that is being there. Now, where electronic things are also used over there, doctor shall directly enter the prescription in the HIS using his or her unique login ID. Coming to MOM 5B, the medication orders are written in a uniform location in the medical record, which also reflect the patient's name and unique identification number. All the orders for medicine are recorded on a uniform location of the medical record. Only medication, this is very important, only medications written in this location shall be administered to the patient. It means if a doctor writes medication in some other area and he or she expects the nurse to administer that medication apart from the card or the medication order sheet, now it cannot be. It is imperative that medication orders that are written in any other location of the medical record be transcribed to this location. Electronic orders when typed shall also follow the same principles. Now, it is preferable that the prescription and administration record is on the same sheet in order to avoid any medication error. This helps to minimize the medication error. Many hospitals, they use the drugs, cardex forms are being used over there. Now, treatment orders are written daily or authorized daily in a cardex like format. This is again a new thing which has been said. It has been daily writing was written over there or authorized, because in cardex you may write for 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, but it has to be daily authorized by the doctor. Phrases like CST, continue, same treatment, repeat all, repeat 1458 should not be used. And whenever there is a modification in the medication order, in the existing order for a particular drug, a fresh order will have to be written for that drug. A strike through or even writing the previous order is not acceptable. Now, MOM 5C, medication orders are legible, dated, timed, signed, our old, very old phrase from our first standard. Now, in case of abbreviations are used, a list of approved standard abbreviation for medication order shall be used throughout the organization. That is very important, because error-prone abbreviation shall not be used. The identity of the person who has written the medication order should be traceable. This could be done by either writing the name against every order or by having a master signature list. This is again another favor NABH 5th edition has given to the organization. Even though you cannot trace the name of the person who has written the order, at least you can have a master signature list in the medical record by which you can refer and find out who has written. Or again, they have given another chance to all the organization. You can state the employee code number against the medication order. So with that employee code number, we can trace who has ordered the medication. MOM 5D, the interpretation is modified. Medication orders contain the name of the medicine, route of administration, strength to be administered, and frequency and time of administration. In case of medicine having 2 more drugs like a tablet, capsule, injection, the strength of all individual drugs shall be written. The same may not be applicable for preparations having a combination of vitamins or minerals. In other cases, we should see that. Medication orders are recorded separately if the strength differ for each time of administration. There should be a mechanism for taking action when medication orders are incomplete with respect to any of the above parameters. I just would like to highlight over here that when we see repeatedly the medication orders are incomplete with all the above parameters, whatever we have said, and then what action you have to take. Yes, action can be doing the root cause analysis and corrective and preventive action, but still we can see that this is being continuing. Here, I feel the medical in charge of the organization can call that particular clinician and counsel him repeatedly, maybe on a one-to-one basis, that these mistakes is being happened from his side or her side, so that at least in future we can have some changes we can expect over there. Coming to MOM 6, medications are dispensed in a safe manner. The 6A, dispensing of medication is done safely. Written guidance is laid down for the dispensing of medications. Medication should be dispensed only against a valid prescription of medication order, except for over-the-counter drugs. The medication should be checked before dispensing. This should include a check of the generic composition, formulation, expiry date, and where applicable, the strength. This shall include both bulk as well as in the retail pharmacy. Physician sample shall not be used or sold. Coming into MOM 6B, medication recalls are handled effectively. Now, recall may be based on communication from the regulatory authority or the manufacturer or internal feedback, like some visible contaminant is seen in the IV fluid, or some color is being changed, texture is being changed. So this way we get. So what we have to do, the recall procedure in response to internal feedback also include providing information to the appropriate regulatory authority. If we get from our internal also, we have to give to the appropriate internal regulatory authorities. Coming to MOM 6C, there is slight interpretation modification. Near expiry medications are handled effectively. The organization could define as to what constitute near expiry. For example, 3 months before expiry date. Organization's mechanism shall ensure that near expiry drugs are withdrawn and that no beyond expiry date medication is available in the clinical area. That is very, very important. Now, MOM 6D, it's a core objective element. Dispensed medications are labeled. At a minimum, the label must include the dosage of instruction in a manner that the patient understands. Labeling is applicable only for outpatient. In the instances when medicines are dispensed either as cut strips or from bulk container, the label must include the drug name, strength, dosage instruction in a manner that the patient can understand and the expiry date. This shall be applicable for both inpatient as well as outpatient. It shall also be applicable where drugs are reconstituted, especially in the case of chemotherapy. MOM 6E, it's another core objective element. High-risk medication orders are verified before dispensing. Now, it's very clear, no need of additional explanation, but I would like to emphasize because high-risk medications are more liable to get medication error. Hence, we must see that high-risk medications are checked prior to dispatch from the doctor's order. Now, there are some hospitals, they have a practice of double checking of the high-risk medication by a senior person before it is being dispensed. MOM 6F, it's a new objective element. Return of medications to the pharmacy is addressed. Now, we must develop a guidance or a written guidance to direct the return of medication to the pharmacy. Otherwise, what will happen? The practice across the hospital may be different if there is no written guidance. So that if this written guidance is there, from every clinical unit, they know how to return the medications. Like at a minimum, the written guidance should address the list of medication which could be accepted for return either by inclusion or exclusion, and a minimum condition to be met for return medication. It is preferable that any drug which has a specific temperature storage requirement, temperature sensitive required drugs, not to be accepted for return once it has gone out of the organization premises. We can again add some more additional thing like conditions like the drug name and the strength, the batch number and expiry date are not visible in this. There also we can say that whether we will accept or whether we will not accept, those things can be made. Coming into MOM 7, medications are administered safely. Now, MOM 7A, the objective element, earlier it was self-explanatory, but now this is added, the explanation is being added like only a registered nurse or doctor with a minimum MBBS qualification shall administer the medication. In case there is any other category of staff authorized to administer medication, a legislation or a government order shall be back the same like earlier prescription what we have said, the same like it should be there. MOM 7B, prepared medication is labeled before preparation of a second drug. Again, labeling is required when more than one drug is being prepared and loaded. Examples of these are anesthetic drug preparation in OT, chemotherapy drug. We should see that the labeling is being done. MOM C, the objective element, the patient is identified before the administration. At a minimum, 2 identifiers shall be used for administration, for identification of one of them being the unique identification number and the name of the patient. MOM 7D, it's a core objective element. Medication is verified from the medication order and physically inspected before administration. I know every nurse will be doing this, but still we have to emphasize that this is being checked before administering the medication. Staff administering medication should verify the medication order and ensure that medications are administered appropriately. Check the general appearance of the medication like melting, clumping, etc. If it's there, it should not be used, and the expiry date before the administration. In a medication order, namely name, strength, route, frequency, time are missing, incomplete, the medication administration shall be deferred pending early verification by the treating team. This is very important. And in case the confirmation is got verbally, then it shall be considered a verbal order, and the procedure for verbal order shall be adhered, like the consultant signing this particular type of thing within 24 hours of that particular order. Now, MOM 7E, strength is verified from the order before administration. Again, it was self-explanatory earlier. Now it is before administration, the person administering the drug shall verify the strength from the medication order. In case of discrepancy, medication administration shall be deferred. We should not administer if there is a doubt in the strength. It means certain nurses have been empowered in this standard. What we can see, the nurses have been empowered with various things. When they see that it is not written in the correct place, when the strength is not proper, when it is not readable, all those things they cannot, they can stop administering the medication. That is what's seen. MOM 7F, the route is verified from the order before administration. MOM 7G, the timing is verified from the order before administration. Here, I just would like to highlight 1 or 2 things, like the organization shall have documentation to support the time of administration of drug for which the time has not been written. Like doctor will write 111. 111 means what? Is it tedious? Is it 8 hourly? What is the timing? But we get ISMB acute care guidelines for timely administration of scheduled medications. If we look into, we get all those particular things in detail, and then every organization can uniformly adopt this particular thing, and that will be very good for future also. Now, MOM 7H, it is a new objective element under core category. Measures to avoid catheter and tubing misconnections during medication administration are implemented. Now, this is purely a nursing thing, basically in the ICUs and all those things, but doctors are also equally important. The organization ensure that inadvertent administration of a drug through a wrong route is avoided. Done by using design features that prevent the misconnections and prompt the user to take the correct action. Like IV extension tube should not be used for epidural, irrigation, drains and central lines, or external for or extend to enteric feeding tubes. Now, care must be taken to position functionally the dissimilar tubes used in the patient care areas. All of you will agree with me that we have a triple lumen, which will have some, and it comes from different companies. And in some companies, in that lumen, they have given the color code like blue, white, yellow, and some they have added like brown also. but we have to be very careful, or we have to see that which is the proximal line, which is the distal line, and which is the medial line, so that we can identify that what you are going to give through the distal one, what you are going to administer through the median one, and what you are going to administer through the proximal one. That is very, very important in this particular case. Otherwise, again, this is another great medication error can happen. Staff administering medication could trace all lines from their origin to the connection port to verify attachment before making any connection or reconnection or administering medication, solution, or any other product like TPN. MOM 7I, the interpretation modified: the organization shall ensure that the documentation of medication administration is done in a uniform location. Now, it shall include the name of the medication, strength, the route of administration, timing, and the name of employee ID number, and the signature of the person who has administered the medication. Medicine administered are documented each time for each dose of the same medication separately. In case of infusion, capture the start time, the rate of infusion, and the end time. Record shall reflect the actual administration. Example, if brand Y is given in place of a brand X, the documentation shall be of brand Y. For example, if an order for a tablet 250 mg, but the administration was half of a tablet of 500 mg, the latter shall be documented. If a patient refuses to take a medication, the same also shall be documented. 7J, MOM 7J, changes in the interpretation. Measures to govern patients' self-administration of medications are implemented. Organization could define if it could permit the self-administration of medication. If permit, then the written guidance should include the medication which the patient can self-administer. It is preferable that the organization also incorporate a method to ensure that the patient is reminded to take the medication before every dose and document the same of self-administration. 7K, measures to govern patients' medication brought from outside the organization are also implemented. At the outset, the organization could define if it would permit the patient getting his or her medication. In case of the organization permitting the same, written guidance shall include the prerequisite like name, strength, expiry, batch number, etc. should be looked into. MOM 8, the wordings is being modified. Patients are monitored after medication administration. MOM 8A, patients are monitored after medication administration. Relevant monitoring is done collaboratively. Relevant, what need to be monitored? Whether the pulse need to be monitored, whether the temperature need to be monitored, whether something else need to be monitored. So the relevant monitoring of each drug. Then collaboratively. Collaboratively means it is not only by a nurse, but it is by a junior doctors, whoever is present in the ward, to verify that medicine is having its intended effect. Include monitoring the effect of medication through laboratory result. This should help identify near misses, medication error, and adverse drug reactions. The organization define those situations where more frequent monitoring is required, because wherever the high-risk medications are given, more frequent, or chemotherapy is being given, more frequent monitoring is being required. That we have to highlight, then we have to observe, and we have to comply with that. Now, MOM 8B, medications are changed when appropriate based on the monitoring. After monitoring, we found that this is not giving the expected result. Naturally, the medications are changed. MOM 8C, it's a core objective element. The organization capture near miss, medication error, and adverse drug reaction. Near miss, medication error, and adverse drug reactions are defined. This shall be in consonant with the best practices. The organization shall have written guidance to direct the implementation of identifying, documenting, reporting, analyzing, and acting regarding near miss, medication error, and adverse drug reactions. MOM 8 D. Changes in the interpretation of the objective element. Near miss, medication error and adverse drug reactions are reported within a specified time frame. The organization shall define the time frame. That is, we have to do. We must define the time frame for reporting once any of this has occurred. Within half an hour, within 1 hour, within 12 hours, within 24 hours, whatever is there, we have to define the time frame. MOM 8E again changes in the interpretation. Near miss, medication error and adverse drug reactions are collected and analyzed. Near miss, medication error and adverse drug reactions incidents are collected and analyzed by a multidisciplinary committee. Analysis shall be completed in a defined time frame. Again, we have to define within what time frame it should be completed, and it is preferable that a clinical pharmacologist or a clinical pharmacist is part of this exercise. MOM 8F, corrective and preventive actions are taken based on the analysis. It is very clear. Where appropriate, corrective and preventive actions need to be taken. The record of the same has to be maintained, and it is preferable that the corrective and preventive actions are taken based on the root cause analysis what we do. Coming into MOM 9, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, chemotherapeutic agents and radioactive agents are used in a safe manner. What I told you at the initial period, all these 4 things have been added, 3 are added into one standard. That's why the number of standard reduced. MOM 9A, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substance, chemotherapeutic agent and radioactive agents are used in a safe manner. Narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, chemotherapeutic agents and radioactive agents are used safely. Written guidance developed in consonant with the local and the national regulations. Examples of regulations guidelines are Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substance Act or AERB guidelines. Those things are followed. 9B, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substance, chemotherapeutic agents and radioactive agents are prescribed by appropriate caregiver. For narcotic drug, it shall be the designated medical officer. For chemotherapy, is prescribed by those who have the knowledge to monitor and treat the adverse effect of chemotherapy, preferably a medical oncologist or a doctor who has been trained and has achieved competency in that. Radioactive agents are only prescribed by caregiver authorized by the statutory body. MOM 9C, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, chemotherapeutic agents and radioactive agents drugs are stored securely. Narcotic drugs shall be stored securely in consonant with the statutory requirement. We cannot change it. Chemotherapeutic agents shall be accessible only to authorized person. Radioactive agents shall be stored as per the guidelines of the AERB. It is preferable that these medications are stored separately from all other medications. MOM 9D, chemotherapy and radioactive agents are prepared properly and safely and administered by qualified person. It is required that qualified personnel has received special training in the preparation and administration of the chemotherapeutic drug. Staff, whether the nursing staff or doctors, both has to be trained. Biosafety cabinet of class 2, preferably 2A with appropriate PPE shall be used for preparing of mixing chemotherapeutic drug. Radioactive agents are prepared and administered by the caregivers authorized by the statutory body. Now 9E, a proper record is kept of the usage, administration and disposal of narcotic drug and psychotropic substances, chemotherapeutic agents and radioactive agents. Strict inventory control shall be kept for narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, chemotherapeutic agent and radioactive agent. Record of the usage of narcotic drugs shall be kept following statutory requirement, and this is mandatory and everyone has to keep this record very clearly. Otherwise, even not only the NABH problem, but the problem with the legal authority when they come for round also we will be facing. These shall be disposed according to the existing statutory requirement. Narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances Act or AERB rules and BMW rules and the manufacturer's recommendation. MOM 10, the wording is being modified. Implantable processes and medical devices are used in accordance with the laid down criteria. MOM 10A, usage of the implantable processes and medical devices is guided by scientific criteria for each item and national, international recognized guidelines, approvals for such specific items. The organization shall ensure that relevant and sufficient scientific data are available before the selection. No one can select as per their whims and fancy. It should be based on the scientific criteria. Look for international and national notification for approval of a particular product. The multidisciplinary committee, that is the pharmacy and therapeutic committee, shall be responsible for approving the use of a particular implant. 10B, objective element, there is some interpretation modification. The organization implement a mechanism for the usage of the implantable processes and medical devices. Self-explanatory mention, but still I would like to add, organization has written guidance to direct procurement, storage, stocking, issuance and usage of the implantable processes and medical devices. This should address statutory regulation, guidelines and manufacturers' recommendations. Coming to MOM 10C, unfortunately it is not there. Patient and his family members are counseled for the usage of the implantable processes and medical device including precaution, because this was there already in the earlier edition, that it is not there. Additional special counseling need to be given to the patient about the infection control practices of, especially for the implantable disease. MOM 10D, the batch and the serial number of the implantable processes and the medical devices are recorded in the patient's medical record, the master logbook and the discharge summary. This was already there. Again, we find that many lacunas when we go for assessment and even our own organization. So this also should be looked into. You know that for any foreign implant, you may have triplicate signages, but where Indian, there may be only one. In that, the organization has to find out their own way of preparing triplicate signages, I mean triplicate stickers, and they should see that these stickers are stuck in the patient case sheet, in the discharge summary, as well as the master logbook. MOM 10E, it is a new objective element. Recall of implantable processes and medical devices are handled effectively. So recall may be based on the communication from regulatory authority, manufacturer or internal feedback. Recall procedure in response to internal feedback also include providing information to the manufacturer. Now coming to MOM 11, maybe the last standard, medical supplies and consumables are stored appropriately and are available where required. MOM 11A, organization adhere to the defined process for the acquisition of medical supplies as well as the consumables. It is simple, it is easily understood. MOM 11B, medical supplies and consumables are used in a safe manner where appropriate. Again, it is also understood, there is no need of explanation. MOM 11C, medical supplies and consumables are stored in a clean, safe and secure environment and incorporating the manufacturer's recommendation. Here you have to see that the organization shall ensure that the storage requirements specified by the manufacturer is adhered to. This shall apply to all areas where this has been stored, including the ward. Protector from loss or theft. Overall cleanliness of the storage area also is being maintained. MOM 11D, organization shall follow or demonstrate ABC, BED, FSN or first expiry. This is well clear, already explained earlier. MOM 11E, there is a mechanism in place to verify the condition of the medical supplies and consumables. Medical supplies and consumables shall be in a condition suitable for safe usage. The condition of these materials shall be checked before dispensing and usage. Example, open package, damp cotton roll, physical damage and unwanted discoloration, all those things are there. then we should change it. Now coming into deletion from this standard, MOM 1B all statutory have been placed in ROM. MOM 3 focus on implementation. MOM 10E overlaps with the patient education on medication, and MOM 11D safety education as part of staff training in the HR. To wrap up, the standard has 11, the entire chapter has 11 standard, 68 objective elements. Out of that, 13 are core and 4 achievement excellence 3. Okay. The core objective elements are MOM 2A, MOM 3A, MOM 3C, MOM 3E, MOM 3G, MOM 4B, MOM 4E, MOM 4H, MOM 6D, MOM 6C, MOM 7D, MOM 7H, MOM 8C. I think the maximum core objective elements in the standard, which we have to see that all these standards are mandatory to be complied for the accreditation purpose or even for patient safety purpose. So thank you. Is there any doubt? As time is not there, we can clear it later or at a later period as per the
Ma'am, thank you. We can take the question answer session right at the end. And thank you, ma'am, for a very exhaustive and a very lucid presentation. And now we are going to have PRE and Dr. Margi Mehta, who's an assistant professor at Department of Biochemistry, Medical College, Baroda. She will be taking this session. And we may have all the question answers can be written in the column, and wherein at the end of the session we may have together a question answer session. That's my request to the audience today. So I may invite now Dr. Margi Mehta. And ma'am, you please discontinue sharing your slide. Thank you very much. I welcome Dr. Margi. And over to you, Dr. Margi.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kashipa. So, first of all, thank you, Gracie ma'am, for such a wonderful session on MOM. And now I will be talking on the fourth chapter, that is the Patients' Rights and Education on the virtual NABH certification course to migration to the 5th edition. Now, it is always, one second. So, it is always important to know what is the intent of the chapter before discussing the standards. So basically, many times as assessee and assessor, we tend to overlook the intent of the chapter. The standards are always framed and phrased according to the intent of the chapter. The intent of the patient's rights and education talks about defining the patient's rights, families defining the patient's rights. Just a second. Can you see my screen?
Ma'am, please make it full screen, ma'am.
Okay, just a second. Now is it full screen?
No, ma'am.
Not really. I think there's an icon on the top left with from which you can make it full screen. And Mr. Gurpreet may help, please.
People can see your screen. It's saying that.
No, ma'am. Your presentation is visible,
screen.
but it is not in full screen.
Go for the screen show, the slide show, please. The button there.
Slide show or F5.
On your screen.
Yes, F5.
F5, one
also?
second. Yes. Just a second. Is it okay now? Hello?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So I can see the entire screen.
No, you can. It's not full screen right now.
Okay.
Just scroll down to that sorter. Just next to sorter, there's a slideshow.
So just a second.
Or you can go to the view button and from there also.
Sir, 1 second.
In the taskbar?
Yes.
So, sir, show screen is there.
Yes. Now click it. Yes. Now it is in full screen, ma'am.
But
Yes.
I
Intent
cannot
of
see the
PRE.
screen. But I cannot see the screen.
Ma'am, please
Hello?
press escape button.
It's okay now. It's okay. It's okay now. It's okay.
Just a second. Gurpreet, I cannot see my screen.
Ma'am, just press escape button, ma'am.
Okay.
What is on the screen,
No, I
ma'am?
cannot see it.
Just open your PPT again, ma'am. We can
Yes,
see your
just a second.
screen
So I
on the
minimize
slide
it.
intent of PRE.
1 second. I cannot see anything. Okay, now you can see?
Yes, ma'am. It is intent of PRE.
Yes, yes. Okay, fine. So I'm
Okay.
starting. So before we look into the standards, it is always important to discuss the standards, that what is the intent of the chapter. Many times as assessors and assessee, we tend to overlook the intent. So the standards are always framed and phrased in accordance with the intent of the chapter. So the patient's rights and education, it defines the patient's rights and informs us about the patient's rights and responsibilities. It helps us to support the individual belief and values of the patients and family in decision making. We have to ensure that the staff are trained to protect the patient's rights and responsibilities, and we have to provide the expected cost of treatment and care to the patients and their families. Now, it also includes obtaining informed consent from the patient, understanding that the patients and the families have the need to the information and education for their healthcare needs. It also provides information and education about healthcare in a language and a manner the patient and the family can understand. And we have to have an effective patient-centric communication. Now, while all this is important, each one of them is basically having the backbone from two different categories. The backbone is from the medical ethics and the patient's rights. And both have 3 to 4 common threads at the foundation level. One is the autonomy of decision making, that is, the right to decide about one's own health and treatment, and who will do the treatment and where the treatment is to be taken. The second important factor is about the dignity of care. So, in the dignity of care, basically, there should be no neglect, there should be compassion and empathy in treatment options. All acts that we do as doctors or paramedics or physiotherapists or healthcare workers are basically based on two principles. One is the principle of beneficence, that is, all the patients should benefit from us. And next is the non-malignance, that is, we don't have to cause any harm to the patient, whether it is a emotional harm or a physical harm or financial harm. Financial harm can be in the way of making unnecessary investigations or doing unnecessary tests or procedures. So basically, this is the intent of the chapter. Now, uh, actually, this is a very small chapter. However, it is extremely important because in today's date, the healthcare is patient-centric, and there is justifiable pressure on the healthcare organizations to make the healthcare transparent in nature and to have better communication between the patient and the healthcare workers. So the overall intent of the patient's rights and education is to have a transparency and promoting of the patient's rights. The right remains the same, and there are a few changes in the 4th and the 5th edition, which is shown on your screen. Initially, there were 54 objective elements in the 4th edition, which have been changed to 53 objective elements in the 5th edition. So, patients' rights and education, there are 8 standards and 53 objective elements. All the interpretations, which are shown as self-explanatory previously, are now explained to remove the ambiguity. Few of the OEs which were related to the staff training are incorporated or merged or moved with the HRM. Few of the objective elements are deleted, few OEs are split into two, and few old OEs are merged. There are 7 achievement OEs and there are no excellent OEs in the PRE chapter. Now, all of you must be familiar with the color coding and the categorization of the standards for the requirement of the different accreditations. So, the core and the committed are required for the accreditation level. The achievement standards, which are 7 in this chapter, are required for the surveillance assessment, and for the excellence, they are required for the reassessment. We all know that an asterisk, which is a part at the end of the OE or the standard, requires documentation. So wherever you will see an asterisk, documentation is needed. Now we come to the first PRE standard, that is the first PRE standard, PRE1, the language is changed. In PRE1A, the objective elements have been merged of PRE1A and PRE1B of the 4th edition. Therefore, in PRE1B, the new objective element is made, which is of the achievement level. In PRE1C, the objective element is modified for shared responsibility and interpretation is modified for better clarity. The PRE1D of previous 4th edition is now incorporated into the HRM chapter, and hence this is a new PRE1D. And in PRE1E, the objective element and interpretation are modified to add the responsibility. Coming to the first standard, that is the PRE1, in which the language is modified, it says that the organization protects and promotes patients and family rights and informs them about their responsibilities during the care. Now, in here, the wording of the standard is modified and there is incorporation for promotion of the patient's rights. So this is PRE1. The old PRE1 and 1B are clubbed, and this emphasizes on the implementation and language of the interpretation, and content is modified to aid the clarity. As you see, there is an asterisk. So in the asterisk, the documentation is required. So this standard needs documentation. So patients and family rights and responsibilities are documented, displayed, and they are made aware of the same. Now, in order to comply to this requirement, the patient's rights need to be documented. How will one document the patient's rights? That is, some of you must be aware that there is a draft which has been prepared by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare on the basis of NHRC, that is the National Human Rights Commission, and they have prepared a draft. This draft is not actually implemented or officially accepted for implementation. However, it can be a good useful source to refer to this, and outlines of the patient's rights can be made in today's times. So, first of all, the patient's rights are defined, they are documented with the charter of the patient's rights and laid down by the statutory body. Where will be the right? Where will the rights be displayed? They will be displayed where it is prominent, in prominent locations where the patients can see them, the families can see them, and the visitors can see them. Pamphlets can also be circulated to make everybody aware of the patient's rights and responsibilities. And whatever the information is, whatever the education material is, or whatever the communication material is, it should be at least be bilingual, in the language in which the patient can understand. Coming to PRE1B, as the previous PRE1B's objective element was merged, we have a new PRE1B, which is of the achievement level. And in PRE1B, again, documentation is required. So this is a new element which is of achievement level. What does this say? It says that patients and family rights and responsibilities are actively promoted. How will you actively promote the rights and responsibilities? So it depends on the patient, whether the patient is in-house or the patient is out-house. If the patient is in-house, then we can counsel the patient and the family on their rights and responsibility, and we have to use simple language for it, and we should use a format in which they can understand. For outpatients, we can ensure that they have easy access to the educational materials. There can be certain continuous display on the television, or there can be some forms, or there can be standees. So this is about the rights and responsibilities being actively promoted. Now we come, PRE1C remains the same. So we come to PRE 1D. PRE 1D is almost the same as old PRE 1E. However, new objective element has been added, and it states that the organization has a mechanism to report a violation of patients' and family rights. For this, we need to know that what is a violation. So the HCO has to prepare a list of violations, and it has to provide appropriate training to the staff so they can define the violation and note it down. So first of all, we have to define a list of the violations. List of violations examples are either the privacy is compromised or the confidentiality is breached, and many such things. After that, how do we capture it? The capturing can be done by an incident reporting form, or it can also be done by a feedback form. In the feedback form, we can write the patient's rights and responsibilities in a rights words, and later on, it can be used as a tool to capture the same. So this is about PRE 1D. Now we come to PRE 1E. Here, the objective element is modified. It incorporates responsibility, and interpretation is added to add clarity. So PRE 1E says that violation of patients and family rights are monitored and analyzed, and corrective and preventive action is taken by the top leadership of the organization. Initially, the word top leadership was not there. So here, in order to incorporate the responsibility, the word top leadership has been added in PRE 1E. Now we come to the changes in PRE 2. So what does the PRE 2 state? The standard says that the patient and family rights support individual beliefs, values, and involve the patient and family in decision-making processes. What are the changes in PRE 2? In PRE 2, the language remains the same. PRE 2A and 2K. Here, the objective element and the interpretation both is modified. And in PRE 2F, G, and I, only the interpretation is modified by adding some content to improve the clarity. We have a new objective element in PRE 2L, and that is a new objective element, that is PRE 2L. So PRE 2, it states about individual beliefs, values, and involving the patient and family in decision-making process. So PRE 2A, the objective element is modified, and it is made more comprehensive. So patients and family rights include respecting values and beliefs, which was not there in the previous edition, any special preferences, cultural needs, and responding to requests for spiritual needs. How will you comply with this objective element? That is, we will see what are the patient's needs. We will look into how the patient wants to be addressed, what are his or her dietary preferences, whether he's eating veg, non-veg, what are their worship requirements, and do they have any specific requirements after death. So all this, we have to look into the patient's values and beliefs, and accordingly, we have to address this objective element. There is no change in PRE 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, 2H, and 2J. There is no change in that, maybe a little bit of rearrangement. PRE 2F. In PRE 2F, the interpretation is modified. Here, a patient has a right to request for additional information on a particular physician in terms of qualifications and experience which needs to be provided. So, whenever the patient is asking, it is his or her right to know about the doctor who is treating him. So, to facilitate this access, we have to provide the relevant information or clinical evaluation of that, and we also have to provide additional information on the qualifications of that particular physician and the experience of that particular physician, because it is a right of every patient to know who is treating him and what are the qualifications of the person who is treating him. PRE 2G, initially the interpretation was self-explanatory. Here, in the entire 5th edition, all the interpretations which were self-explanatory have been modified. So, informed consent, it is a patient's right that informed consent should be taken. So the informed consent shall be obtained by a treating doctor or a doctor member of the treating team. This was not there initially. So this has been added, and we can also refer to PRE 4A, which we will see later on when we will do the PRE 4 standards. PRE 2I, it says that the patients and families should be explained or explained about the expected cost of treatment in a transparent manner. So initially, this was not written, but this includes consultations with the patients, procedures of the patients, investigations of the patients, and it is preferable if the patient gets a written estimate or making the concerned tariff available whenever it is needed. So PRE2I, it deals with patients and families should be explained about the expected cost of treatment in a transparent manner. This can also be referred to PRE 6A. Now we come to PRE 2K. Here, the objective element is modified and the interpretation is also modified because earlier the interpretation was self-explanatory. Here, the word name of the treating doctor is added. So initially, name of the treating doctor was not there. Now, the patient has a right on information on the name of the treating doctor, the care plan, the progress of the patient, and the healthcare. All needs to be discussed with the patient and the family. The next objective element is the PRE2L. It is of achievement level and it is a new objective element. This deals with patients' rights who will determine what information regarding their care should be provided to the self and the family. So here, the patient will decide which information, which is sensitive, which is not sensitive. So the organization needs to evolve a mechanism to provide the sensitive and or confidential information to the patient and the next of the kin if desired by the patient. However, in case of minors, it should be provided to at least one of the parents or the guardian. So this is a new objective element. It is of achievement level and the organization should have a mechanism to provide sensitive or confidential information to the patient. Now we come to PRE3. In PRE3, there are a few changes. There is one objective element which is at the achievement level and one is a totally new one. The language of PRE is not changed. In PRE3A, the interpretation is modified. In PRE3D, the language of the interpretation is modified because there is the merging of previous PRE3D and PRE3E. Both the interpretations are merged and it is added in the interpretation of PRE3D. So the next PRE3D is an objective element at achievement level. PRE3E and 3F, the content is added to the interpretation and we have a new OE which is the PRE3G. PRE3 states that the patient and family members are educated to make informed decisions and are involved in the care planning and delivery process. So the patient and the family members are explained about the proposed care in PRE3A. What is the proposed care? It should include the risk, the alternatives, and the benefits. The proposed care should include referral services, internal services, external services, and it should be discussed by the attending doctor. When you are discussing this with the patient, it should not be in a very hi-fi medical terminology, but it should be in a language that the patient or the person's relative can understand. Whatever the information is exchanged or whenever the patients or the families are explained, this information could be documented and signed. PRE3B and 3C, there is no change. In PRE3D, now we come to PRE3D. So in PRE3D, the interpretations of previous PRE3D and 3E are merged together. This talks about the care plan, what all should be included in the care plan. So the care plan, when possible, should incorporate patient and family concerns and requests. It should also incorporate the religious, the cultural, and spiritual views of the patient. And however, whenever this is incorporated, it should be limited by the statutory requirements. So this is the interpretation of PRE3D, which is a merger of the previous PRE3D and 3E. Now in PRE3E, it is the old PRE3F and content is added in interpretation to add clarity. So this talks that the patient should know about all the diagnostic tests and the results of all the diagnostic tests. So the results of all diagnostic tests are explained at least in broad terms to the patient and family members and their implication on progress and treatment. PRE 3F, the interpretation of the content is added. It tells us about any change in the patient's condition should be told in a timely manner. So they should be explained about any change in the patient's condition in a timely manner. Withholding of resuscitation request from relatives or patients can be discussed within the ethical and legal parameters. Now we come to a new objective element in PRE 3, which is PRE 3G. This is at the achievement level, and actually this is very important because it says that the patient and or family members are provided with multidisciplinary counseling when appropriate. So when should this counseling be given? So the HCO has to identify certain situations where this counseling should be given. So certain conditions of multidisciplinary counseling can be when the patients are very critically ill, or they can be having potential organ donors, or when there is a very long stay of the family and patients. Who should be a part of the counseling team? The doctors from different specialties like nurses, doctors, physiotherapists should be a part of the counseling team. Who will be the leader? The clinician in charge can be the leader of this counseling team. This can also, for this, you can refer to COP 1G. Now we come to PRE 4. In the PRE 4, the informed consent is obtained from the patient or the family about their care. So in PRE 4, the language is changed. In PRE 4A, the objective element and the interpretation is modified. Old PRE 4B is deleted. The new PRE 4B is the previous PRE 4G of the 4th edition. PRE 4C, the old PRE 4C is deleted, and PRE 4C, PRE 4D, PRE 4E, they are reorganized and rearranged with the modifications in the language, and the objective element is changed to emphasize on the implementation. The PRE 4H is merged with the intent of HRM 3I. So in PRE 4, initially there were 8 objective elements, and now it is having 5 objective elements. 2 of them are deleted because they are going in the implied general consent. So PRE 4B and PRE 4C are deleted, and PRE 4H, the third one, is merged with the HRM. We come to PRE 4, that is, informed consent is obtained from the patient or family about their care. This standard is modified to include the implementation. So PRE 4A, the patients and the family have a right to have an informed consent for situations where the informed consent is required. Now the hospital has to make a list where the informed consent is required. So based on the list of procedures and based on requirements of the standard and statutory requirements, they can make a list. Examples are MTP, PCP&DT, organ transplantation, and the person has to follow the national policy for HIV testing laid down by the NACO guidelines. To develop the written guidance, we have to explain the steps which are involved and mention the name of the person who is responsible for obtaining the informed consent. Obviously, we have to ensure that the staff is aware and trained for the same. So PRE 4A talks about the situations and the processes where informed consent for different situations is required. We come to PRE 4B, which is actually the old PRE 4G. There is no change in it. It just tells that the informed consent process adheres to the statutory norms. What are the statutory norms? So before the procedure, we have to take informed consent from the patient, get signature of at least one witness, ensure that the witness is present during the entire communication between the doctor and the patient. However, for repeated procedures like for dialysis and all, we have to take informed consent at the first instant, and then we can define the validity period. However, the validity period should not be more than 6 months. Later on, after 6 months, before 6 months, we can ask the patient to endorse the consent at each and every repeat treatment. For any change in treatment modality or in addition of any other modality, we have to obtain a fresh consent. So this is about the informed consent. PRE 4C. Now there is a rearrangement of all the standards, like B is becoming C, C is the old D. Okay, so the PRE 4C is the old PRE 4D. Here, the language of the interpretation is modified to bring in more clarity. It tells us that the informed consent includes information regarding the procedure, its risks, its benefits, alternatives, and as to who will perform the procedure in a language that they can understand. So, the focus of the informed consent is on effective communication. We are not asking for a paper in which the signature is there, or a form in which the sign is there but nothing is explained. So basically, informed consent should include risks, benefits, information regarding the procedure, alternatives, and all should be bilingual or in a language that the person can understand. Now we come to PRE 4D, that is the old PRE 4E. Here, the objective element is made more comprehensive and interpretation is modified to add clarity. There is a asterisk marked. So as a result, documentation is required. So this describes, the organization describes who can give a consent when a patient is incapable of independent decision making and implement the same. So we should know the hierarchy of consent. What is the order of preference to give a consent? So the next of kin, the legal guardian, is a spouse, then the son, daughter, after that the parents, and then the brother and the sister. This is the hierarchy of consent. For life-threatening conditions, when the patient's relative is not available or suddenly a patient deteriorates in the middle of the night, then the treating doctor and another clinicians, he can decide, and to safeguard the patient's life, they can give a consent. We come to PRE 4E. Here, the interpretation of the content is modified. Here, initially it was not written, but now it is written that a doctor member of the team can take consent on behalf of the person performing the procedure. Dr. Weibel has very nicely explained in the COP 7E, 12B, COP 13D, and COP 14C related to the informed consent, which should be taken by the person performing the procedure. Now so almost 50% of the standards are over. We have 8 standards and we complete 4 standards of PRE. Now we come to the 5th standard, that is PRE 5. In PRE 5, the language is not changed. The language is the same. One objective element is added. PRE 5A is the old PRE 5H. The content is added to the interpretation because earlier the interpretation was self-explanatory. PRE 5F is now COP 18F of the 4th edition, where the interpretation and content is modified to add the clarity. PRE 5B, PRE 5C, PRE 5D, E, G, H, and I, they are all reorganized and rearranged. And we have PRE 5I is an achievement level objective element. So PRE 5, it tells us that a patient and families, they have a right to information and education about their healthcare needs. Now, how will we know about their healthcare needs? So PRE 5A is the old PRE 5H and interpretation is modified. So the patient should be educated in a language and format that they can understand. Now, how will we know what is the language and format that the patient can understand? So what is the organization supposed to do? So during the patient's treatment, we can informally screen the patient or the family for their understanding, for their abilities and language requirements. And later on, accordingly, we can provide counseling by using printed materials or by audiovisual aids. So here the focus is on informally screening the patients and families for their understanding abilities. So we can know how to educate them. PRE 5B is the old PRE 5A. The content is the same. That is, safe patient has a right to be educated on safe and effective use of medications, the potential side effects of medications whenever it is appropriate. PRE 5C is the old PRE 5B, which talks of food-drug interactions. Most common example is while they should not be having alcohol when they are taking metronidazole. PRE 5D is having the same content of old PRE 5C, and the patients have to be educated about their diet and nutrition. PRE 5E, education about immunization regarding to different immunizations of hepatitis B, typhoid, influenza, meningitis, etc. Now we come to PRE 5F, which is the old COP 18F. There is no change and it is related to the pain management. PRE 5G is the old PRE 5E. Here, the patients needs to be educated about specific disease processes, complications, good lifestyle modifications, about his diet, about his prevention of other diseases. Then we have PRE 5H. This is the old PRE 5F. Here we have to, patient has a right to be educated about healthcare associated infections. We have to teach him about hand washing. We have to tell them about avoiding overcrowding near the patients. The next achievement level OE is the PRE 5I. This is the same as old PRE 5H. Here it says that the patients and family members' special educational needs are identified and addressed. So we have to identify the special education needs during treatment. This information can again be through counseling, use of printed material which is understandable to the patient, which is bilingual, and through the help of audio-visual aids. We come to PRE 6. There is no much change in PRE 6 except in PRE 6A because it deals with the cost. We have made it measurable and the language of the interpretation is modified for clarity. And in PRE 6D, the objective element is modified because we wanted to broaden the scope. So PRE 6 says that the patient and families have a right to information on expected costs. To make this measurable, there is a OE and interpretation modified of the old PRE 6A. Here, what is the right of the patient? So the patient and family members should be made aware of the pricing policy in different settings. That is the setting of outpatients, inpatients, emergency, and ICU. In the fourth edition, the pricing policy for emergency and ICU were not added. It is written in black here. So the emergency and ICU are added. Where should be the pricing settings policy? Where should it be available or the tariff? It should be near the registration or with the admission desk. This is based on the billing policy, which will define the charges to be levied for various healthcare activities in a given setting. So, different levels of setting should be there for the charges. Policy should include consultation charges, bed charges, nursing charges, and security deposit. So, all the pricing policy has been made measurable by addition of certain words and by modifying the objective element, that is PRE 6A. PRE 6B talks of the relevant tariff list which should be available to the patients. That is already there and there is no change in it. PRE 6C talks about explanation about the expected cost and there is no change in PRE 6C. PRE 6D is the same old PRE 6D. However, the objective element is modified to broaden the scope and the interpretation is changed. Here, the word financial implications is added and the care of plan is added. So, patients or families are informed about the financial implications when there is a change in the care of plan. So, what type of changes can be there in the care of plan? That is when the patient can be shifted from medical to surgical management, or he needs to do certain expensive investigations, or he has to shift from one setting to another, or he has to shift to and fro from the ICU and back to the ICU. All this will have financial implications and they have to be informed to the patients because it is a patient's and family right. So here the scope of the financial implication is broadened. Specific things are added so we know what is the change in the care of plan. This completes the PRE 6. Now we come to PRE 7. In PRE 7, the wording of the standard is modified to improve the language. So the language of PRE 7 is changed. PRE 7A, the previous PRE 7A's interpretation is split into two separate objective elements, that is PRE 7A and PRE 7B. Now, as it is split into PRE 7B, the PRE 7B is again a new objective element with achievement level, and PRE 7B, 7C, D, E, and F. In all this, the language is modified and content is added for more clarity. So we come to what does PRE 7 say? PRE 7 says that the organization has a mechanism to capture the patient's feedback and to redress the complaints. This is what it is about, the patient's feedback and redressal of complaints. The wording of the standard is modified and it includes implementation. Now, PRE 7A, the previous objective elements interpretation is split. So this says that the organization has a mechanism to capture the feedback from patients, which includes patient satisfaction. Okay, this patient satisfaction is written in italics. And PRE 7B says that the organization has a mechanism to capture the patient experience. Initially, it was one. The organization has a mechanism to capture patient's satisfaction as well as patient's feedback experience. So now it is divided into two. So PRE 7A, the objective element is split. The organization has a mechanism to capture the feedback from patients, which includes patient satisfaction. How will we see the patient satisfaction? We will see it through feedback forms. Feedback forms can be captured physically or by electronically, and it should be for OPD as well as IP, and they should preferably be separate because the parameters to be measured are separate. So feedback is to be captured for the patient's satisfaction. That is PRE 7A. We come to PRE 7B. As the previous PRE 7A is split up, so this is a new objective element and it is at an achievement level. So this says that the organization has a mechanism to capture the patient experience. So how will you capture the patient's experience? That is, we can take a feedback regarding the hospital environment, whether it is clean or it is dirty, or they were maintaining some quiet or they were noisy. Responsiveness of the hospital staff, how the staff is responding to the patient's call or patient's needs, communication with doctors and nurses, pain management, how is the discharge, whether there was a timely discharge or they were taking more time, so that is discharge information, and overall rating of the hospitals. So this is the new objective element at achievement level. Now we come to PRE 7C. PRE 7C is now the old PRE 7B. So this says about lodging of the complaint. So whenever a complaint is lodged, it has to be analyzed within a defined time frame. We have to document the person who is responsible for the complaint and we have to take the action. Here the word which is added, which is very important, is patient complaints include those against healthcare workers. Initially, complaints against healthcare workers were not included. In this, which is modified, it says that patient complaints include those against healthcare workers. Sometimes there are anonymous complaints, and that credence will be decided by the organization whether they want to take an action or they don't want to take an action on some anonymous complaint. That will be totally decided by the organization. PRE 7D is the old PRE 7C. Here, the patient should have a right to be made aware of the procedures for feedback. How? Either they can be displayed or by written information. Sometimes we can have the patients to come forward and speak. However, that time an environment of trust is much needed to be created. So the patient should be made aware on the procedure for feedback by display or by the written information. PRE 7E. This is the old PRE 7D. This tells that whatever the feedback we have received is reviewed. It is analyzed within a defined time frame. Everywhere a defined time frame is very important, or else the proper action will not be taking place. and patients and family can be involved in discussion. So whenever the feedback is reviewed, we can talk to the patient's relative and the patient himself, and they should be involved in a discussion, and the outcome should be informed. So that is the PRE 7E, which is the old PRE 7D. Then we have the PRE 7F. The PRE 7F is the old PRE 7E. So you will see that all are jumping by one. That is, there is a rearrangement of all the standards. So here, after the feedback is received in PRE 7F, the organization has to do a CAPA, that is a corrective and preventive action should be taken based on the analysis whenever it is appropriate. Now we are coming to the last standard of PRE, that is the last standard of PRE is the PRE 8. It is about effective communication. This is very, very, very important, and many books have been written on effective communication, because most of the violations which violent behavior of the patients and the relatives, or the cases or the litigations which are taking place, are usually because the communications are having gaps, or the communication is not done in a proper way. So PRE 8, that is, there is no change in the language. In PRE 8A, objective element and interpretation is modified and clarity is added. PRE 8B, 8C, and 8D, the objective elements are modified to remove ambiguity and emphasize the implementation. PRE 8E is the achievement level, and PRE 8F was moved to the HRM chapter. So PRE 8, there is no change in the language, and we come to PRE 8. PRE 8 says that the organization has a system for effective communication with patients and families. So PRE 8A, objective element and interpretation is modified. It says that communication with the patients and our families is done effectively. Now we need a tool to know how effective the communication is. So if the communication is considered to be effective, then only it will serve the purpose. The principle of effective communication are compiled. For example, there are the 7 C's, which all of you must be well aware of. That is, the communication should be clear, it should be correct, it should be complete, it should be concrete, concise, considerate, and courteous. All these 7 C's should be included or incorporated whenever a communication is taking place between 2 or more than 2 people. We have to identify and overcome the barriers which are there in communication. Sometimes there are barriers like language communication, right? There is a problem in the language, so the person cannot understand. That time, the language barrier can be overcome by the help of some interpreters. We can adopt any model of effective communication. So there are different models of effective communication which can be adopted. So communication with the patients is done effectively, and this is based on certain models which will help to identify whether the communication is being done effectively or not. As there is a asterisk, this mandates documentation. What is effective communication? So effective communication is defined as a communication between 2 or more persons, wherein the intended message is successfully delivered, received, and it is also understood. Many other types of small skills are required, like non-verbal communication. You are observing, you are engaged in listening, and you have an ability to speak assertively. All these are certain types of skills which are required for effective communication, and it should be included in the training for effective communication. Now we come to PRE 8B. Here also there is an asterisk, so it mandates documentation. Here the objective element is modified. What does it say? It says that the organization shall identify special situations where enhanced communication with families of patient and patients would be required. So we all know there are certain situations in which enhanced communication is required. Certain news, like you want to break some bad news, or certain adverse events, or handling of an aggressive patient or a family, or talking to a family member when the patient has expired. So all these will require certain enhanced communication. You just can't talk normally with the people when you are breaking some bad news. So the staff has to be trained for this. Now, PRE 8C, that is enhanced communication with the patients and families is done effectively. Initially, what was it? There were certain situations which were identified for enhanced communication. After that, the next standard says that this is done effectively. So how do we know that this is done effectively? That is breaking of bad news or something, how effectively it is done. This we see routinely in ICU patients when the patients are dead and the critical care consultants have to go and break the bad news to the relatives. So one of the model which is very successful is the spikes model for breaking bad news. So the breaking bad news, there is a spike model. So the spike says that first of all, you see, set up the interview. That is, you see what is the proper time to talk to the patient's relative. Is the patient relative coming? What time he is coming? Next is you see the assessment of patient's perceptions. That is what you assess the patient's perceptions. Third is I is for obtaining invitation from the patient. K is for knowledge and information transfer to the patient. We have to inform the patient. After that, we have to talk to the patient in an emotional way and an empathetical way. So that is E. And in the end, we have to plan a strategy for the future and we have to summarize it. So this is the spike model. That is, S is setting up the interview. P is to see the patient's perceptions. I is to invite the patient. K is for knowledge and information transfer to the patient. E is for the empathy and emotional support, which the patient will be needing. And S is the overall strategy for the future and the summarizing. So there are certain models. The organizations can make up their own models and follow them. Now we come to PRE 8D. Here, the objective element is modified and it ensures, it says that the organization will ensure that there is no unacceptable communication. So what are the unacceptable communications? Whether the patient is abused, somebody is talking badly with the patient, we are hurting the religious or cultural sentiment of the patient, and we are communicating with the patient with lots of disrespect. All these are unacceptable communications. We come to PRE 8E, which is the objective element of a achievement level. Here it talks about that the organization has a system to monitor and review the implementation of effective communication. So how will you monitor and review the implementation of effective communication? First of all, it will be by feedback. We will take the feedback from the patients and other stakeholders, and we will also monitor and review the process. How will we monitor? That is, either we will observe or we will be taking interviews. So this is PRE 8E, which is at the achievement level, which says that there should be a system to monitor and review the implementation of effective communication. So this completes the entire chapter, that is all the 8 standards of PRE. There are a few deletions or merging or movements of certain standards which is shown in this slide. That is PRE 1D. PRE 1D was incorporated in the HRM. PRE 4D. PRE 4D and 4C, they are deleted because they come in the act of coming to the hospital is an implied general consent. So PRE 4B and PRE 4C, they are deleted. PRE 4H is merged in the intent of HRM 3I and PRE 8F is moved to HRM. So these are the deletions which are there in the PRE chapter. Now the chapter the thing which require documentation. So basically that is the PRE 1B, it requires documentation. That is, the patient and family rights and responsibilities are actively promoted. PRE 1A, that is, the patient's rights and responsibilities are documented and displayed and they are made aware of the same. That also requires documentation. PRE 4A, the organization obtains informed consent from the patient or family for situations where informed consent is required. That also mandates documentation. PRE 4D, the organization describes who can give consent when a patient is incapable of independent decision making and implements the same. So that also mandates documentation. PRE 7C, the organization readdresses the patient's complaint as per the defined mechanism. PRE 8A, communication with the patients and or families is done effectively. PRE 8B, the organization shall identify special situation where enhanced communication with patients and families would be required. This also requires documentation, and enhanced communication with the patients and families is done effectively. So you will see that in the last chapter, that is the PRE 8, there are three objective elements which require documentation. So to wrap it up, we have the standards. There are 8 standards. Objective elements are 53. Core elements are 12. Commitment objective elements are 34. Achievement objective elements are 3. And excellence are 0. There are no excellence standards in the PRE. So this finishes the PRE chapter, that is about patients' rights and education. That is the 4th chapter. And thank you very much for the patient hearing. And I thank NABH for the chance to let me speak on this ground. And thank you very much. And we all should know that quality is not an act, it is an habit. So please continue doing the quality work, whether somebody is seeing or nobody is seeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Margi, for an excellent presentation and very comprehensive and very lucid. And also stressing upon the facts that what needs to be seen and how it needs to be seen and the importance behind each of these objective elements. Thank you very much. We'll be taking all the question answers from the audience at the end of the session for you. And
Okay,
now I
thank you.
request, thank you. And now I request Dr. Shankar Singh Gupta, who will be taking the HIC chapter. He's a medical superintendent of Chittaranjan National Cancer Institute, Calcutta.
Sir, your screen is visible. Please open your PPT.
Dr. Shankar, lovely umbrellas we could see on the screen actually. Very thematic.
Your screen is visible now, sir, to us.
Oh, it has come now.
Yes.
You can see my screen.
Yes, yes, we can.
But it's white. Okay. So.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm
now
really,
over to you.
Yeah, I've really got nervous by the fabulous presentation by Dr. Marge. She has made me real nervous. I don't know how I'll be able to live up to the expectation. Excellent talk and a lot of inputs and insight. I'm sure all the audience also will have been immensely benefited by this course. From a humble background of microbiology, today I'm working as a medical head of a regional cancer center. I'm interested for the chapter 5 by the NABH Secretariat for talking on infection control, hospital infection control. And here, what I just would like to tell you that there are a lot of changes you must have understood by this time when you are I'm audible, right? I'm audible, right? Hello?
Yes, please.
I'm audible, right?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have been, you must have been understood by this time. There are a lot of changes. There are a lot of inputs. There are a lot of insights. There are a lot of pain and labor the technical committee have gone through while making this 5th edition. Now, as far as HIC is concerned, there are also many changes. And 4th edition had 9 standard and 54 objective element, which has been replaced by the 5th edition with 8 standard and 51 objective elements. HIC 1, the wordings have been modified, and it has been particularly in terms of it has already removed all the ambiguity of what it was before. And HIC 1 one particular this statement I can tell this standard has now has got a direct inclusion of the community, so that the hospital infection control program by a hospital can even extend the support to the community. That has been very much clear in this particular standard. So it is the organization has a comprehensive and coordinated hospital infection prevention and control program aimed at reducing or eliminating risk to patient, visitors, provider of care and community. HSE 1A is an core element, objective element, and this objective element where interpretation has been changed to some extent, and here it has been written that you must have understood that in the previous edition most of the things were written like documented policy procedure, or maybe it was written like kind of statement. Here most of the time you will find written guidance. That means something which you have been guided by maybe national, international, or some kind of standard, or based on which you have made your own SOP. So the written guidance over here is on monitoring. And organization will have several programs to monitor it. Overall aims and objectives are have to be made, and there will be organizational priorities. And the organizational priorities will be made based on current scientific knowledge and guidelines, and in international and national and professional body guidelines which are available in our country from CDC, WHO, all these bodies. HSE 1B is actually an HSE old 2A. Here again, this has been written about the high risk activities. Now, if you remember, the HSE 4 was high risk areas and the procedures. Here it has been merged as high risk activities. So HSE 1B is basically you can say the old one, but it has been a lot of changes in the interpretation level. In the interpretation level, you can see all the red colored words and sentences are the newer one. It was not in the 4th edition, and it has been included in the 5th edition. So it says that the hospital infection prevention and control program identified high risk activities and has written guidance to prevent and manage infection for these activities. And high risk activities are identified based on scientific literature, and it normally keeps in view of the potential risk of transmission of infection to patient or healthcare providers. Example of these activities including many things, particularly in today's scenario. If you look at this manual, if you look at this standard, many times you will think that possibly when the technical committee were making this, they didn't have the iota of the idea that COVID will come over here. But lot of element will remind you that how much it will be helpful to make your hospital getting prepared for HIC when you are going for the NABH accreditation by 5th standard. So look at that. It has been saying that examples of these activities include performing aerosol generating procedures, handling blood and body fluids, peels, specimens, sharps, and exposure to the contaminated medical devices or equipment and biomedical waste. HSE 1C again, the old HSE 1B. However, interpretation, objective element and interpretation has been modified a little. The infection prevention and control program is reviewed and updated at least 1 year. Reviewed is the new word has come up, and the updating process is almost the same. It has to be annual update, but it has been again changed a bit in the interpretation level, that it is telling in case of annual review does not identify any opportunity for improvement, and the same shall be documented in the minutes of the infection control committee meeting. Very clear. If you do not find anything changeable, then in the annual review make the comment that you feel that presently whatever your infection control process is going on, that is up to the mark. HSE 1D, a new OE, and this is an achievement level. A new OE, it tells about the infection prevention and control program is reviewed based on infection control assessment tool. Here I would like to tell that there are few assessment tools you can use. Particularly, you can use the WHO infection prevention and control assessment framework at the facility level, and CDC's infection prevention and control assessment tool for acute care hospitals. These tools can be used for complying this particular element, HSE 1D. HSE 1E, old HSE 1C has been now written in HSE 1E. Interpretation has been again modified. This talks about the multidisciplinary committee who will be handling the HIC in a hospital. And here there are a lot of new terms has been added: infection control officer, infection control nurses, the staff or the representation from operation theater, intensive care unit. These all have been added in the multi-disciplinary infection control committee. And again, there should be a written guidelines as suggested by the new standard. And the meeting should be made at least monthly. Very important. It has been already written at least monthly, because some of the people show like a meeting once in a 6 months, the infection control multidisciplinary committee meeting, because they feel it is not that required, but it is very much required. It has been always failed by the technical committee who are making this standard. Even who made the standard in 4th edition, they also felt the same. So this time it has been emphasized. Many way, this particular 5th edition standard will give you clarity, will make your life ease, and will make the simpler insight about the requirement of the standard. So here there is another example where you could find that it is telling that at least monthly the minimum quorum and need to be maintained, and the minute of the meeting, of course, has to be documented. Here also there is something new. The interpretation says risk reduction goals and measurable objectives are established by the committee at least annually and reviewed monthly. So the committee is not there only to just see whatever the things are going on in the hospital. Committee is actually the driving force. Committee will make the annual risk reduction goals and the measurable objective for the hospital infection control team and hospital infection control people. So that is why it is very much important, and it is the interpretation has made it a point. The multidisciplinary committee will play a major role to combat with the hospital infection prevention control in the hospital or accredited hospital. HSC 1F is old HSC 1D, but interpretation is bit changed. It is basically about the infection control officer and infection control team, and where it has been told that the infection control team should be staffed according to the organizational size. Because if you do not have enough number in infection control team, then possibly the team will not be able to do the justification of their work. In a very big hospital of 1,000-bedded hospital, you cannot have 2-member team. However, in a small level hospital, minimum requirement has to be infection control officer and the infection control nurse, and the same team will be represented. It was told in the 4th edition they will be in the committee, they will be included in the committee, but here it is written that represented in the infection control committee. Not much of change, but one thing is very much important, that should be staffed according to the organizational size. This is the new one, and this you have to keep in mind. 1G is the old 1E. Interpretation has been very smartly modified, and again for your own ease, again for your own advantage. Here it is told rightfully, infection control officer shall be a doctor. It was there in the 4th edition also, but then it was only for the clinical microbiologists who are mentioned, maybe sometimes surgeon and etc. But one new category of staff, medical staff, has emerged, particularly even for the COVID scenario, even the pre-COVID scenario, that India is now having many new generation infectious disease specialists, and they can be also given the responsibility of the infection control officer. So ID specialist also has been added in the number, in the name of a justifiable manner, in the name of a infection control officer, if the organization wants to make it. HSC 1H is the old HSC 1F. That is where interpretation again is modified to some extent, and this is basically the on infection control nurse, where it has been mentioned this time additional structured training. Very important, structured training, because previously most of the training was, if you would like to see the infection control nurses training, the training was almost like that it's 4 days courses, 5 days courses. Now that is not important. Important is additional structured training means somewhere it has gone through a training where they have got a hands-on training, practical training, and those is important. So here I think this standard objective, this standard, in this standard, the objective element 1H has been very categorical about the additional structured training of an infection control nurse, and the responsibility of the nurse will be defined in the manual. It was previously documented, etc., but it is now in this edition. It is defined in the manual. In the infection control manual, it will be defined. So what are the responsibility of the infection control nurse? A lot of changes has come up the interpretation level of this particular element. What I was telling, the responsibilities could include, the ICN responsibility could include surveillance of the healthcare associated infection and healthcare associated organisms, compliance monitoring, that includes the hand hygiene, transmission related precautions, isolation, infection specific bundles, disinfection, and sterilization procedures, and the many checklists. So many checklists which the ICN has to initiate in the hospital for hospital infection control. Education also a part of ICN's job, and also ICN has to work to combat with any outbreaks or any kind of documentation. At a minimum, it has been already mentioned in this particular standard, at a minimum, there should be one dedicated nurse per 250 beds. So that says everything. So if you have a 1,000-bedded hospital, you cannot have only one single ICN. They should be supported by linked nurses. This term is very important, linked nurses, who actively participate in infection prevention and control activity in their work area. Who are these linked nurses? The linked nurses is that in a particular department, say ICU, critical care, there may be many nurses. Maybe one is the nurse in charge, maybe one is deputy in charge, and then the sister in charge, then the shift in charge. But you will find with astonishment that there is nobody who is linking with the infection control nurse for HIC purposes. So here it has been categorically told to keep a linked nurse with the infection control nurse, as it is a requirement, and not only it is a requirement, it has to, it will create a better HIC protocol and implementation part in the hospital. As you know, in this particular standard, one thing has been seen, that it is more like, you can say it has helped more like implementation level. And that is why the linked nurse also is a part of the implementation level of infection control to the each and every places in the hospital. HIC-1I is the new OE at the commitment level. And this HIC-1I is basically talks about the organization implements information, education, and communication program for infection prevention and control activities for the community. I told you HIC-1 has already extended its support to the community. And remember, when we were talking about this, actually what I told you, that we are not knowing that how the hospitals, the accredited hospital in today's time have to help the government to really channelize their vision and their activities into the society and into the community. If you look at the interpretation of the HIC-1I, it says that the organization could work with stakeholders and create information, education, and communication messages. Example of infection control and prevention and control activities include hand hygiene, appropriate use of antibiotic, use of personal protective equipment. Everything is true in today's scenario. So HIC-1I, though it is a new OE, and it was a very, very, you can say, appropriate OE in the present time. And then HIC-1J, the another one. Again, it says the organization participates in managing community outbreaks. Now, you know that the COVID is pandemic, and that is why if you look at the interpretation, what is written, that is the organization coordinates with external agencies, including statutory, to respond effectively to community outbreaks. This includes communication, both internal and external, roles and responsibilities for staff and training of staff. So that means, again, it is so much important in today's scenario that in many ways, the new standard will help the country to combat the COVID pandemic, because that is an outbreak, and that itself requires a community participation to prevent it, to fight with it. Then HIC-2. Let us come to the HIC-2, and 2 is again, you know that 2 is actually the old HIC 5 and 9 have been combined together, and they have replaced HIC 2. So there are many there are many standard you will see, many standard you will see in almost all chapters, that 2 of the previous standard have been clubbed together and made a new standard. HIC 2 is almost like that, where old HIC 5 and HIC 9, particularly HIC 5 was talking about the resources and also how you can the lot of PPEs and other isolation system, the barrier nursing, everything together. It was HIC 5, and 9 was the particular the infection control budget, training, etc. Those were the HIC 9. However, in HIC 2A, that is HIC 2, where the wordings have been modified, that is the organization provides adequate and appropriate resources for infection prevention and control. Now, again, I am telling you that in the previous edition, it was little bit different. Here, it has been adequately. It is asking for the appropriate resources for infection prevention and control. And if you look at the 2A, which is the core element, and in that core element, the interpretation is that the management shall ensure that the resources required are made available on a continual basis and sustained manner. Many people do not understand the difference between continuous and continual. The continuous is something which is happening every time the similar way. That means every year the budget is coming, every year the similar kind of avenues are coming, and you are maintaining it. But simple maintenance is not continual. Continual means today, if you are at the level of 8, tomorrow you will be at the level of 10, and the day after tomorrow you will be at the level of 12. That is called continual development or continual manner development. So that is why this particular standard is telling, this element is telling, the management shall ensure that the resources required are made available on a continual and sustained manner. You cannot just skip it. Suddenly you had a very good management system that you got 200 bottles of hand hygiene, and next day next month suddenly all the hand hygiene is not being found in your hospital. That is not the kind of resources we talk about. We talk about very sustained resources. At the same time it will be continual, because day by day you have to increase the intensity of your hospital infection prevention and control system in your hospital. So that is what is 2A, and that is 2A is actually considered as a core element. HIC 2B is again old HIC, and it has come from HIC 9B. Interpretation is slightly changed over here, and 9B says there shall be a little bit, you can say, separate budget demarcated for infection prevention and control activity, and that is almost the same which was there in the 4th edition. HIC 2C is something where the old HIC 5A just has been rewritten over here. So that is called placement changed. So simply from HIC 5A, it was in 4th edition. Now it is into HIC 2C in the new edition. HIC 2D is actually old HIC 5B, but here interpretation has been grossly modified. Here it is being told that, and again I just must tell, the HIC 2D is another core element. So here the interpretation has been changed a lot to give more clarity, to make more advantage for the for the ACOs who will follow this standard. The organization provides at least one easily accessible wash basin with running water in every patient care areas for healthcare providers. And for hand wash, the organization could consider providing large wash basins, hands-free tap, soap, and facility for drying hands without contamination. Hand rub should be available in every patient care area, and hand rub dispensers shall be installed at convenient points and can also be carried by staff as they move between patients. Very important, and very important in today's time. Very important in today's time. All the hospitals who will be going through the 5th edition, I'm sure most of them are now having tough time to manage the COVID patients. And for them, this standard will be of immensely helpful. HSC 2E is the old 5C. And in the 2E, it is talking about the isolation or barrier nursing, which is just a placement change. HIC 3 is the old HIC 2. Again, here I should tell you, again the 5th edition has made a change. HIC 3 is nothing but part of HIC 2. So actually HIC 2 of 4th edition has been split into HIC 3 and HIC 4. One part, that is HIC 3, is dedicated for the clinical areas, and HIC 4, the other part, is dedicated to the support areas. So HIC 3 is emphasizing on the clinical areas. The organization implements the infection prevention and control program in clinical areas. A new name, absolutely a new kind of vibes is being given over here. And the HIC 3A, which is a core element that talks about, earlier there was, I mean, it was earlier in 4th edition, it was nothing, but now interpretation has been given that adherence to standard precaution is one of the fundamental tenets of infection prevention and control. In every area of the organization, standard precaution shall be adhered. So it is being categorically telling that you have to adhere the standard precaution in each and every clinical areas of the hospital. Now, HIC 3A is the old HIC 2B. It is again another core element where interpretation has been modified. Earlier, there was, I'm talking of the HIC 3B, where old HIC, it is not, sorry, it is 3B is 3B is core element, but the placement just has been changed over here. It is not something very different from HIC 2C, which is in the old edition. Interpretation wise, the standard is, the element is the organization adheres to hand hygiene guideline, and interpretation wise, the organization shall adhere to international and national guideline on the hand hygiene, and a good reference is WHO guideline on hand hygiene in healthcare of 2009. So basically, in the previous edition, it was almost the same, but it has been now placed in HIC 3B, a new element under the HIC 3. HIC 3C. HIC 3C is an old HIC 2D. OE has been little bit modified, where it is telling that the organization adheres to transmission-based precautions. Interpretation is almost similar of the 4th edition. HIC 3D, that is where old HIC 2E has been written, it is nothing but placement change. HIC 3E, where old HIC 2G has taken place, and here I must say in 3E, appropriate antimicrobial uses policy is established and documented. Here in HIC 3E, though it is the old HIC 2G, but the interpretation level has been thoroughly changed. It tells that the organization shall identify clinical conditions in which antimicrobial agents, be it antibiotics, be it antifungal or antiviral or antiparasite, shall be used in terms of types of antimicrobial agents. Monotherapy versus combination therapy. It will talk about escalation and de-escalation of therapy. It will, when you are establishing an antimicrobial usage policy, you have to also develop a good reference guideline about the restricted antibiotic, and that is the first thing which has been done in this particular element, which was not there in before. It has been more systematic, and the way you must understand to make an antimicrobial usage policy in today's world, and that is what is actually being followed by most of the infectious disease specialists of the country. Everything has been kept in this particular element. So organization has to develop its antimicrobial uses policy, which need to be also reviewed at least every year. Everything is written, and also good reference from WHO 2011 has been written over there. It has been also, you can say, referring to the Ministry of Health National Treatment Guidelines of our country for antimicrobial use for infectious disease. ICMR's guideline also has been talked about the antimicrobial use. So all these things could be a referral document to you for making a proper antimicrobial uses policy in your hospital. First time I told you, it is preferable that the organization has a standardized methodology for antibiotic susceptibility testing. It has come to this particular element. It's so important because you know that until unless your laboratory is good enough to give you the support for infection prevention and control of your hospital, you cannot go with compliance, go with a proper compliance with the requirement of this standard. So here it has been mentioned, here it has been reminded to the hospital authority that you need to make a commensurate antibiotic susceptibility testing system by authorized people, by competent people, by technically qualified people. The antimicrobial uses policy then only will be able to survive in your organization and will be able to help you to help you to prevent the bacterial infection or viral infections in your hospital setup. Restricted antimicrobials is something which was talked about first time in this particular element. Restricted antibiotic is something which you know each and every hospital need to now be careful, otherwise they will not be able to control the drug resistant bacteria. So that is why using of antibiotic restricted antibiotic like meropenem or imipenem, that should be controlled, and this has been mentioned in this particular element. I have just given a small slide from a latest WHO protocol on current challenges on spreading the COVID virus, where you will see all the things which are being told in our objective elements have taken place. Standard precaution and all the kinds of PPE, everything has taken place. But one important part which I would like to tell you in addition, that is in the new standard of the WHO, they are telling that hospital infection control program possibly have to start typically in the emergency department. They are suggesting, which in the morning today, Dr. Pawan Kapoor sir told that you might have to make a different triage for the non-trauma cases. So for the COVID cases, as you know, many hospitals are going for the COVID isolation emergency and all. So there also you need to provide all kind of IPC measures, which is being now advocated by WHO. HSC3F is nothing but old HSC2H, but it is a core level objective element, and the interpretation has been thoroughly modified in this particular objective element as well. This this objective element is nothing but it talks about the implementation of antimicrobial uses policy and monitoring of the rational use of antibiotic. Here again, the entire antimicrobial use policy and the deviation of the policy and how you are going to take care of that, everything has been mentioned. HSC3G is a new OE at the excellence level. This is something which possibly you will try at your during your reaccreditation, or if somebody is already reaccredited, they should definitely try for this particular objective element. Not try, they have to do it. Basically, it is for the mature level organization. And then what it talks about, the organization implements an antibiotic stewardship program. As you know, antibiotic stewardship is something which was not very common in this country, but however, it has now taken up. Many antibiotic stewardship program is happening in this country as well, and the antibiotic stewardship program must may aim to guide efforts to improve appropriate and necessary antibiotic use. And who can be the participant? The doctors, the nurses, the people, the pharmacists, All of them can be a part of the antibiotic stewardship program. In country, there will be many antibiotic stewardship program in to come. And in fact, if you remember that the people who are going through the NABH accreditation process, if they attend the antibiotic stewardship program, their knowledge level becomes immensely benefited. HSC 4 is the old HSC 2 I told you, but only has been split up. The 3 was in clinical areas and the 4 is dedicated for the support services. So that is why the HSC 4 talks about the organization implements the infection prevention and control program in support services. 4A is nothing but the old HIC 2K, where interpretation has been modified, and they are very importantly because it is talking about the engineering controls, because this particular element is talking about the engineering controls. Very importantly, a particular point has been added: prevention of fungal colonization. Before that, what it was? It was everything. It was in the 4th edition. It talked about you can say the optimum spacing. It talked about the cleaning and replacement of the filter. It talked about conditioning of the dust and duct and filters, everything. But it did not talk about one of the major important event, that is the fungal colonization. It happens in the AHU. It happens in the several ducts, and those who are connected with the critical care areas like operation theater, like ICU, that can cause and pose to the severe hospital acquired infection. So that is why this particular standard has pointed out about the prevention of the fungal colonization. That is why it is written in red, and it has come new in this particular standard. 4B, again a new OE at commitment level. Here it talks about the organization designs and implements a plan to reduce the risk of infection during construction and renovation. In fact, this particular element you will also find in FMS 1E. This is a new OE, and this is very important because before that it was not very clear to many organizations that how they can actually create a right kind of atmosphere, if the engineering controls are not being taken care seriously. After this particular element, they will understand that until unless they don't do a proper designing, they don't do a proper activity for implementing a plan, they will not be able to control the risk of infection after any new construction. So before any new construction, they have to make the plan, and after the new construction, if the plan is implemented properly, the infection control people are taken into the account. They are discussed about the new designs, or they are discussed about the any new changes in the construction. Then only possibly you will be able to take care of this. Otherwise, lot of aspergillus infection can happen due to any kind of breaking the walls and any kind of structuring or restructuring of walls. 4C is old HIC 2I, and it is basically 2L, and it is basically talk about housekeeping formalities or procedures. In the housekeeping formalities and procedure, again the interpretation has been modified a lot. Housekeeping shall be, it is telling that housekeeping shall be addressed at all levels of organization. Example for ward, OT, public areas, everywhere, toilets, corridors, and regular cleaning protocol should be there. Regular cleaning to remove the visible dirt and dust is must and mandatory. It includes even the environment, fixture, fomites, furniture, furnishings, equipment, etc. And the more importantly, in this particular objective element, it is being told that a risk stratification matrix may be used to determine the frequency of cleaning. The physical environment may be divided into several areas depending on the risk of transmitting microorganisms. So this is something which is a new interpretation, it is again telling the criteria used to identify these areas can include the number of footfalls, the type of activity performed, clinical versus non-clinical, and the probability of being exposed to body fluid. For example, like in an operation theater or in a laboratory. And it is preferable that the organization follows an uniform policy across different departments within the organization. It has talked about the common disinfectant, and they have told, it is being told that it should be identified, dilution protocols are established, and its uses in the appropriate situation is complied with. It shall also include procedure for terminal cleaning, blood and body fluid cleanup, and isolation rooms. Very important, very aptly written, particularly in the present scenario of the COVID. As you know, many hospitals now making their own hand sanitizers and the disinfectant. So it is very much important to look at the quality control issue. It is told that the dusting, it was there in the fourth edition as well, a dusting of any sort inside the clinical area should be avoided, because they are wet mopping is more advocated. However, the good reference guideline has been given over here, that is CDC guideline for disinfection and sterilization in healthcare facilities 2008, and very importantly, our country's own guideline, Swachh Bharat guideline, has been also mentioned in this particular standard. 4D is actually an old HIC 8, and now I must say this is something which will be very, you will be maybe astonished to know, but once you will understand the element and you will see that this element has actually covered everything, then you will understand that is the reason possibly number of objective elements have come down in the 5th edition. An entire standard, HIC 8 is the entire standard biomedical waste that has been just an element. So HIC 4D is an erstwhile standard which now is an element, and it is nothing but talking about the HIC biomedical waste is handled properly and appropriately, and it is talking about the segregation, collection of biomedical waste in a proper manner, in the color-coded bags, monitoring. All these interpretation has been added new, and which is as per the recent country's guideline on biomedical waste. It has been telling that organization ensure that biomedical waste is stored in accordance to the statutory provision. That means all the licenses, either from the Pollution Control Board or your own contract with the biomedical waste operator need to be there while you are appearing or you are preparing for your accreditation. As I just want to show you, this is the latest recommendation for the COVID hospital to put all the biomedical waste in the red colored bag, and it needs to be only autoclave or incinerate, nothing less than that. HIC 4E is an old HIC 2I, and here the interpretation has been modified again. HIC 4E talks about the adherence of the linen management, and linen management means you can understand laundry and linen management is a part of the hospital, but in this particular standard, this element, it has been now accepted that hospital can have either in-house or outsource, because previously it was always thought that laundry is almost like in-house, and that is why the element was written like that. So process of storage, distribution of clear linen within the organization, all this thing has come in the newer element or new standard. HIC 4F is the old HIC 2J. HIC 4F is nothing but kitchen and sanitation, kitchen and food handling activities, and this is again the interpretation has been changed. Here, first time it has come over there that the food is prepared, can be prepared anywhere else. Food can be the kitchen can be outsourced, but the process needs to be same, and that is why it has talked about the dedicated food storage. It has talked about the cleaning of the supplies stored in a separate location. It has talked about separate dedicated food preparation area. It has talked about the zoning of the kitchen. It has talked about the food distribution system, everything. Now HIC 5 is nothing but HIC 4, and HIC 5 is basically first time when we are talking about 4 particular healthcare associated infection. It was it was the first time in the element the bundle activity or care bundle has been mentioned. So be it a COTI, that is catheter associated UTI, that is 5A, be it 5B, that is ventilator associated pneumonia or infection or complication, be it the CL-BSI, that is catheter related or catheter linked bloodstream infection, or be it SHI, that is the surgical safety infection, surgical site infection, SSI, whatever it is, everywhere the bundle care has been instituted, and particularly in 5D, HIC 5D, which is the SSI, that is surgical site infection. There it has been mentioned that you have to understand the pre-op, intra-op, and post-op measures as per the CDC guideline. So all these things are new, and all the interpretation is new for the entire HIC 5. HIC 6 is basically the old HIC 3. Wordings have been little bit modified. The interpretation in HIC 6A is modified, and HIC 6A is nothing but it is also another core element, and it talks about the surveillance and tracking system. You must understand in this particular one, it has been mentioned that there should be judicious mix of active and passive surveillance, which is a very important. It was not there in the previous edition. And collection of surveillance is an ongoing process. Rest of the things, whatever it was there in the 4th edition, it has kept the same. Now HIC 6B is the old HIC 3C, where objective elements and interpretation has been modified a little. It is the verification of the data, where regularly this word has been used, and in case of collection of data, it is done only by the infection control team. Verification is not necessary. This is very important. In many places, it is not clear. It was not clear in 4th edition that whether if the data is collected by the infection control team only, still they have to go for verification or not. It has been told in this particular element, in this particular interpretation, it is not required if the infection control team is only collecting the data. HIC 6C is the old HIC 3A, and that talks about the high risk activities. It was in the previous edition, it was high risk areas and procedures. Now it is the high risk activities, and here a little bit changes has happened. That is everywhere high risk activities term has been used. 6D is the old 3E. Again, a little changes has come. That is the monitoring the compliance with the hand hygiene guidelines as per the WHO guideline. And then 6E, again the old HIC 3F, we modified, a little bit modified. It says that surveillance includes mechanisms to capture the occurrence of multi-drug resistant organisms and highly virulent or infection, which was not there in the previous edition. More importantly, HIC 6F. HIC 6F is again a core element, and here the interpretation has modified because it talks about the housekeeping services. And here the housekeeping services, here in the housekeeping services, it is told that monitoring of the effectiveness of housekeeping services shall be done regularly. And it is mandatory to capture the effectiveness of the housekeeping activities, not just verify if the housekeeping activity has been done as per the defined sequencing. So that is why to capture the effectiveness, the organization could identify desired outcome parameters for housekeeping activities, and data has to be collected. HIC 6G, again an old HIC 3H, and that talks about control of outbreaks. Here again, I should tell, sorry, HIC 6G is the surveillance data by feedback to the appropriate healthcare worker, means the hospital based ICU, critical care, or other units, where the surveillance data has to be provided to the to the actual worker, to the actual people who are doing the work in the clinical areas. So that includes the HAI rates, that includes the adherence rates. First time the adherence rates have been mentioned. Why? Because the first time this edition has talked about the care bundle system in the capture for prevention of the hospital infection. And in the bundle, the adherence rate is important. In the another one thing is important, that is here the restricted antibiotic use has been talked about, and that is why adherence rate to the restricted antibiotic use is also concerned. HIC 6H is nothing but erstwhile another standard called outbreak. Entire outbreak standard has come up to a single element that is called 6H. In fact, 6I is also coming from the old standard, that is outbreak standard, but here it has been little bit different. In that outbreak only of the previous edition, corrective action and preventive action was mentioned, but here the surveillance data, whatever will be taken in the entire hospital, that need to be analyzed and appropriate corrective action and preventive action has been advocated. HIC 7 is nothing but the sterile system, sterilization system, or it talks about mostly CSSD function. The wordings have been little bit different. It is talking about infection prevention measures include sterilization and disinfection of instrument, equipment, and devices. Actually, it was before that documentation and the policy and procedure. Those policy and procedure has been renamed. HIC 7A interpretation is not modified. HIC 7B interpretation is modified about cleaning, packing, storing, and issuing of the items. And that is again this one, HIC 7B, the core element. In the core element, it has been talked about proper cleaning, and it has been talked about the Spalding classification, where you can guide the decision that which one is high, which one is intermediate, and where the low level disinfection will be appropriate, and disinfection and sterilization will be performed as per the written guidelines. That has to be mentioned. First time it has been mentioned that no hospital can show the flash sterilization, because flash sterilization can be done only in exceptional situation where there is insufficient time to sterilize or items by the preferred method. Maybe some ophthalmic OT or somewhere where for a faster technique, flash sterilization. Otherwise, no multi-specialty hospital can show a flash sterilization as your method of sterilization technique. 7C is again the older one. 7C and D together has come 7C, and where reprocessing of single-use device has been talked about. As you know, that regarding the single-use device, a lot of discussion has taken place across the country. So all these things have been talked about, but the actual one has been discussed over here. That is the physical and chemical test, biological test, what will be their frequency, and the biotic test and the leak test, what will be their frequency. Those things has been correctly discussed about this in this particular element. And then in 7E, that is an old 7A, where recall process has been talked about, not much change. And then finally HIC 8. HIC 8 is a new standard. This standard talks about the organization takes action to prevent or reduce healthcare associated infection in its for its staff. And here there are 5 elements, and all the 5 elements are almost new except the last one. The A talks about the occupational health. A talks about the occupational health, and in the hospital, and then 8B. 8A talks about the occupational health of the safety practices of the healthcare workers or healthcare providers. 8B talks about the immunization, that is hepatitis B immunization, maybe in certain scenario like us, like COVID scenario, influenza vaccination, or maybe the vaccination which is taken by the kitchen staff in terms of typhoid vaccination. Those have been discussed about. The HIC 8C is a new OE in the achievement level, where it has been told the organization implements work restriction for healthcare providers with transmissible infection. Again, another thing which I'd like to tell, that this is something which was not new, which was not known, that is why it was new. Sorry, I mean it was not known, and that is why it was new. When we just first heard this in our 5th edition assessor class, I mean, then we did not realize first why it has been kept. Now in the COVID scenario, you will understand that because the doctors who are working, nurses who are working in the COVID ward, they are being sent for the quarantine, And sometimes they are being told, if you develop any kind of symptom, please let us know. We'll immediately take care of you. And that is what is something which is very important, that organizations should have a policy for the work restriction of the healthcare workers if they have any transmissible infection. 8D in another new OE at the commitment level, and the organization implements measures for blood and body fluid prevention. This is a common one, and it has come at several places, that measures of blood and body fluid exposure prevention. Final one is something which was there in old HSE 5D. Now 8E is changed because 5D talked about both pre-exposure and post-exposure prophylaxis, whereas here in 8E it is talking about only post-exposure prophylaxis, because that is more important as far as HIC is concerned and infection control nurse is concerned. She has to capture, the nurse has to capture basically the post-exposure, that is either for Hep B or HIV exposure, and then the prophylaxis. Then the post-exposure prophylaxis for needle-stick injury need to be ascertained and taken well care of. So there are three that ends with the HIC, and there are three standard. HIC 3I, which is basically reporting of the notifiable disease, has been incorporated to IMS 1G. The HIC 9C, that is talking about the induction training and induction related infection control training, moved to HRM 3F. HIC 9D, that is nothing but the in-service training. Every year once you have to have at least infection control training, that has been moved to HRM 5F. It has got, again to sum up, 8 standard, 51 OE, 13 OE are core element, and achievement level they have got, it has got 3 elements, and excellence level it has got 1 element. The core elements, objective elements, are HSC 1A, 2A, 2D, 3A, 3B, 3D, 3F, 4C, 4D, 6A, 6D, 6F, and 7B. Thank you, everybody. Don't get panicky for the COVID scenario. Don't get panicky also for the implementation of the 5th edition. Knowledge is our friend, and the doctor, starting with the Dr. B.K. Rao, starting with Dr. B.K. Rao, Air Marshal Pawan Kapoor, our CEO Dr. Atul Kochar, and the entire NABH Secretariat are actually trying to prepare you for the best possible performance for the transition from the 4th to 5th edition. Thank you, everybody. You will know that preparation is our best line of defense. So don't worry, in both the scenario in COVID and the transition of the 4th and 5th edition, you will be successful, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, especially for the parting thoughts. And very nicely, threadbarely, you explained the HIC chapter to everyone. And now we will begin with the question and answer session. And to begin with, we have fantastic lineup of questions, but unfortunately, due to paucity of time, we will not be able to take all of them. But they will be forming. We will be forming a repository of these questions, and soon they will be. We will try to put them up on the website as well. And to begin with, we will be beginning with the questions which were asked in the morning regarding to first chapter AAC. I now request Dr. Vikas to address those. So there are three lot of common questions which were asked regarding clinical pathological correlation and clinical path care. So my request to you is that I'll just one or two questions which are a lot of questions were in fact asked on specific point regarding to this, that the clinical pathological correlation is to be done with the initial diagnosis or with the diagnosis at discharge. Then another question relating to care plan versus clinical pathological correlation, that what is the difference. And a third question at the same time relating, which were many questions were raised relating to the third topic, was external peer review. So I will request Dr. Vikas to address three questions in the same manner.
Yeah, very good answer. We had a very long but very good informative.
I'm sorry, your voice is not very clear.
I just tried to Am I able? Can you hear me?
Slightly, sir, but it's still not so clear.
Okay. So I will try to be a bit louder
Now
so
it's
that
better.
everybody can hear it.
Right, sir.
Yeah. So the first question which is there is regarding the clinical pathological correlation, right?
Right.
So when what is the premise is that there is a surgeon or there is a gynecologist who does certain surgery, and the simplest to understand is the appendectomy, right? So there are certain set of surgeries which are being done in premise that there is appendicitis. So the pathology people are now reporting there is a pathological findings on the excised appendix which has been submitted to the laboratory.
But I'm
So
sorry to interrupt.
the clinical correlation.
Sorry to interrupt, but voices are not very audible.
Will I connect again?
Can you be a little louder? When you were speaking a little loudly, then it was more audible.
Sir, I think there is some issue
Actually,
with
I'm
your
streaming here. Okay, I will change it. So you can switch over to some other question for now. Yeah, so by the time I will change it.
All right. So the next question we will be then taking from the COP, which is usually our biggest chapter and primarily related to clinical aspect. And the question to Dr. Vimal sir is how to implement clinical care path and how to develop them for all specialities. And sir, usually this is also a question I would say from the implementer side as well as from the assessor side is usually a little tricky question. So I will request you to elaborate on this.
Right. This is some. Am I audible?
Yes, very much, sir.
Okay. Right. Now this is something new, and a lot of us are actually trying to learn what clinical path is. But some of the departments have already started implementing it, so it should be easy in most of the hospitals. So basically, you need a multidisciplinary team, including the clinician in charge, and they get together based on the clinical guidelines. They sit together and make basically the entire processes are put into one sheet. So you would know what to do on day one for the patient, day two after the surgery, day three after the surgery, and this is something that's seen in the cardiothoracic department also. You can get clinical parts after a CABG where it's clearly spelled out what exactly needs to be done. So how do you go about making your clinical parts? So I think the first thing that the department has to do is get all the standard treatment guidelines and know what exactly is expected to be done for the patient. And then sit together, and it's not enough if just the doctors sit together and make. They'll have to call the sisters, they'll have to call the physiotherapists, and everybody involved in healthcare delivery for that particular problem. Sit together, and then they sit and decide what exactly is to be done on day one, day two, etc., etc. When do we do this investigation, and what is necessary to be done. And then once that is developed, then that's implemented, and probably you need to audit to see if that's working well. You may need to make changes. See, clinical parts are also required to be done in physiotherapy. So along similar lines. Now, when you make your clinical part, make sure that it's a dynamic process. You need to make constant changes depending upon what we find while implementing this, and also based on the treatment guidelines.
Thank you, sir. It more or less clears the thing about this. But one thing in continuation with this is, or another question related to this, and a lot of people are getting confused with clinical care pathway as well as the care plan. So can you also throw a bit of light on this?
Okay, care plan is just a broad outline as what is to be done. Say, following your initial assessment, the consultant and the team will make a broad outline as to what is to be done for a patient. Now, supposing I take the same example of a coronary artery bypass graft. Now, you admit a patient, say he's a 70-year-old patient with diabetes, hypertension, etc., etc. Now, after the initial assessment, the consultant will draw out a care plan as to what is to be done for his diabetes, what is to be done for his hypertension, when do we slot him for surgery. So that would be the broad outline. And what are the other departments likely to be involved? Any other special investigation? Do we need to repeat his angiogram? Do we need to call the cardiologist and see if angioplasty is possible? All those things will be, it's just a broad outline. A clinical path would be specifically for the coronary artery bypass graft procedure. Or say if you are planning to do an angioplasty, for that angioplasty there'll be a specific procedure. So it's basically an SOP as to what exactly is to be done for that particular procedure.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
I would like, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I would just like to take from where Dr. Angel has told you regarding the clinical pathway and the care plan. Care plan is what is the plan for a patient or when the first patient is in the hospital. So I told you in my presentation also. So when the patient is in the it starts from what is the probable diagnosis or a provisional diagnosis or the possible differential diagnosis. So it starts from there, and then how you are going to zero down to the exact diagnosis and how you are going to treat the patient. So it boils down to writing the provisional diagnosis or the differential diagnosis, the various lab investigations, any monitoring which you like to do in terms of or it may be once in a day or twice a day, or you need more intensive.
Nothing is clear. Nothing is clear.
I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt you again because it's not very clear. You began very clearly, but then over a period of time, then it again got quite hazy. So another question.
Am I audible? No.
So when you begin, then the voice is audible, but as and when we continue with that whole mic thing, then it becomes a little hazy and very disruptive.
There's a lot of static.
So can I connect from mobile?
I think that will be better. Mr. Gurpreet, please kindly help Dr. Vikas for this.
Sir, I think there is some issue with your headphones, I think, sir. From my end, yes, sir. From my end, it is clear, sir.
So, meanwhile, we continue, Dr. Vibal, one more question. Because I believe COP being the largest, one of the largest chapters, a lot of questions, but I would like to take up very relevant and the most common question in this regard. One is very often asked, and even during the feedbacks also when we had analyzed earlier, was that basic CPR resuscitation. So who should be training the staff? Is it necessary to be trained from the AHA? Is it necessary? It could be an in-house anesthetist or a cardiologist, or people should be trained from another NABH accredited hospital. So there's a lot of confusion in this aspect. So my request to you is to kindly clarify this also.
It's not necessary to undergo AHA certified BLS training, but then the trainer has to be somebody who's competent to train. So preferably it will be somebody who has undergone an AHA certified BLS training program or some other similar training program. So the trainer has to be certified, but the one who's getting trained can just need not undergo a BLS trained an AHA accredited BLS training.
Rightly said. To add on, both in the 4th and the 5th edition, we have clearly mentioned that the trainer needs to be certified. Whereas even if you have an anesthetist who's a certified trainer, he can in-house train the staff.
Correct.
And next question is a lot of questions rather about nursing empowerment. So I would request Gracie ma'am to throw some light on it, because basically the questions related to nursing empowerment are, what are the situations where nursing are empowered to take nursing related decisions, firstly, and certain people have also asked about examples of nursing empowerment.
See, there are, you can talk for hours for nursing empowerment. Now, see, we will take one or two, even today's talk itself, we will take one or two examples. When a doctor has not written the prescription in the prescribed area, and he insists the nurse that you have to administer, she can very well say, I will not administer, because if I need to be administered, it has to be prescribed in the particular prescription form or cardex or anything. So she is being empowered. It's only, not only the standard. See, nursing empowerment has to come from the hospital management. The hospital management or the top management must empower the nurses to do this. When a doctor or a senior nurse, when she or he go for a round and she is not washing the hands and touching the patient, the junior nurse must be empowered to stop the nurse leader or the doctor. Doctor, please wash your hands before you examine that patient. So that power need to be given. When a patient is being sent to operation theater and the OT nurse found that the consent is not taken, she should be in a position to say that I will not take the person to the operation theater unless until the consent is being signed by the concerned consultant, either anesthesia consultant in his way and the surgical consultant in his way. So there are n number of things what you can say nurses has to be empowered. Now, in our first connect issue, I have given some examples. If you remember, Kashipa, when our first NABH Connect, when it was released, so on nursing empowerment, I have given a number of examples. So that if people can go through and then they can do that. Or if at all personally, any one particular area, if they want, so some unhygienic practice is going on, some unhealthy, unsafety practice is going on. Nurse should be empowered to report it. Not that punishing her, without punishing, she should be encouraged to report that. So that is what encourage. When a patient is collapsed, she should be in a position to, even though the doctor is not available, she should be empowered to resuscitate the patient if she is trained into that. When a patient need to be transferred to an ICU, where usually you say, no, transferring the patient to ICU, you require a doctor to write. But when the condition of the patient is critical, she should be empowered to transfer the patient to the ICU, because there is a delay for the doctor to come, or the presence of doctor was not there at that point. Though her decision may be wrong, but many times her decision can be correct and we can save the life of the person. One time maybe her decision may be wrong, we should not shout at her, rather than we can tell her, good, at least this time your decision is not correct, but still I appreciate your effort to save the life of the person. So like a number of areas are there where morning till evening nurse can be empowered.
Thank you, ma'am. Fantastic examples. To add on, I would just give one example that how when we were interns and we had our senior nursing people who were teaching us, I think that is a clear example of a nursing empowerment. They were the ones who taught us how to greet the patient in the morning during our clinical rounds, during our internship. So that is also one example of how senior nurses in the medical college are empowered. So thank you, ma'am. Next question I would take is one again. It's almost a repeat, but
can I just add one point?
Please.
I mean, during my internship, I learned the phlebotomy. I mean, taking the blood collection from the patient from a nurse only. None of the seniors taught me. Only a senior nursing in charge. He told me, I will just show you how to do it properly. Okay, I can still remember that. So I learned blood collection through a nurse only. So that is nursing empowerment.
Likewise, sir. Exactly. Very good example. So thank you. I might be repeating the question again, but again, clinical practice guidelines versus critical pathway. Dr. Vimal has already addressed upon, but clinical practice guidelines or maybe SOPs versus critical pathway is also a repeated question which have been asked by a lot of our audience. So if Dr. Vimal, can you just throw this last slide on this aspect?
So, clinical practice guidelines are those that are based on national or international guidelines. Some of the treatment guidelines are issued by, say, the Ministry of Health has issued some standard treatment guidelines. And then again, it could also be locally developed treatment guidelines. So you can have n number of clinical guidelines. Whereas clinical pathways, I have told you, these are specific to a procedure or a condition, management of a particular procedure. You lay out the day-to-day activities. It's like a detailed SOP on carrying out the management of that particular problem.
Thank you, sir. Another question which is often asked in various other standards as well is nutritional assessment. So one question related to nutritional assessment is should be done in the OPD as well. It was again often asked question fourth as well as this one. Secondly, shall be done by the dietitian in case of referral by a caregiver.
Sorry,
Dr. Yeah.
Can you repeat that, Kashika?
Sir, so the nutritional assessment, firstly, does the nutritional assessment has to be done in the OPD as well? Because usually we emphasize on the IPD aspect. And another aspect which has been asked with regard to nutritional assessment is again, can it be done by the dietitian in case of a referral by a caregiver? So for example, if the doctor is referring, so who should be doing the nutritional assessment? The person who's taking the initial assessment, or the treating doctor, or the dietitian?
Okay. Regarding the first question, nutritional assessment has to be done for antenatal cases and pediatric cases, for outpatients also. This is, and I'm going strictly by the standards, this is what is required. For the other patients, it's not really required to do a nutritional assessment as far as outpatients are concerned. Regarding assessment by dietitian, the standards say that nutritional screening can be done by either a doctor or the nurse, but the nutritional assessment has to be done by a dietitian. That is what the standards say. We had a lot of discussion on this in our group, but then I'll go by what's there in the standards. It says that the nutritional assessment has to be done by a dietitian.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I'm coming to MOM. We'll come back to AAC a little later. So one very, again, a repeat question, but a lot of questions regarding the abbreviations. So people have asked that can BD, OD, or written can be written in the discharge summary. Ma'am, if you can throw some light on that.
No, BD, OD is also not accepted in the discharge summary. We have to times 2 times a day, 3 times a day. That way they have to mention. It cannot be written as BD or TDS or OD.
Ma'am,
one time
then
a day,
another
before
question.
food, after food, whatever. Empty stomach, before food, after food, before going to bed, whichever way, whatever way we are giving certain medication, it has to be that way. But specifically mention one in morning, one in after, one in the night.
In an elaborative way, fine. In an elaborative way, and not like the way earlier practices were about OD and BD, yes. Right?
Yes.
All right. Ma'am, there were a few questions about prescription audit as well, that should the prescription audit be done in the OPD and in the IPD, and what should be the frequency of doing it? Although we have mentioned that, but I would explain.
No, actually the NABH standard do not say that you have to do the prescription audit of all prescription. Okay, in our standard we don't. Whereas JCA standard very clearly tells that every audit, every prescription need to be audited, whether it is OP or IP. Now, it is better, at least like sample size what we have decided in our NABH, that much size at least let them do the prescription audit, OP as well as IP.
Okay.
NABH has given some sample sizes. No, already we have given.
Yes.
Let them follow that, let them do that. And again, who can do this prescription audit? Again, there were big discussion, and whenever we go for assessment also, we face the problem. It can be a clinical pharmacologist, or it can be a nurse who is knowledgeable. It can be a doctor, but it can be a combined group of people also together can do this prescription audit.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. One very interesting question which was lined up here was medication recall. So regarding medication recall, that needs to be informed to the regulatory authority. So is it the state or the central authority?
No, it's a medication. It's become the state, immediately the state authority. Central, okay. I don't know.
And ma'am, can you elaborate?
There is actually.
I'll tell you.
Can I just?
Oh yes.
Yeah, please.
Madam, just can I? Actually, they are possibly talking about, there is one website has come up, a new website has come up from Government of India. That is for any kind of medication recall or any kind of drug introduction or drug adverse event, you can just
No. Shankar,
you can just
Dr.
post it
Shankar,
over there.
that is
Yes,
different. The drug reaction, that is different. That is there, that's a national thing. It's only recall is being, because it's a pharmaceutical. It means if at all we found something, some solutions or some things are found in any of your solution what we use, any of your IV solution what you use, naturally that will be informed by the nurse to the pharmacy department, and the pharmacy in turn must inform to the company where, pharmaceutical company where, from where they have purchased, and those batch number will be removed, not only from our hospital, maybe that batch number which he or she has supplied to other hospital also should be withdrawn.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Coming back to Dr. Vikas, one of the important questions which was asked in the AAC is about the external quality and the peer review. So, in the peer review, a lot of people have asked the question that for the external quality, does it cover for cath lab, for C-arm, for MRI and CT as well? Because if the standard usually maintained about AAC 9 and 10 usually mentions about the overall radiological external quality review, right? So, specifically, they have been asked questions about C-arm and cath lab. So can you throw some light on that? Dr. Vikas, in the
Yeah, just a minute. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the standards clearly spell out about the diagnostic imaging at this point of time, right? So anything which goes into the diagnostic imaging has to be subjected to peer review process or external quality assurance, right? So external quality assurance, when we talk of, so it depends on the frequency which has been set by the external quality assurance provider. And when we talk of a peer review process, so it has been now given in the guidance note that minimum of 1% of your imaging results must be subjected to peer review process. And it also guides upon how to document those peer review process results and how you can categorize it into, say, major deviation, minor deviation, or major error, minor error, or very major error. So that is how the peer review process can be done.
Thank you, sir. So another aspect that we, even from the audience and even from the assessor side, when we used to face it earlier, was about critical results intimation. So how the date, time of acknowledgement be assured or included, and do we really need to get it signed from the person whom the results are communicated to? So I guess the intent behind the question is how firstly you identify that the critical result is firstly intimated to the person, and should it be in a written format, and do we really need to get it countersigned by the person whom we are informing to? Sir?
Yeah. So I lost in between the question.
So something
Let
was.
So let me answer whatever I have
Right.
comprehend till now. So it's about we have to communicate the critical report. The intent is clear that the treating team should be able to start or take action based on any urgent matter if it comes to, right? So if there is any critical report, it has to be communicated, and whatever communication takes place, that has to be documented. There is no need specifically to have a countersign of the person to whom we have informed. You can document it. The person who is informing can document that I have called so and so at this particular date and time, and this is a report which has been given to that particular person. So it also guidance also goes on to tell the good communication skill that whatever has been told on, the other person is going to repeat back the same, so that it is very clear what has been told by the person or informed by the person and what the other person has gathered upon, right? That is one aspect of the implementation of critical report. There is another objective element which has now been added, that whatever critical reports are being transpired by the laboratories, are they being converted into immediate actions or not? So that can be done through certain spot audits, periodic audits, or depending on the sample size calculation, what kind of the various critical reports are being generated. So rare critical phenomena can all be audited, whereas more frequent critical reports can have a certain percentage of the reports which can be audited. So this is one of the way to do the things around.
Kashifa, I can add into it. Kashifa, I can add into it. Now, see, when a radiology or a lab, when they give a critical result, they have to write down in their own department that they have given this critical result to X, Y, Z of that particular one and what was the critical result. So their record is with the radiology or in the lab. When it is being received by the nursing station, either by a junior doctor or by a nurse, they also will keep an additional another record that they have received this critical result from X radiologist or X radiographer or X lab technician or whatever, and their signature and there will be there in their book. So if at all when assessment someone goes, if you want to check, you can check with the radiology side or the lab side, and you can check with the nursing side. You will come to know that this is being informed. It is not a fake report. That can be done, and many organizations follow that. Another, what he has said about even peer review also, I just would like to say one thing, especially for our people, those who want to listen. See, peer review has to be structured. Doctor very clearly said, yes, 1% only, but it has to be structured. You cannot take anything out of that and you can send it for a peer review. It has to be structured. So you decide 1 in 50, the 50th, every 100th or every 50th report of CT or the MR will be done by a peer review. Only we have to be careful that when you're doing the peer review, the first report has to be blind. You cannot give that report and ask them to report it back. So the first report will be blinded. Then you will be giving the film to the second person to report, and then maybe the in charge of the radiology department, he or she will combine and see that if there is some small lacunas or in their radiological weekly meeting or monthly meeting, they can discuss and they can resolve it. It's simple thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for that. Going to PRE now, because we have to wind up also in time, and I'm again sorry to the audience because we really can't address all the questions, but we're definitely going to come up with the repository and the answers. And one of the most common questions asked under the PRE is basically difference between patient satisfaction and experience, and what are the different modes of capturing. Dr. Margi, can you throw a bit of light on that?
Yes. So this will. Can you hear me?
Yes, very much.
Hello.
Audible.
Yeah. So this comes in PRE 7. That is, there is a mechanism to capture the patient's feedback and to redress the complaints. So in this, initially it was a combined objective element, and now they have divided into two. So the first is the patient satisfaction, and in this, for the patient experience, it goes more than satisfaction. So for the patient experience, we have kept that in the achievement level. So it goes beyond satisfaction and beyond making the patient happy. So there will be different feedback forms. And for the patient experience, we can add communication with the doctors or some pain management, or how is the discharge time, how is the waiting time. And for patient satisfaction, only a few points can be added. But for achieving a more positive feedback, we can have the patient experience. So the previous PRE 7A is divided into two in the 5th edition, which is 7A and 7B. 7B is satisfaction, that is more than 7B is experience, that is a happy experience more than the satisfaction.
Great, thank you. Another common question a lot of people have asked is about general consent and the implied consent that we have changed in the PRE. So
yes.
My request to you again, throw a bit of light at how we have transitioned this and all.
Yeah, so when a person is coming to OPD, we don't get a consent, take a consent. So the same is there, like general consent. Whenever a person is coming to the hospital, it comes as a implied general consent.
Okay. So we have changed that. So now the hospital doesn't have to take the general consent?
No.
At the time of admission?
Yeah, that is why PRE 4B and PRE 4C, they are removed from the consent because it will come in implied general consent.
Okay, thank you. There's another important question with regard to the consent again. about
Yes.
when to obtain the consent specifically in cases of chemotherapy and dialysis, wherein the patient has to repeatedly come, and the frequency. This is often asked. I'm happy if we can clarify that to most of our audience here.
Yes, yes. So these are relatively long procedures. Like for dialysis, the patient is coming for a long time, for chemotherapy, for thalassaemic patients and all that. So such consent should be taken at the first instant when the patient is coming. After that, they can have a defined validity for the consent. However, the maximum validity should not be more than 6 months. So till 6 months, the consent is valid, but they have to endorse, it has to be endorsed by the patient during every dialysis session or during any BT or this chemotherapy session. So the patient will endorse the consent at each repeated treatment. And however, if the dialysis patient is going for some other treatment modality, then they again have to take a fresh consent. So maximum validity of a long time consent is 6 months. However, at every treatment, they have to do an endorsement.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
And Kashipa, to add that, now, if at all we said it is 6 months, very rightly she has said that. But at the same time, when the patient has come, the condition is little deteriorated. You may have to take a fresh consent. You cannot rely on the consent which you have taken. Any time or some deterioration than the earlier one, you may have to take a fresh consent.
Right, madam, absolutely right, and that is particularly meant for the oncology patient. I'm working in a cancer hospital now, so I know for the chemotherapy patient, this happens very often, that if the patient condition suddenly deteriorates, you are bound to take a fresh consent.
A fresh consent, yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. This has usually been asked, and often it comes up. And one last question to Dr. Margi regarding consent only, that a few people have asked that can nurses and technologists obtain informed consent on behalf of a doctor?
No, it is written
this
that
is also the most common NC in that chapter when we usually analyze that.
Yes, sir. So it's already specified that the doctor or a team member of the doctor can take the consent.
All right. Thank you.
No, Maggie,
yes,
it is a doctor team member. It's a doctor team member.
Yes,
because
but
last time some hospital, Dr. Anand and all, I think they went there for assessment. Then someone said, I mentioned team member means nurse is my team member, technician is my team member. So this time it is very clearly mentioned, doctor team member.
Yes, ma'am. Doctor team member, that is specifically changed and it is added in the new objective element.
Yes.
Yes.
And
madam,
I know
even in the 1 second, even if the doctor is somebody is doing the entire operation and some other doctor in the ward or a resident is reading and he is just filling the consent form, that will also not do, because it has to be the doctor of the treating team.
Team.
Yes.
Yeah.
In relation to that only, again, a few people have asked that what should be the time limit? Say, for example, elective surgery. So if the elective surgery is say fixed on 1st of September, what should be the time limit before that you can take the consent? 1 day before, a week before? Have we really defined the time frame when we can take the consent for the elective procedures?
See, we cannot have a week before, because if a patient is diabetic and if suddenly his blood sugar shoots up, then they will have to again change the date for the operation and all.
So
I think it is 1 day before.
No, I can no. The present standard tells. Okay, the present standard tells us better. Even 1 month prior also we can take. Our 5th edition tells that up to 1 month. Patient has come in the OP 1 month back, and the surgery is fixed after 1 month. We can take. But again, that 1 month.
OP is fine, ma'am. But for IP also, for IP. So for OP it is fine. Like whenever they come, they are doing.
And surgery. IP on the previous day only, usually they do.
Yes, that is what, ma'am. For IP, they will have to take the previous day.
Yes. And again, if this 1 month also, if you are taken, by the time the patient comes, some respiratory problem, some cardiac problem, some other thing, again you have to take.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I add to that?
Please.
Can I add to
yes,
that?
sir, please.
Yeah. Yes.
See, ma'am, I think that 1 month is for pre-anesthetic checkup. Consents will have to be taken only after admission. And it will have to be taken only after admission. And even if you take it 3 or 4 days prior to the actual date of surgery, if there has been a change in the condition during those 3 or 4 days, then a fresh consent will have to be taken.
Fine, that clarifies a lot. Regarding the HIC, I'm going to take only one question in this because we are also running out, and I'm sure most of the audience are waiting for the tea break now, as in end of the session. Sir, can you throw a bottle, because we have added bundles this time. So a lot of questions were asked regarding care bundles. A few lines of few explanation about what exactly are those. Dr. Shankar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, you will get a very good bundle. I mean, the ready-made bundle. You can say ready-made bundle. The checklist from CDC guideline, CDC website. Just go to the CDC website and just search for the COTI bundle, CLAPSI bundle, then your bundle for the SSI. I mean, surgical site infection, and bundle for your VAP or VAC. Okay, so it will come out and just implement that. It's very as easy as that.
Thank you. Thank you. So we do have a lot many questions, but I'm sorry we cannot take all of them. We have taken the most common one, which have been raised by most of our
You can just post it to our I don't know, any WhatsApp group has been made or not.
Posting to the technical committee with the answers, and we will try to make a repository of the same and come up with the FAQs.
Yes.
That we can do.
And Kashifa, I think Kashifa, that is those questions which they wanted to know, you can even send to us, or we can put it in the technical committee, and then accurate, then we can inform the people through NABH. That will
rightly
be good.
Said. So
I think that's a
now
right suggestion. I think that's a very, very right suggestion, and we must. The only one conclusion we can draw is that the guidebook is also not sufficient. We need to expand it with a whole range of FAQs. So we'll work on that, and we'll post on our website. What you just suggested is a very good idea. We'll expand on the FAQ on each OE, and we'll provide a direct link to CDC site also. We already have one link to CDC site, but these bundles which Dr. Shankar has said, we will try to compile that.
Thank you. And now this marks the end of our first day of the training session. I must firstly congratulate all the faculty for taking out, and the NABH and our faculty to take out time and giving us full day. This was the first of its kind. We plan to continue it again. And on behalf of NABH, I would like to thank all of our audience for an active participation. And this is absolutely a new mode of conducting the training programs where we all are accommodating, especially our senior faculty. And thank you, our CEO sir. Thank you, Gayatri ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Poonam, for pushing us, for making us adjust to these new norms. And I guess going ahead, this will be a new norm, and wherein all the training sessions will be conducted in such a manner. And there are few challenges and glitches in each of the things that we are doing. But having said that, thank you once again for a very patient audience today. And tomorrow again, we will meet you at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we will be finishing rest of the chapters.
9:30 tomorrow. Let them log in time, and let them mark the NCs for us, and mark us a 7B on a happy on a 7B scale actually.
All right, sir. Thank you once again. And I must also congratulate my training team, which has really worked hard behind all this. Dr. Isha, Mr. Gurpreet, under all the guidance, and Mr. Vikas, and under all the guidance of CEO sir. I must congratulate them. And I guess we will continue with such kind of training sessions from now on. Thank you once again, and signing off from on behalf of NABH. This is Dr. Kashyapa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kashyapa. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.